Okay, good morning to everyone online on our live stream now. Welcome to practice 2 of the first round of this year's four-wheel drive BRCA 1/10 Off-Road National Championships, brought to you here by the Potteries Model Car Club. We're over just in the west of the UK, not far from Stoke, in between Stoke and Crewe. Weather today not as good as it was yesterday. I've already made the worst wardrobe malfunction by wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and it's freezing, so I've just had to nip back and put jeans and a coat on, because at the minute we've got a little bit of cloud cover. Weather forecast for later on today is sunshine, so we should have no issues like yesterday, and everyone will be just running yellow mezzos all day.
It is a little bit chilly this morning.
Freezing is probably the word I'd use. Yeah, I wasn't expecting this at all. I got to put shorts on and instantly realised I've made the worst decision ever.
Yesterday was a little bit warm. It's very windy today.
Yeah, windy. Yeah, it is windy. The track has changed a lot from yesterday. So those of you online with us yesterday will now realise that the track is not just a little different, but it was literally ripped up completely, and there is not one bit of the track that is the same. Even the straight's different today, and you'll get a good idea of that when we start our moving cam footage later.
Very shortly. Heading up there in a second.
Very good. So we'd like to thank our sponsors, without who this coverage would not be possible. And that's TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, and his models, Rude Dog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Rude Bits, and Associated. And of course the BRCA for putting on these great events that showcase our hobby, our sport, to the rest of the world. We had some good views yesterday online, good amount of viewing, and hope to keep that going today as we start practice 1. We don't have an up-to-date heat sheet yet. That will be locked in as soon as this round starts. But in practice 1 we have Mark Kilworth, Richard Theand. That's going to be a name I need to find out how to say later. John Grindley, Richard Hipkiss, David Milford, Simon Hall, Nicholas Harwood, Jesse Russell, Charlie Hall and Christopher Cherry. A few of those guys weren't here yesterday, so they've already had one practice to get used to this track. And the grip level here yesterday was described as medium or to low. Not a super high grip AstroTurf track, but one where the car seems to float across the surface, which would be nice for four-wheel drive, because these cars can, with the amount of power we now have, be a little bit of a handful, but that little bit of give in the surface will mean the cars may be a little easier to drive and a little nicer to drive.
Yeah, but I'm going to jump up on the camera, so
okay.
We'll be moving in a second, but before I go,
yes.
The most important thing,
yeah,
as much as our sponsors are incredible,
yeah,
none of this happens without our RCTV heroes.
It doesn't.
In the live stream, click that join button, become an RCTV hero, get discounts off merch, depends what level you're at, get different levels of discounts off merch, stickers, priority shoutouts during qualifying, as well as lots and lots of exclusive content.
The content like the
RCTV autopsies.
And the one that Frank's starting to do now, what's the magazine?
Yeah, there's the magazine stuff. I remember, if there's anybody that's got any old RC magazines that they want to donate or send in our direction, please feel free. It'd be greatly appreciated. We can get some great content out of that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Seeing that online. I did give Frank a message about getting someone I knew had all of the model car magazines from back in the day, and Frank said, "Yep, and that guy, that's the guy that I've just got them all off." So at least he has the full series of model car magazines going back, all right from issue 1.
Oh wow.
And that's something that I used to read back in the 80s, and that's what got me into the hobby. I remember buying my first model car magazine in Beatties.
Wow.
For those who remember that model shop.
I always used to read RC Racer, and this was 2000, 2011, 2012.
Yeah.
Well, not quite going as far back.
No,
I was only born in 99, so.
Yeah. Oh God. I'd been raised.
Right, I'm going to love you and leave you.
Right,
Make you feel old.
So
yeah, have fun.
All right, thank you. So that was Cam, our cameraman. Obviously his name was born out way before he became a cameraman, but good for his now job description with us. And Cam did a great job yesterday with camera work, keeping me on track, and keeping you guys at home up to date with who's going quickest. So practice 1 is over now. I'll just wait for the screen to go to a colour that I can see. So Tommy Clark was fastest in that practice. Tommy is here from the northeast this weekend. He's one of our first time nationalists, and I'll be getting a chat with Tommy later on today. I'd like to get his view on what it's like to come and do your first national event. We had young Jack Mills White yesterday, and Jack came across very well from what I can gather from the guys at home. Great young racer from the northeast, and Tommy a couple of years younger than Jack, but also fast. So looking at 28 and 27 second lap times, track's a little bit more technical than it was yesterday. 28 second laps, we're going to be looking at somewhere 12 and 13 lap pace. Depends how much faster the quick guys can go. But the track today is definitely way more technical, I believe, and having had a quick look, it looks way more technical than yesterday's track. There's a big jump underneath the rostrum, doesn't look like anyone's risking it. There's a short change of direction just before the up ramp, which seems to be doing what the club were hoping, which isn't allowing people to fly the entire length of the jump, people having to jump onto the top, land on that, down and down the downslope rather than flying it all in one go. The ski jumps back, that's moved into the middle of the track and should be easy for the guys to see. And we've got by where we are in commentary corner over the left hand side of the track. Cam just... So we've got over by this left hand side, we've got the humpback bridge. Then people are taking a liberty there and jumping over that corner, over the pipe. Not sure if the club will do anything about that, but that seems to be somewhere where the top guys were taking what I would call a liberty and cutting some of that corner. But we'll follow whoever the first, well, see if we can follow the first car around, and he can take us a lap around the track. We're coming down the straight now. So as Cam gets his own, we've got a 90. Now that truck has changed from yesterday. I think he was turning in for the sweeper. I've done that before, and that's one of the things. If you've been here for the day before, you forget you don't forget. Your body and mind become tuned into just doing what was the track was doing yesterday. You get muscle memory and turn in for a sweeper that wasn't there. So it's 90 right at the end of the straight, over a little speed bump, and this is the big jump under the rostrum. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be doing that today. The back side of the tabletop that was yesterday is now just a the chicane with a slight incline, small speed bump, and this is round to the corner where people are taking liberties. I think some people are just rolling that as it was yesterday, remembering how they took that jump yesterday, but there does seem to be some time gained by jumping into the face of the corner tabletop. So no one has numbers on cars yet, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for me to pick out the drivers as we go around. So for those of you unfamiliar with how our national series works, we have 4 rounds of qualifying. 2 rounds, those rounds are all individual rounds. You get a score. Fastest in the round gets a 0, and everyone else gets, from second down, gets 2, 3, 4, all the way down to the lowest points position. So today we've got 11 heats, so we're looking at 110 drivers here today. You add your best 2 or your lowest 2 scores, which are your best 2 finishers, together, and that gives you a final score. You then take the lowest 2 scores, and that gives you your final position. You get 1 leg finals for everyone apart from the A final, who gets 3 legs, and they get best 2 legs to count. So we're down in the 24s already. 24-second laps. So I think that's going to be back down. That's similar to what we were aiming at yesterday. So 24 is 13 lap pace, and that's in heat 2. So this track actually looks a little faster than yesterday. Doesn't have as much tight corners. It's very fast, open track through the infield. There's not so much hairpin, and these 4-wheel drive cars will be making the best of the traction they have. So now we move on to heat 3 practice. Heat 3, Martin Lee. No, sorry, that's heat 2. So Martin Lee was fastest in heat 2 with a 25.97. Oh no, it's 25.7. No, last lap. Sorry, 24.45 best lap. Trevor Follington had a 24.36. Dominic Morby 24.29. So those guys are going to be looking around 13 lap pace at the end of qualifying today. Got heat 2 up there, heat 3 up there at the minute. I recognise a couple of guys up there, Paul Campbell. Ben Smith's up there. I know why Ben Smith is up there now. He had an issue in... Is it going? Yes, that does look like Ben Smith up there. I think next to you, Cam. Am I right? So yeah, Ben Smith's up there. If you want to follow the car at the back of this heat, Cam, blue car, yeah, picked him up. So Ben had a problem on the very first lap of round 1 of practice, and I think he's been given dispensation to have another go to give him an equal opportunity. Running around with a stealth blue body shell so people don't know it's him, but unluckily I spotted it. It's him, and that's the corner that I was saying people are taking liberty on and jumping from the humpback into the corner tabletop. That corner tabletop though has a nice line round the inside where you don't really have to jump across the top. It's a nice smooth line. If you can catch that, that will save you a lot of time, and that's what Ben's doing now. Probably safest bet in qualifying will be just to take your medicine and roll over that jump. Get a couple of good rounds in early doors and then push on later on. But the top guys will be trying to eke every last tenth of seconds out of corners. That seems to be a problem onto the straight there, that corner. That's going to catch people out. Either looks like it needs opening out a touch, but it's just a little bit tighter than people seem to think, and it's catching a lot of people out. Looks like in this heat we should have one of our heroes from yesterday, Jack Mills-White, but he looks like he's suffered an early breakage in this one. You can see him watching cars on the rostrum, but he's not circulating at the minute. So you can just pick anyone up if you want, Cam, and we'll just follow them round on our lap. So we don't have numbers on cars yet. So these guys we're just going to follow around to try and work out who we are following. Oh, following the pink and black car there of James Hellowell, someone else who seems to have had an issue earlier on today. A couple of guys getting a run in early in round 2 of practice who really should have been out in round 1 of practice. Ah, perfect. Thank you. So I've just been handed a heat sheet now that the that's been set in stone. Now Riley Butler, our hero from Heat 1 yesterday, topped practice 3. 22.82 best lap. So lap times coming down quickly in the first few heats. 22.82. That's 14 lap pace. I'm going to be doing 14 or 15 laps, I think, for the quick guys if it carries on like that. If that 22.82 is a genuine lap by Riley, then these guys are going to be in the 14 lap pace. So in this one we have Charlie Simmons leading us off. Yep, he's driving the Yokomo chassis, one of our sponsor companies here. We'll be speaking to Chris Foster, Yokomo team manager for the UK, later on today. Charlie makes an error coming up. Charlie, fast guy from, again, I think from the northeast region. See how he takes this. No, it seems to be the kind of this half safe, half push line. Just go over the humpback with a little bit of power on, and halfway house. Nice, not full bore, but not too safe. Charlie's car's got a good turn of pace. Not sure what electronics package he's running, but we'll find out from Chris what all of these guys. And that looked like a nice line onto the straight, taking that corner tabletop up the inside. Nice smooth line. Didn't test the pipe on the outside. Charlie's Yokomo looking really good, and he's driving well this morning. Nice and safe. Again, he's got that line sorted, and I think that's going to be the key, getting that inside line coming onto the straight. It means you don't get near that pipe on the outside, which seems to be causing a lot of issues for people in lower heat. As I say that, Charlie clips inside, but this is what practice is all about, learning where you can push and then try and string a few good laps together. And there he's jumped over the corner tabletop and pushed himself out wide towards a pipe, and that's where you're flirting with danger on the outside there. So I think it's going to be better for him to stick to the inside. If we can drop back a few cars maybe and find Cameron Wells. Cam, you should know Cameron's colours. He's just come past commentary corner actually. Yeah, got him. So Cameron, another one of our young drivers who's completing his first series of national events this year. Did a couple of nationals last year, but this year's his first full campaign. Speaking to his dad Darren earlier, and those guys will be our hosts for round 2 of this year's national series. We go to BMR in 2 weeks over in the Mid-East region, so we go from one side of the country to the other, pretty much straight line, straight back across the A50 and A46, A52, straight across the country over to just north of Nottingham for round 2, but Cameron driving his associated car, and he's doing that jump. If you've got the confidence to do it, I think there's some time to be gained there, but it's whether you can do it lap after lap. Let's have a look where Cameron was in that one. So our screen shifts. So Cameron Wells 22.55 in that one, Dylan Richardson 22.44, Peter Craig 22.42. So yep, 22-second laps are possible from the guys in Heat 4. Scott Wyman, Chris Bowden 23-24 second laps. So those guys need to find a couple of seconds to be up with the fast guys in that last heat. This heat, looking up on the rostrum, see, oh, that car does not sound good. That's not going to make 3 minutes. It might not even make the straight, and it doesn't. That's over. So that's unlucky. Young guy on the rostrum. See. I think that's Ollie Frost. I think, yeah, I recognise those colours. Running Craig Drash's old colours. Looks like that's Ollie Frost. It's had a technical issue straight out of the gate. Up on the rostrum I can see Matt Dodd driving well yesterday in the D final, and he leads us off. So if we can follow, maybe follow Matt Dodd when can. Sorry, but Matt Dodd, from the Midwest Massive, coming round by us over the hump onto the straight, and Matt will not be pushing that car, I don't think. Plenty of years of experience with Matt. He'll know how to get this car around safely and for 5 minutes, which is what he did in qualifying yesterday and in the D final yesterday. Held off some hard charging youngsters yesterday and got some good points in his return to doing a full national series. Running his associated car today, and he runs with RC Octane. So Privateer runs different chassis, 2 and 4 wheel drive. But it's the cars that Matt's, as he put, I was talking to him this morning, he's comfortable with. So he's an old car. He said this car only gets run 5 times a year. So it's B74.2, not the new B84. He's just got the old car, and he likes how this car drives. And watching it going around now, looks like he's got a nice, good balance setup. And we'll be looking for Matt to put in some good, consistent running today. Next car I'd like to pick up, if we can, Cam, is a car that's just exited the end of the straight, and that's a purple, orange and white car of Chris Foster. That's the team manager for Yokomo, which is imported by MB Models, a couple of our sponsors for this series. And Chris, well known around the northeast area and doing the MB Models Winter Series and Wednesday Night Worlds. He'll be looking to lead his team of Charlie Simmons, Callum Ackroyd Bench, and I need to find out who else is running in his team, but like I said, we're going to talk to him later on, find out who's in his team and what their plans are for this year. Callum's been a finalist in the past, so he'll be their lead man, I guess, looking to put that car in the A final, or as close to it as he can. His car's looking really good as well. So track's quite flat, no real need for bump handling on these cars. They can run, I guess it won't be like a full carpet setup with shock package, because you're trying to generate some traction. We've got the car on the straight, trying to get some traction. So these cars, I think we were talking to Josh yesterday, and he was wondering, well, not wondering, so the biggest decision today would be whether they'd be running slipper or centre diff. I think slipper would be, my choice on a surface like this. Not really bumpy enough to require a centre diff. So Matt Dodd did actually end up being fastest over the 3 minutes, and a 22.16 best lap. Was actually beaten by Reese Trewartha. Reese was fast yesterday, didn't have the cleanest of runs, but was quick, and has been quick all winter. So Reese 21.76 with new hot lap of qualifying. We'll keep an eye on that. So 21.76 for a hot lap. 21.43 is the target for a 15 lap run, so we're definitely going to be in 14 or 15 lap runs, I think, by the end of today. So hopefully the guys in the pits can also hear me now. As we go into practice 6. Practice 6 is up and running. The wind has certainly got up in the last 5 minutes. Let's see who we're following around. I think it was Jonathan Pluke led us off. It is Jonathan Pluke that led us off, 25. So we know 22s are possible. Tris Neal, Schumacher Engineer, 23.46 outlap. Not the greatest day from Tris yesterday, but he'll be back. And four-wheel drive used to be his thing when I used to race against Tris. And we've picked Tris up now. He's following Jim Dixon round, who was Mr. 6th place yesterday in the E-final. Ruben Russell now heads this one up though. 22.35 last lap. Tris heading down now, 23.88 last lap, 23.31, 23.12 now his best lap. So these guys finding a rhythm, finding their feet. We know 22s and 21s are possible. So these guys need to look to find about a second on best lap pace from the times we've seen from the previous heat. Reese's lap of a 21 is looking very strong at the minute. So 22.35, that's the first 22 I've seen from this season. That's Ruben Russell. I think Ruben didn't have his best day yesterday, but I know over the winter he's been going really well with his associated car. And he's the first one into the 22s. No one else in this one into the 22s as yet. Still Tris with his 23.12. Jim Dixon 23.34. Charlie Rhodes 23.03. Evie Thames 23.06. So these guys hovering around 23. So it looks like these guys are going for just safe runs, not best lap, hot lap, and full push laps. These guys are just going for nice clean runs and getting into the groove ready for round 1. Still not seen anyone attempt the big jump under the rostrum. I don't think that's a possibility, which is a good thing because I think that could have been a make or break part of the track. And that's, you never want to see tracks with the make or breaks. You end up with a lot of breaks. So closing this one out. Looks like someone dropped in a 21 as our screen goes red and we can't see that red over black. But Tris put a solid collection of laps together there in the 23s. That's a 23.58 average for Tris in that one. 20.05 from Charlie Rhodes. 22.6 from Andy Manning. There's only a couple of guys in the 22s. Ruben Russell 22.35, but his average 4 seconds off that, so maybe not the cleanest practice. looking up on the rostrum now, we've got, that'll be Hattie Thames, Manny Panasar, Ben Elliott. You can see James Pritchard up there, Dave Burton, Jacob Tomlinson and Luke Thompson. Luke, sorry, but the Blades lost their last match at home yesterday. And I'm going to give you some stick about the Blades because I'm an owl and, well, we've gone down. So following now, that's the blue car of Hattie Thames. Now that body shell was run by Ben Smith earlier, so whether Ben ran Hattie's car, we don't know. Right, Hattie opens out with a 23.6, Dave Burton 23.8, Jacob Tomlinson 23.8. So these guys into the 23s right from the get-go. Still following Hattie round. The two sisters ended up in the same final yesterday, causing a problem for their parents. Which one to cheer on? I guess they just went 50-50. Hattie now 23.33. Luke Thompson was fast yesterday and drove well in, I think, the E-final and led that one out. So if you can just drop a car back, Cam, then we can pick up Luke Thompson, the blue-white associated. Sorry, Schumacher, not associated at all. Blue and white Schumacher of Luke Thompson. He now heads this one up with a 22.4. Hattie Thames 22.4. So those two lapping at the front of this practice together and pretty equal pace. So these could be the guys to watch in this qualifying later. Jacob Tomlinson also. Now he's the next car, so drop one back and pick up Jacob. Blue, white and slightly red at Schumacher. Another young driver, I think this is his second year of Nationals. And he's got it going well today as well. 22.19 his best lap. 22.47 last. And their averages, all three of those guys, are low 23s. So that's the 14 lap pace that we'd like to see in qualifying. So Jacob heading this practice now and goes sub 22, 21.55. So Jacob's really found his feet and looks like he's loving this track layout, and that can be what happens sometimes. You just gel with the layout of a track. Don't know why, it just suits your driving style, and that's kind of what Josh Holdsworth said yesterday. It just fitted his driving style, that point and squirt, and as he put it, smashing the lock stops on his transmitter. It just worked for him, and he gave us a great display in leg 2 of when things don't quite go right yet, he still caught the field up and then went past them and led away to the finish. He was our winner yesterday in two-wheel drive and takes his number of national wins up to 2. Goes in front of his brother now on the all-time list. They both had 1 each, but Luke Holdsworth had more A-final wins. A-finals actually, not wins. Now Josh is above his brother Luke on number of A-final wins, 2, and that was his first in two-wheel drive yesterday, so he has two-wheel drive and a four-wheel drive win to his name now. So on the rostrum now, who can we see on the rostrum? I can see Ben Stevenson. He drove well in the final yesterday, but only really had one good round and could have done with one to back it up. Gareth Stanton, previous A finalist, is up there. You can see, what else can I see? That's Will Fisher. Can see Reese Ward, who I do some battle with in vintage racing. Not sure he should be allowed to do vintage racing though, because he's younger than all the cars that he races. Just keeps taking all the trophies off at us old guys. But Reese Ward, Ben Stevenson, Ollie Natras, Gareth Stanton, Will Fisher, David Scott, Roger Tugwood, Harry Saunders. He didn't have his greatest day yesterday, but drove really well from 9th on the grid in the final and laid down a marker. And hopefully he got all of those bad runs out of his skin yesterday, and today is up for a good one. Ollie Natras opens out with a 25.55, so that'll be the Kyosho car, green, white and purple. Recognise all his colours. He's got Ben Stevenson right behind him, but Ollie, quick youngster, and driving the Kyosho car, it is such a small team, can sometimes be a hindrance, but Ollie certainly doesn't show that. He's got a lot of natural talent and very quick guy. Made a couple of A finals already. Remember Hearts a couple of years ago, made the A final there. So watching Ollie up over the tabletop, round through the bank to chicane, over the ski jump, through the fast. That's like Beckett's through the middle. It's like Beckett's Silverstone. Fast, left, right, left, kink. Round the end of the straightaway, over speed bump, up over, and he's probably jumping the furthest I've seen, but that car looks super planted on landing, so whatever package they've got for shocks, that looks really good. And those, Ollie and his dad always seem to have a very well set up car wherever you go, racing vintage or modern stuff. He's not really dropped Ben Stevenson though, and if you can drop back one from Ollie and pick up Ben Stevenson, possibly the most lively coloured car, and that's not a bad thing. Really distinct colour scheme for Ben Stevenson. Schumacher driver, and he's not really got dropped by Ollie in this one, and those two are the class of the field in this one. 21.68 for Ollie. Will Fisher though in the 21.83, Ben Stevenson 22.02, but those guys are sub 23 second average. So these guys are looking at sub 23, so they're going 14 lap pace. Sorry about that, just had to collect my notes as the wind took them out of the tent. Wait for our timing screen to catch up. Ollie Natras, Will Fisher and Ben Stevenson were top three in that one. So Ollie Natras with a 21.67 best lap. Will Fisher 21.46, Ben Stevenson 21.98, Harry Saunders 21.96, Reece Ward 21.98. So those guys sub 22. Practice 9, we've got Tommy Dale has an issue straight away, so we'll go back and follow the next car, which was Colin May, I believe. Yep, Colin May, I remember from back in my days, he used to run Durango with us. Now, not sure what car Colin runs. I'm guessing it'll be an X-ray car with the guys that he pits with. But distinctive colours of Colin, white, purple and pink. Colin also a previous national A finalist. And his car looking good at the start. Tommy with his Serpent car behind him, following Colin round. Colin opens out the 23. A couple of guys in the 22s. So Kevin, if we can drop back a couple and pick up the yellow and white car, that's Stephen Brown, our race director for today, in Tony's absence. Now Tony, our chairman, is unable to attend this meeting. He's not very well, and we pass on our best regards from everyone at the RC Racing TV team to Tony. Hopefully he's watching online, and we're doing him proud. Normally Tony would be on the mic at some of these meetings, but Stephen Brown 22.47, 22.21 for Colin May, 21.96 for Will Venables. So it'll be the red associated with Will Venables, I can see. Will's just coming past us in timing now. So the red, white and black associated with Will Venables is over, and I've given him the commentator's curse. But we'll still follow Will round. Briefcase Graphics also joins us occasionally on RCTV to do some content. Will had a good meeting yesterday. I think made the B final, if I remember rightly. So Will 21.96. Hudson Knight though and Colin May are two quickest in this one. Hudson was quick yesterday, all yesterday, and 4 top 20 runs yesterday put him in the B final. Not sure if that was his best national result, but he drove well in the B as well, and I think finished 13th or 14th, if memory serves me right. It was Hudson Knight won that practice. Steve Brown, Colin May, Tommy Dale, James Halliwell. Doesn't look like the consistency is quite there as it was yesterday, but these cars, like I said, the four-wheel drives seem to be a bit of a handful, the amount of power that they can deliver. So it's holding on to your car for 5 minutes rather than pushing for 5 minutes, which you could do with two-wheel drive yesterday. Track does seem to have a couple of, not make or break corners, but corners where you can gain a lot of time. And this corner down here, over the humpback up to the corner tabletop, is one where we can make up a lot of time. So we're going to follow around our lead car off, which was Johnny Skidmore, making his first two-wheel drive National A final yesterday. Campaigning the X-Ray cars all season this year and doing 1/10. Had a great interview with Johnny yesterday. I wanted to go back to yesterday, and early on in the day we caught up with Johnny to talk about the start of his year and his plans for this year. Sounded like a very busy racing calendar for Johnny this year. Worlds, Euros, well, Worlds in 1/8, Euros in 10th and 8th, and competing in all the national series events. So 5 nationals for 1/8 rallycross and 6 in 1/10 off-road. So a busy year for Johnny. I think, like I said yesterday, one of the most, like I said, struggle to word, flamboyant would be the way I describe his driving. He knows where to put his car and extracts the maximum amount of pace out of his car he can. Wouldn't say it's aggressive, but it's just he uses every tool in his armoury, whipping his car around and over jumps, cutting, trying to keep his car on the ground for as long as possible, because while you're in the air you're slowing down. But Josh Holdsworth, and I will get his name right all day today, I promise you that, Josh Holdsworth leads us round in this one. So car 2, try and pick him up on track. Cam might have found him. Found him quicker than I can. There he is. Oh, there's Josh. Yeah, so Josh is coming over the tabletop now. Over the ski jump, through the infield section. Josh, our winner yesterday. I think he said he had just had the right car and the right driving style for yesterday's track, and he did extremely well and won the A final from the first 2 legs, and the first time he's ever done that. But Josh will certainly be one to watch today, as will Archie Bowman. TQ man from round 3 yesterday. Archie coming past timing corner now. But Josh, Archie and Thomas Phipps into the 2066 for Josh Holdsworth, 2075 for Johnny Skidmore. So 20-second laps. We are, I think, definitely heading for 15-lap pace for your A finalists today. And it will be fast 15-lap pace. So I think around 15.308-ish be my guess. 308, 310, hopefully, for a TQ run as we have our last heat up on track. Thomas Phipps took that one, 20.7. 20.6 for Johnny Skidmore, 20.2 for Josh Holdsworth, and 20.74 for Archie Bowman. So hot lap of practice so far is Josh Holdsworth, 20.26. We're looking at 15-lap pace for qualifying. Archie Bowman comes over. Great run yesterday to make the A final. and 20.74 best lap in practice. So one of only 5 to hit a 20-second lap so far. So practice 11, Lee Martin, Tommy Hall, Harley Eldridge, Luke Holdsworth, Aaron Nash, Lewis Hopkins, Stuart Mahon, Mark Anthony Jones, Daniel Pole and Charlie Saunders. I didn't recognise Mark Jones yesterday, but I now recognise Madge. So we're following round Lee Martin, I believe. Yep, following Lee round this X-ray ride. Didn't have the greatest day yesterday. As he put it, had to take his medicine and just do what he could do with his car. But the X-ray, 3 X-rays in the final yesterday was a good result. Not quite the best result they could have, but I think 4th, 5th and 6th is where they finished. He opens out with a 21 and follows it up with a 20.8. So these guys straight into the 20s. And 20-second laps is what you're going to need in qualifying to get into the 15-lap pace. A 21.43 average would be where you need for a 15-lap run. Lee currently looking at 20.96 average. So if we drop back a couple of cars, Cam, and find Tommy Hall just going down a straight. Up over the ramp. Now Tommy, our defending four-wheel drive national champion. Back to back. Not his greatest run yesterday, but 3rd place podium to start the year. Good start. But Tommy will always be looking for TQ and winning meetings. He's our current most winning driver. Oh, no. He's not actually. So Lee's our current most winning driver on track with 50 A-final wins. Lee Martin down to 20.8. Charlie Saunders 20.94. Tommy Hall 20.77. Daniel Paul 20.91. Lewis Hopkins 20.76. There's 10 guys now in the 20-second laps. They're going to sub 21. Everyone else in this one sub 22 and close to 20-second laps. So Lee Martin starts off his day much better than yesterday with topping out practice with a 20.57. I think that's the fastest lap I've seen, 20.5. Tommy Hall 20.7, Charlie Saunders 20.9, Daniel Paul 20.9, Lewis Hopkins 20.67.
change in this corner.
Yeah.
Too many accidents.
That's it. Is that right there?
So a small break now while we have a track repair. And we go straight into round 1 of qualifying. Two guys up there already keen as mustard. That'll be Jesse Russell and Tommy Clark. Tommy eager to get his first national series underway. And as I thought, of making a change to the start-finish straight, taking out that chicane which was causing a lot of issue. You guys won't be able to see it, it's slightly off camera, but while there's a break, gives us time to, there's a break, gives us time to thank our sponsors again: TKR Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, MB Models, Kyosho, TMG Speed, Andy's Models, Schumacher, Rude Dog, Yokomo and X-Ray. Without those guys, this coverage would not be possible. So, what they've done, you guys at home can't see, it's just off screen, so over the humpback bridge they're now stopping people cutting the corner, and also made the line onto the straight much tight or much more open.
Pete, do what we did at the regional last year, force them all the way up.
I'm just inquiring with him.
Gas early, we're out for second half.
So he's just inquiring as to what they would need in order to
yesterday. I feel like I could have drove it all day like that.
So he's actually got three sources, isn't it?
Yeah, I just left it.
So, Heat 1, Nicholas Harwood, Tommy Clark, Simon Hall, Jesse Russell, Richard Thierns, Dave Milford, Mark Kilworth, Chris Cherry, Charlie Hall, Richard Hipkiss and John Grindley. So bear with us, looks like we're going to make some more track adjustments. So, not that you guys at home will have spotted this, but the corner has moved again, and you'll see it first lap round. But after the big hump, we've got an extended corner now of about 2-3 feet, taking out the corner tabletop, which was causing too many issues on the straightaway. And we were having too many accidents on the straight that were collecting other cars. So hopefully now that's all fixed and we can get Heat 1 underway. So Nick Harwood leads us off. We'll follow him round. You'll be the first one to see this new corner. No one will have had it, so a little bit of caution on your outlap to work out how you're going to get over this first corner. But I would suggest going over it nice and steady, and that's just what he does. Nick opens out with a 25.73. Fastest lap out lap is Simon Hall so far with 24.09. Jesse Russell 24.82. As we look for everyone to complete one, it's John Grindley. John Grindley opens up at the 23.73. Where your current race order after 1 minute is 3, 4, 1, 2, 11, 9, 7, 8 and 5. So at the minute we've got car 3 leading us round. Simon Hall, we pick him up through the centre section, over the small speed bump, past by us in commentary corner, over the hump, new hump, onto the straight, and that looks a lot easier than it was before. So Simon's looking at a 23.5 average at the minute. So Simon backs his average up now to 24.03. John Grindley second, Nicholas Harwood third, Tommy Clark doing great in fourth, 24.16 best lap, 24.25 last lap. So the Tommy Clark now moving up to third with a 24.87 average. Simon Hall still leading us round though. Simon coming onto the straightaway and down the straight. Simon on for 24.23 average, so we're looking at around 13 lap pace from Simon. John Grindley moves to the head of this one now with 3 minutes down and 2 to go. So current run race order is 3, 1, 11, 2, 6, 4 and 9. .04.03 average now from Simon Hall, 24.07 from John Grindley. These guys are in the 23 second laps. Hot lap out there at the minute is 23.24 from Simon Hall. John Grindley back to the head of this one now with 23.51 last lap. 22.84 though, Simon Hall responds, 22.84, new hot lap of this qualifying first one into the 22s. Qualifying proper and sub 24 average, so to head into finishing times. The next 15 or so seconds we've got Simon Hall, John Grindley, Nicholas Harwood, Tommy Clark and Jesse Russell. Hand you over for finishing. So while we sort out a bit of an issue on this laptop over here, we've got Simon Hall taking that one, Nicholas Harwood, John Grindley, Tommy Clark goes fourth. Great job, Tommy. So 13.510.89 is your TQ set by round one, or by heat one, sorry, of round one. Heat 2, Trevor Follington will lead us off. Dominic Morby, Paul Steadman, Jamie Careless, Nathan Stanmore, Peter Butler, Martin Lee, Simon Hudspeth, Lee Kinsey, Paul Trodden and Jensen Cooper. So we're going to follow round our lead car of Trevor Follington, picking up the yellow and white or silver car through past timing over here. X-ray car of Trevor Follington. Sorry about that. Right, back to the head of this one. It's Trevor Follington on 25.22 last lap. These guys under 23s and 24s and going third through 8th in round. So Simon Hall's TQ from round one, or from heat one, sorry, is still valid. 13.310. But Martin Lee leads this one from Jensen Cooper, Trevor Follington and Simon Hudspeth. 23.51 for Trevor on that last lap. I think that's who we're still following around on main camera. It is Trevor Follington. So if we can drop back to car 7 on camera. Car 7 is the all blue car coming onto the straight now, and that's Martin Lee. And he takes it up now with a 24.63 last lap, best lap 23.75. Martin Lee heading for a 13 in 14, 4 seconds off TQ, but Paul Trodden, our 10 car, with 23.70 and 23.15 best lap. Heads it up, but this heat's moving fast. Because it's still Martin Lee and Dominic Morby fighting this one out at the head of the field. But two cars separated by just over a second. Your 7 and 2 car were by 10, 1, 8 and 11. These guys going 3rd and 4th in round at the minute. Dominic Morby 23.94 last lap, 24.12 average. Martin Lee 24.11 last lap. So these two guys still separated by just under a second. Trevor Follington is further 7 seconds down. Paul Trodden sneaks in between them, and he's only 2 seconds down from our race leader at the minute. These guys are all affecting the top 10 as it stands. So 4 minutes 15 down, 45 seconds to go. It's Martin Lee, Dominic Morby, Paul Trodden, Simon Hudspeth and Trevor Follington here, top 5. These guys all affecting the top 10 as it stands now. Dominic and Martin trading fast laps between each other, 23.24, 23.45. Dominic does have a 22.59 from earlier in the run, so needs to find that extra second that he found on lap 7, and he could take this heat. As we come into finishing times, please. So back on live stream, I'll let the guys at Race Control finish this one out. It's Dominic Morby that takes this one from Martin Lee. Paul Trodden, a few seconds back, will pick up third, I think. Yep, from Trevor Follington, then Jensen Cooper. So Dominic Morby takes that one, going second in round at the minute. Martin Lee third. Paul Trodden, you've gone 6. Jensen Cooper 7. Trevor Follington 8. And Simon Hudspeth 10. Tommy Clark still hanging in there in 9th from Heat 1 in his first national. Simon Hall's time from Heat 1, of 13.510 still stands. Heat 3, Roger Mills, Aidan Burke, Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell, Jack Mills-White making the F final in his first national yesterday, Joshua Anderson, Riley Butler, our hero from Heat 1, and Lee Stokes, Paul Ragg and Andrew Luxford. So in this one we'll be looking for good runs from Jack Mills-White and Riley Butler. Your young stars from yesterday.
Do apologise while we're just having a few technical issues with the timing. Running very blind at the moment. So we're going to try and get this sorted, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
So apologies for that, we've gone dark, but that was out of our control. The BRCA guys changed the channel for our timing system, and we did not have timing for the entire run. So apologise for our lack of timing in that one. So apologies there, we lost timing over here in commentary corner, and we were completely dark for the entire race. But this is now heat 4, Cameron Wells, Scott Wyman, Peter Craig, Philip Channon, Dylan Richardson, Charlie Simmons, Chris Bowden, Miklos Savados, Phil Hitchman and Mark Christopher. So Cameron Wells leads us off in this one. Cameron from the Mid-East. Pink, green and yellow associated. And round bys in commentary corner out onto the straight, and that's a 22.6. Good opening lap from Cameron Wells. Scott Wyman 22.75. Those two guys are the fastest two on the outlap, so Cameron, good practice. So Cameron Wells still leads this one. Sorry, no, that switches now to Phil Channon leads this one with a 22.93 last lap. 23.25 average from Peter Craig, Chris Bowden, Cameron Wells, Scott Wyman and Mark Christopher. Phil Channon 22.37 that time round. His new fast lap of the race brings his average down to 23.07. Peter Craig, Cameron Wells all split by less than a second. Chris Bowden, you're just a second further back. Scott Wyman 2 seconds further back from Chris. So these guys trading places as they come across the loop. It's now Peter Craig from Phil Channon, Cameron Wells, Scott Wyman goes 5th. Chris Bowden now jumps into the 4th spot. So 22.11 now from Peter Craig, new fast lap for him, but Phil Channon has the fastest lap of the race. Scratch that, it's now 21.73 from Cameron Wells. So Cameron 2 minutes 55 down, just over 2 minutes left in this one. So keep it together, Cameron. Good run coming in from Cameron, 21.73 last lap, and new best lap of his race, 22.98 average. Philip Channon now heads this one up. These guys only split by less than 1.5 seconds. Your top 3, Philip Channon, Peter Craig, Cameron Wells, Scott Wyman. You're only 2 seconds back of the front 3. So you guys are going 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So Cameron Wells 21.88 last lap by only 9/10 down on our race leader Peter Craig. Best lap of 21.95 for Peter, 22.04 last lap. And Peter looking at 2nd in round. Riley Butler's time from heat 3 is still the one to aim for, a 14 in 12.98. So I didn't see that, Riley, but another great run for you from heat 3 this time, and setting the pace for everyone else to chase. So 4:20 down, only 40 seconds to go in this one, so another couple of laps for you guys. It's Peter Craig who takes it up from Philip Channon, Cameron Wells, Scott Wyman and Chris Bowden. These guys haven't been separated by much all race long. Peter Craig and Philip Channon now only separated by a second. 22.0 last time by for Peter Craig. And he's cementing his 2nd place overall. Philip Channon going 3rd, Cameron Wells going 4th, Scott Wyman going 8th. Chris Bowden, you're going 12th now with a good last lap. Cameron Wells, you're done. So Peter Craig, you've gone 2nd in round, Philip Channon 3rd, Cameron Wells, you've gone 4th, Scott Wyman, you've gone 8th, Chris Bowden, you're 10th. Cameron Wells, you just missed out on a 14 lapper by 0.71. Riley Butler's time though from heat 3 still stands 14 in 5:12. Peter Craig, you're 6 seconds shy of that. So as we go into heat 5, Reece Trewartha, Matthew Hodges, Craig Lomax, Michael Halsey, Stephen Harley, Matt Dodd, Ollie Frost, Chris Pattington, Dan Cooper and Chris Foster. So good mix of chassis in this one. I think 4 major brands covered: Yokomo, X-Ray, Associated. I think a Serpent somewhere. So Reece will lead us off, Chris Foster will push them all round. You're aiming for 14 in 13. So again, apologies to you guys online. We've now fixed the timing issue. We're down to the guys in race control switching channels and not telling us, so we went dark for a couple of heats. But now we're back up and running, and we'll take you back live to the track. So Reach Kawatha, our one car, opens out with 2 fast laps, both sub 22. So Reese at 21. That's 3 21s in a row for Reese. He's looking at shaving 10 seconds off TQ at the minute. Matt Dodd going second, Dan Cooper third, Chris Pattinson, Chris Foster, all affecting the top 10. In fact, 8 of these drivers currently affecting the top 10. Reese, the all-white car down the main straight, just gone, and up under the rostrum, he's average now sub 22, 21.61 average. So he's looking at a 14 in 2. Dan Cooper 22.06 last lap. Chris Foster 21.87 from 10th on the grid, so one to watch from the back of the grid for you guys on track. Purple, orange and white car. Please be aware of a fast car moving from the back of the grid. Car 10, Chris Foster with the Yokomo chassis. Rich Schwartz though still heading up this one and dominating this heat by 4 seconds at the front. 21.51 last time by. Average lap 21.57. Still looking at shaving 10 seconds off TQ. Matt Dodd going second in round at the minute. 21.33 last time by for Matt Dodd. So Matt's still got some good pace in that car. 21.69 for Chris Pattinson. Ollie Frost 22.16. You're running 4th at the minute and going 5th in round. Chris Foster with a rough lap last time by, losing 5 seconds. So he needs to pick up that early pace that he showed. He can do 21s no problem, so back up for Chris from the back. Reese Kawatha though, the all-white car going around at the minute. 21.55 last time by, 21.58 average. Still looking at a 14 in 2 for Reese. And he clicks another lap off, 21.61 for Reese. I'm going to try and pick up where Reese is on track. Coming through the midfield, over the small little speed hump, past me in timing corner, over the hump and out onto the straightaway. That looks much easier than it was now, or in practice, and much safer for you guys. Over the tabletop, nice round through the bank chicane, over the ski jump and through Beckett's in the middle. So I'm going to call that corner Beckett's because it just looks like Beckett's at Silverstone to me. So round onto the straightaway, another 21 I'm guessing. Yep, 21.51 for Reese. So he's now looking at a 14 in 1, getting ever closer to that 15 lap pace, which I think we said we'd get in qualifying. So Reese from Heat 5 looking to put a really good run in round 1 as he comes up on some back markers. I think that's Matt Hodges, the first car he'll be approaching, so please be aware if you can hear me, Matt. But Reese, super tidy, super neat. Pretty much every lap in this run, a 21 second lap. I think it's a 1:22, but it's a low 22. He catches, so you guys be aware. That's Reese, your race leader, with you. Thank you guys, that's great driving. Over the tabletop, round by over the ski jump, through Beckett's and over the short hop by as a commentary corner, and I guess this may be a touch slower bar from Reese, but still be a low 22 I guess. Nope, 21.9 Reese finishes. So Reece Trewarthy, you've just gone number 1 in the round. 14 in 2. Chris Patton 14 in 9. Matt Dodd 14 in 9. Dan Cooper 14 in 9. You guys separated by 4/10 of a second. Olive Foster, you've gone 6. Craig Lomax 7. Chris Foster 8. Riley Butler, you're now 5th. Cameron Wells, you're 11th. Jack Mills White, you're 13th at the minute. As we move on to Heat 6, Andy Manning, Tristram Neal, Ruben Russell, Charlie Rhodes, Neil Tinsley, Lee Charnock, James Dixon, Keith Halsey, Jonathan Fluke and Evie Thames. Your new TQ, 14, 5 minutes, 2.42. So 15 lap runs will happen in the next couple of heats. So on the live stream, we're going to try and follow our one car of Andy Manning, who's led us off and is approaching the tabletop on the rostrum now. Before we go live back to track, give them a couple of laps to settle down. Andy Manning opens out with a 22.13, but we're looking for sub 22 second average for that 15 lap run. We need to sub 21.5. Reece Trewarthy in the previous heat was getting close to that. And I think that 15 lapper will go in the next 2 heats. So as we settle down after 2, it's Trish Neal out front with a 22.22 best lap, and that was his last lap, 22.38 average. Trish down the straight, underneath the rostrum, over the large tabletop, through the banked corner, over the ski jump, and Trish running through Beckett's and Maggots, round by us in commentary corner, over the ski hump and down the associated straightaway. Trish Neal 22.54 that time by 22.37 average, going 6 in round. Ruben Russell going 7. Neil Tinsley, you're going 11th in round. So Trish, the white, mainly white Schumacher car, coming onto the straightaway now, through the sweeper at the end, over the small speed hump and back under the rostrum. 22.55 again last time by, 22.41 average. Trish 22.43 that time by, 22.19 average. Ruben Russell though, hot lap of this one, 22.11, 22.12 last time by, so Ruben's got pace in that associated car, car 3. So Ruben right behind Trish and picking up a good toe from Trish, good guy to follow. Ruben now heads this one with a 21.77 last time by. So good run for Ruben this time. 22.35 average, bringing that average down. ever so slightly. So Ruben that time by 22.28, slightly slower, but still heads this one by 0.2 of a second from Tristram Neal. So those two at the head of the field working well together. Cars 2 and 3 clear track for the next few laps. Looks like Ruben's made a small mistake this lap because he's behind Lee Charnock again. And Tris now heads this one by 1.2 from Ruben Russell. Yeah, 23.39 that time by. So Ruben lost a little bit of time, but he can still pick up the pace again. And Ruben and Tris at the head of this field. They shouldn't see anyone for another good couple of laps as we have 4 minutes down and 1 minute to go. Tris Neal 22.67 last time by. Best lap 21.99 for Tris. Ruben 21.77. Charlie Rhodes 21.99. You guys, the only guys in the 21s. So Ruben and Trish Neal now separated by only 0.5 of a second. Rough lap last time by for Trish, or only over 22.33, but Ruben, so the gap stays about the same this time round. In fact, extends slightly, so now Trish has a 1.3 second lead over Ruben Russell from Charlie Rhodes. Neil Tinsley, no, scratch that, keeps Keith Halsey, then Neil Tinsley, Andy Manning, Jonathan Pluke, Jim Dixon, Evie Thames and Lee Charnock, your full running order for this heat. 22.08 last time by for Trish, 22.44 average. Charlie Rhodes jumps up to the 2 spot. Ruben Russell took that one 14 into 13. Charlie Rhodes, Keith Halsey, Trish Neal. So Ruben, you went 6, Charlie Rhodes 7, Keith Halsey 8, Trish Neal 11, Andy Manning 15 and Jonathan Pluke 17. Those are your top 6 on that one. Rhys Trewartha's time from heat number 5 still holds of 14 in 12. So heat 7 is Pritchard, Burton, Thompson, Thames, Lyle, Tomlinson, Follington, Elliott, Panesar and Pyatt. So James Pritchard leads it off. Unusual colour scheme. I've not seen him run for a while. All purple body. But your fast guy out of the blocks was Jacob Tomlinson, and he was fast in practice. Opens out with a 21.97. So we'll be aware to drop back and catch Jacob in a couple of laps, I think, as we let this one pan out first couple of laps. And it's Ben Elliott, the old pink car from the mid-east region, going over the tabletop underneath the rostrum now. That's the lead car for this one, 22.07. Graham Lyle's done the 21.64. But it is Jacob Tomlinson with a 21.72. And Graham Lyle and Ben Elliott. These guys, though, separated by 0.3 of a second. In fact, your top 6 separated by less than a second in this one after 3. So good close heat. These guys are all affecting the top 10 but not affecting the top 5. So you need to push on a little bit to get up to your TQ pace, currently held by Rhys Trewartha from heat 5. Now Jacob Tomlinson, car 6, if we can pick him up, Cam. Just coming round over the ski jump now. Great job, Cam, thank you. And that's Jacob Tomlinson, our 6 car Schumacher from the mid-east. Looked really solid in practice, stringing together a really good couple of laps. Young driver from the mid-east region. Home track BMR, where we'll be going next for round 2 of this year's series, over the ski jump, through Maggots and Beckett's, over the small hump, around by us in commentary corner, over the new reprofile jump, and then on the straightaway for another 21 second lap. Jacob has this one by 3 seconds from fellow mid-east driver Ben Elliott. No, scratch that. Alex Pyatt now jumps up to the 2 spot with a 22.28 last lap. So these guys only separated by 2 seconds now. Jacob round again over the ski jump. Another good lap, last time by 21.07. New hot lap of the race and of qualifying so far. Down the main straight, and it looks like, yeah, it's Luke and Luke lets Jacob through. Nice driving there from Luke. Recognises that paint scheme, but just needs to tag onto the back of Luke's. Those two are top 3 in this heat, and Jacob's closing down, or was closing down, on TQ of Rhys Trewartha, but he's had a rough finish to this lap. 27, that's really going to hurt. 6 seconds lost on that lap. A new race leader is Alex Pyatt, our 10 car, so if we can find him, Cam. The 10 car, the all orange car of Alex Pyatt, but I believe he's just had an incident as well, so yep, back to Jacob leading this one. So even with that big error, everyone else has had an error as well. And Jacob's back to the head of this one. Going 8th in round, Ben Elliott going 9th. Both of those two guys know that this one could have been better as we head into our last 15 seconds of this one. So not the cleanest run, but not a one to worry about for those two guys. 21.92 last time by for Jacob Tomlinson as we head into finishing times. So Jacob Tomlinson goes 6th, Ben Elliott 8th, Alex Pyatt 14th, Luke Thompson 18th, Scott Follington 19th. Rhys Trewartha still has TQ from Chris Pattinson, Matthew Dodd, Dan Cooper, and our hero from Heat 3 today, Riley Butler, still in there with a 14 in 12. Heat 8, Kevin Hodkinson, Ollie Natras, Seth Shillito Everest, Gareth Stanton, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Reece Ward, William Fisher, Harry Saunders and Roger Tugwood. The class of this heat in practice was Ollie Natras and Ben Stevenson were the two fast guys in practice in this heat. See if those guys can eclipse Reece's time and be the first ones into the 15 lapper. So Ollie Natras are two cars that want to watch in this one. Seth Shillito Everest though, 206 opening lap. So these guys straight into sub 22s, which is where we need to be for a 15 lapper. So we picked this up after 2, and that was an unlucky time to pick it up for Ollie Natras. Seth Shillito Everest though leads this one out with Kevin Hodkins. No, David Scott, from the back. Car 7, Reece Ward leads this one, 21.74 last time by, 21.18 average. Reece looking to take a second out of Rhys Trewartha's TQ. So if we can find Reece Ward's car 7, the blue and yellow X-Ray, down the straight, young guy who I race with in Vintage, and he is fast, young and up-and-coming racer, round through Maggots, through Beckett's, over the hump by us in commentary corner, round by commentary corner, and up and over the little ski, or the hump back onto the straight, and another fast lap for Reece Ward, 21.81 that time by. But he's only 1.5 seconds clear of Seth Shillito Everest. Those two guys looking at going 2 and 3, little bit behind Rhys Trewartha's TQ time. But Reece still has 3 minutes left to improve on that. And he's going the right way about it with that last lap of a 21.55. So bringing the average down, 21.61. We need to be sub 21.43 for a 15 lap run. So Reece a little bit more consistent and pushing on each lap. Reece 21.32 that time by. So bringing the average down even more, and leads this by nearly 2 seconds now from Seth Shillito Everest. Ollie Natras recovering from that crash earlier on, no fault of his own, is up to 3rd. Harry Saunders, great run from starting 9th. You're 4th. William Fisher is 5th. Ben Stevenson 6th. Top 3 in this one are affecting the top 10. Harry Saunders going 11th, but Reece Ward, or more importantly, is going TQ for the round so far with a 14 in 2. Only taking half a second from Rhys Chawartha's time, but it's still half a second, and that'll be an extra point for him. 21:33 that time by, so now 14 in 1 is the time predicted for Rhys, so getting closer. A little bit of mistake though, that's not going to cost him too much time. Should be back down to something like 14 in 2, so it'll be close now as we are 3 minutes 43 down, 1 minute 20 left to go in this one. So Rhys backing it in at the end of the straight. Through the bank corner, over the ski jump. Again, same mistake as last time, needs to readjust that line through there, through Maggots, through Beckett's. Round by me, in commentary corner, up and over the hump, back onto the straight, and hopefully a better lap that time by. It is, but now only 6/10 between him and Seth Shillito Everest. 40 seconds to go in this one. Rhys, Seth and Oliver are going second, third and fourth. Rhys Chawartha's time would still stand, but only 8/100ths faster than Rhys Ward. Looks like Rhys has had an issue somewhere. As we go into finishing times, it's Seth from Oliver, from Harry and Roger. So Seth takes that one 14 in 4. Ollie Natras 14 in 4.5. U2 goes second and third. Harry Saunders goes 9th. Roger Tugwood 10th. Ben Stevenson 12th. Not sure what happened to Rhys, but he dropped like a stone, so I'm guessing something happened late on in the run, only completing 11 laps. So online we're following Stephen Brown round our race leader, but Ewan Tumulty is the fast car from starting third. Hudson Knight though, the pink car, will be the one to watch in this one, car 10. 21:54 first lap, so he's looking at going TQ in round and just shy of that 15 lap run. We'll now go back and join track. So after 2, it's Ewan from Hudson, Callum, Colin and Stephen Brown rounding out your top 5. Those guys all affecting the top 10. Hudson Knight, though, car 10, one of the 2 pink cars at the back, so hopefully those 2 don't get together. But it's Ewan, our 3 car, that's the race leader with a 21.32 last lap by 21.46 average, so he's ever so close now to that 15 lap run. So Ewan, good runs yesterday. I think pretty sure he was in the B final yesterday, our car 3. Coming round by us now, blue, white and grey, and that's a Yokomo car if I'm not mistaken for Ewan. So we'll be speaking to Chris Foster later on, but Ewan that time by 21.18, 21.4, he's on that 15 lap pace and will be our first 15 lapper of this round and first 15 lapper of the day. So keep this up, Ewan. This is a great run to start your day. 21.37 that time by, so 21.39 average, still on 15 lap pace. Hudson Knight 14 in 3. Callum Trewather looking at 14 in 5. Stephen Brown be looking at a 14 in 10, going 10th. We're still following Ewan round on what could be our first 15 lapper of the day. 21.34 average, so he's inside 15 lapper by just over a second. Back past me now, round over the hump onto the straight, and another 21 clicking off, a 21.49, 21.36 average, but tonight getting close now to that 15 lap pace, only 2 seconds off. And Hudson, the pink car, from 10th on the grid. But Ewan still, we're going to still follow Ewan on the TV, and that is another 21.49. So, no, sorry, 21.08 that time by. Best lap 21.05, so 20-second laps will be a premium in the next couple of heats. And Ewan there down to a 15 in 19. Hudson 14 in 2. William Venables 14 in 7 predicted. Callum Trewather 14 in 8 predicted. Hello, looking at going 11th in round at the minute. We're still following Ewan, and this run looks very controlled. Fast in practice and fast, importantly, in qualifying. 20.88 backs it up with a 20.7. So now we're looking at a 15 in 18. So Ewan just getting quicker and quicker through this heat as he finds a rhythm and sticks to it. Clips a pipe and gets away with it, but another 21.14 that time by, so 21.23 average. Hudson getting closer again with a 21.63, so he's only a few seconds or a couple of seconds back of 15 lap pace, but going second in round. Top 5 in this one are affecting the top 10 as Ewan comes up on a back marker, and please get it, thank you. 15 seconds to go, so Ewan at 21.68 that time by, still on for 15 lap pace. So Ewan should make it round this lap and continue, and as long as he crosses the line now, yep. So Ewan, this is a 15 lap run for Ewan, so you can just bring it round. That's a great run for Ewan there with our first 15 lapper of the day. 15 in 19, Hudson Knight 14 in 1, William Venables 14 in 4, Callum 14 in 7, Colin May 14 in 8, and Stephen Brown 14 in 8. So those guys affected our top 10. Halliwell went 11th, Matt Dodd, you're still 12th, Tommy Dale 14th, Riley Butler still 15th, Jacob Tomlinson could have been a lot better, but you're still 16th, Harry Saunders 17th, Ruben Russell 19th, Ben Stevenson 20. So online we're following Ben Smith. Took one T. Oh, clips a pipe, gets away, going, clips it again. Not the greatest start for Ben Smith there, so we're going to now follow Pullman, I think, from yesterday. Pick up at the front, Cam go right to the front, because that's Josh Holdsworth at the front, who will lead this one on lap 2. And does 20.18, so we're going to hit 19-second laps. So after 2, it's Josh Holdsworth from Johnny Skidmore, Jamie Hall, Thomas Phipps, Archie Bowman. Your top 5, 20.18 for Josh Holdsworth. Second lap by. Or is it up with the 21.44? So Johnny Skidmore heads to the point now. Johnny heading for 15 in 8, taking 11 seconds. 11 seconds off TQ. So if you can pick up Johnny, which we have on screen, and that's Johnny coming underneath the rostrum over the big tabletop. Through Maggots, through Beckett's, over the little speed hump, past us in commentary corner, and it's close between him and Josh as they cross the stripe this time by. Both sub 21 that time by, but Josh now heads it up by just over a second from Johnny Skidmore. So 20.15 that time by, going 15 in 8. Johnny gets tagged on a pipe. So if we can head back to the front at the end of the main straight, and Josh clips the barrier at the end of the straight and gets away with it. That could have been a messy crash. Round over the ski jump, round through Maggots, through Beckett's, and clips a pipe again. This is a rough lap for Josh, so let's see him drop a little, but still be enough to hold on to top spot, I think, in this one. Thomas Phipps going well, and in fact Thomas Phipps, if we drop back to car 5, the green, white and black X-ray car that's just come round over the ski jump, through Maggots and through Beckett's. 20.14 for Tom this time round. Yep, he's still going TQ in 15 in 11. Josh Holdsworth 15 in 11. Jonathan Skidmore 15 in 12. Bowman 15 in 14. Smith 15 in 16. Jamie Hall 15 in 17. Ryan Clark also looking at 15 lap pace, so your top 7 in this are affecting the top 10, and top 6 are going top 6 in this one, but it's headed up by car 5, the green, white and black X-ray of Thomas Phipps, A final yesterday and previous A final national winner, one of only 44 people to have ever won a national A final. So Tom round over the ski jump, through Maggots, through Beckett's, down over the small hump, past us right in commentary corner, over the hump, big hump, onto the straight, and clicks off at 20.61. So looking at a 15 in 10, but the top 3 are only separated by 1.4 seconds. Ben Smith recovering after what can only be described as a rough lap on his out lap, and recovering to 4th in this heat. Actually now make that 3rd, as Josh Holdsworth has a rough lap and drops down a couple of places. So the top 3, Ben Smith now the first man into sub 20, so a 19.98 best lap for Ben Smith. So Ben Smith has left something on the table after that opening lap and is driving his car hard now. But it's still Phipps from Skidmore, from Smith, Holdsworth, Hall and Bowman. Those guys still going top 6. Only separated by 7 seconds, those guys. But the top 3 only separated by 3, and the top 2 now, Ben Smith closing down on Thomas Phipps, and those 2 separated by 0.7 of a second, coming to their last and 15th lap. So Phipps over the jump, great last lap, and just pips Ben Smith by 0.9 seconds. So it's so Thomas Phipps takes that one. Ben Smith, Jonathan Skidmore, Jamie Hall, Archie Bowman, and Josh Holdsworth all go top 6. Ryan Clark, you go 8th. Ewan Tumilty, you stay 7th. Hudson Knight 9th. Reece Trewartha 10th. At the minute, Seth Shillito Everest is 11th. 15 in 5:10 is your new TQ. And sub 20-second laps are possible. Ben Smith did a 19.98 in that one. Maybe driving a little angry after that lap one. So we follow Tommy Hall round, our reigning four-wheel drive national champion back-to-back, and winner of the two-wheel drive national championship back-to-back. One of very few guys who have won both championships back-to-back-to-back. He starts out, but it's Lee Martin with a 20.7 outlap lead. Looked good, and trying to make amends, I guess, for yesterday, where he said he just wasn't at the races. Yesterday he did the best he could, wasn't at the races, but took his medicine, made an A final, and just moves on to today, where he was hoping for a good day. And he starts out with 20.7 and 20.78, going second overall. So after two, it's Lee Martin, Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Lewis Hopkins, Daniel Pohl, Aaron Nash. All you guys only separated by 0.6 over the stripe. That time by Tommy Hall now heads to the top of the pile and heads to the top of qualifying this round with looking at a 15 in 10. Daniel Pohl going third, Luke Holdsworth going fourth, Lee Martin going to 7th. So if we go back to Tommy at the front of this one. Oh, it's not Tommy at the front of this one. It's now Daniel Pohl, our 5 car, blue, red and white associated car. And we're picking him up through Maggots, through Beckett's, round by us, over the big hump onto the straight, and car 5 of Daniel Pohl goes second in this one, but it's Lee Martin that's heading it up now, going second in round. Daniel going 4th. Tommy Hall must have had a rough lap somewhere. He's dropped to 5th, going 5th in this round. So 20.18, fastest lap of this heat, Daniel Pohl. He has a rough lap that time by the 21.35. We pick up Lee Martin, our current race leader. So car 2 following Tommy Hall round. Those two separated by 0.3 across the line, but it's Lee with a 20.48 and he's going second. Daniel Pohl's had a good lap back, and a 20.07 for Daniel brings him back up to third, going third overall. Tommy Hall going 5th, Luke Holdsworth going 7th, Aaron Nash going 12th, Harley Eldridge 14th. Those guys are the only guys affecting the top 20. I've had 2 retirements in this one, Charlie Saunders and Lewis Hopkins. So only 8 of the 10 cars still running. But it's Lee Martin closing down Tommy on track, so we know that he's going to be ahead of him on the stagger. And he is by 0.6 of a second now, and Lee Martin, importantly, now going TQ for this round with a 15 in 10. So 2 X-ray drivers, Lee Martin and Thomas Phipps, would be 1 and 2 if it stays as it is right now. Tommy Hall going 3rd, but now Tommy Hall now going 2nd. So Tommy being pushed round by Lee now. You can see Lee in his mirrors and putting his foot down to try and get away and try and get that 1.5 second stagger back. But that's going to be difficult as Lee closes up and catches a wheel. That's an awful crash to have right there. So Tommy Hall will lead this one now, and does, and is on for new fastest time. 15 in 10.7, taking 2/10 from Thomas Phipps. Lee Martin drops to 5th, Luke Holdsworth 6th, Daniel Pole. Even after a couple of rough laps, you're still heading for 10th overall this round, so don't throw it away completely. Tommy Hall through Maggots, through Beckett's, over by me in timing corner, over the hump onto the straight. And these 2 guys are only separated by 0.12 of a second. Lee is closing in, but these 2 are now only going 3rd and 4th in round. They dropped off that TQ pace as we head into the last 15 seconds. So heading to the line, Tommy and Lee, and Lee's clipped a pipe, and that's going to cost him. So Tommy crosses a stripe, goes 2nd. Lee Martin, after a last lap nightmare, drops to 7th. Luke Holdsworth 5th, Daniel Pole 6th. So Tommy Hall takes that one but goes 2nd in round. Thomas Phipps takes TQ by 0.3 of a second. Ben Smith, you're 3rd. Jonathan Skidmore 4th. Luke Holdsworth, you're 5th. Daniel Pole 6th. Lee Martin, rough last lap, drops to 7th. Jamie Hall 8th. Archie Bowman 9th. And Josh Holdsworth 10th. Ewan Tumilty, after a great run in your heat, you are 11th. Holly Eldridge 12th, Aaron Nash 13th, Ryan Clark 14th, Hudson Knight another top 20 run 15th, Rhys Trewartha 16th, Seth Shillito Everest 17th, Will Venables 18th, Oliver Natras 19th, and Matt Thompson round out your top 20 for round 1. As we jump back to heat 1. So heat 1, we've settled. Let these guys settle down and follow across after 3. Our current race leader is Nicholas Harwood. The one, nope, sorry, car 6, David Milford. Might need to find David on track. 6 car. Looks like Cam's found him at the orange and white car. Going onto the straight now, our 6 car of David Milford. 24.02 last time by, 24.14 average. Current running order is Dave Milford, Nick Harwood, Simon Hall, Tommy Clark having a good run again, Richard Thairns, Richard Hipkiss, Chris Cherry, Mark Kilworth and Jesse Russell. Charlie Hall rounds out your top 10 in this one. 23.03 that time by, new fast lap of the heat for Simon Hall. Someone stopped on the straight. Who's that? That looked like our previous race leader, Dave Milford. Unlucky David. But Simon Hall continues to lead this one. 23.82 last time by. 24.17 average. Tommy Clark jumps up to the 2 spot with 24.32 last time by. Find our 3 car of Simon Hall. I think that's who we're following. Our 3 car coming round by us in commentary corner now. Up over the jump. I'm not quite sure what chassis that is, but Simon Hall with 23.72 that time by. Nearly a second a lap average, faster than the rest of the guys in this heat. Currently 5 seconds clear of our second place man Nicholas Harwood. Tommy Clark going 3rd, Richard Hipkiss 4th and Richard Thairns 5th. Another lap there in the books for Simon Hall. 24.02 that time by, not his fastest, still close to his average, so putting together a safe and steady run. Simon this time by, big wing on the back of that car, and that pushed him wide at the end of the straight there. It's getting quite gusty out here now, and that's going to be something that guys are going to need to take into effect when they're over the jump, because the wind is gusting from this behind the rostrum. So guys are going to start getting blown off course on the ski jump. We saw Ollie Natras having that issue in one of the previous ones where the wind was gusting enough to blow him sideways. But 4.30 down and 30 seconds left. It's Simon Hall from Nicholas Harwood, Tommy Clark. Great run for Tommy in 3rd. These guys separated by 11 seconds at the head of the field and are around a second a lap though shy of Simon Hall in this one. Going to your closing times. So Simon Hall takes that 13 in 9, 12 seconds clear of Nicholas Harwood. 13 in 21. Tommy Clark just gets caught at the line, 12 in 0. Jesse Russell 12 in 14.
any flyers?
Apologies, just had to go step away from the mic for a short time, but we're back now with Heat 2, led by Dominic Morby. Oh, Jensen Cooper, sorry. Jensen Cooper leads this one from Dominic Morby, Martin Lee, Simon Hudspeth, Paul Trodden and Trevor Follington. These guys, all of those guys now affecting the top 10, going 2 through 7th. Simon Hall's time from Heat 1 would still stand in 13 in 9, but Jensen Cooper's just eclipsed that again with 13 going half a second faster. Dominic Morby now leads this one 11 through 11 laps, 23.17 last lap. Only 0.1 of a second faster than Martin Lee. those two guys going second and third. Trevor Follington going 9th. Tommy Clark would stay 10th. Dominic Morby, Martin Lee, Jensen Cooper and Simon Hudspeth is your current top 5. So Heat 3 up next with Roger Mills, Aidan Burke, Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell, Jack Mills-White, Joshua Anderson, Riley Butler, Lee Stokes, Paul Ragg and Andrew Luxford. Dominic Morby, your current TQ man, taking TQ from Simon Hall by 0.7 of a second, that time by Martin Lee goes 3rd, Jensen Cooper 4th, Simon Hudspeth 5th, Paul Trodden 6th and Trevor Follington 7th. Tommy Clark hanging in there in 9th. So Riley Butler, a hero from Heat 3, hero from Heat 1 yesterday, but he was fast out of the blocks yesterday and fast out of the blocks today. He leads his round and after 1:22.33, a strong opening lap for Riley, a second clear of Jack Mills-White. So these two young kids are showing the old guys how to go in this heat. And Riley looks like a Schumacher chassis, I believe. Sort of flash of purple. So Riley Butler 22.02 that time by, going top and going for 14 in 10. So after after 3 now for Riley Butler. That's wasn't his best lap, but his first 2 laps were really good, and he opens out looking at a 14 in 15. Joshua Anderson looking at a 14 in 19. Jack Mills-White has a rough lap there, just spotted, and has dropped down. But Riley Butler across the line for 4, and that's a 23.08, so another rough lap. These guys got out of the blocks really well and have had some rough laps since. But Riley's got the pace in that car, in that orange, white and black Schumacher car. Didn't need that mistake, and that's going to cost him a second or so. And it does, 23.9 that time by. So 22.91 average, still going quick enough for TQ in this round, but Joshua Anderson is only 3/100ths behind on the clock. Phil Campbell looking at third, actually fourth overall, but third in this heat. Paul Ragg fifth in this heat, looking at seventh. So all the way down to Jack Mills-White in seventh, looking at top 10 in this round so far. But we're still following Riley. Good and quick run yesterday, and good round one today. Just needs to settle it back down, and has done with a 22.17 that time by. So he's taken 2 seconds out of Joshua, and Joshua Anderson has a rough lap. Roger Mills up to third, Andrew Luxford fourth, Jack Mills-White in fifth. Those two guys going top 5. In fact, your top 7 going top 7 in this round so far. But Riley is at the head of the field, and we're following him round through Maggots, through Beckett's, down over the Sleeping Policeman, down here past Commentary Corner, up and over the large jump onto, and he nails literally nails the apex there, down the straight. This run littered with a couple of rough laps for Riley, not his best run. So this one hopefully will be one he can get rid of later on in the day with another good run in round 3 or 4. But still no need to throw this one away. And just learn what you can. Hopefully he didn't put new tyres on for this one. Remember, these guys now get 2 sets of tyres throughout the day in qualifying, and then finals are open, so you can run old ones or new ones if you wanted to in the final. O'Reilly that time by 23.06, so his average 22.82, showing he's shown us that he can do a 22.02 when pushed. Roger Mills has a fast lap in this one, 21.95. Our technical officer, who had technical issues galore yesterday, seems to be able to get it round this time. And he's looking at going second in this round. Jack Mills-White, a good recovery drive after a couple of early rough laps. Looking at going for third in round so far. So Jack, keep that going. As we head into our last 10 seconds. Got Riley from Roger. Jack Mills-White looking at third. These two guys, those two guys really should have had a much better run, but they set off well together and couldn't quite string a full clean run together. But Riley is through for our first 14 lapper of this round and comes past us now, up and over. Another roll littered with incidents. For this one for Riley, he still takes TQ, but could have been a lot better. So Riley Butler, our first 14 lapper of this round, 14 in 18. Jack Mills-White gets caught at line with 13 in 0.4. Roger Mills third, Paul Ragg fourth, Joshua Anderson fifth, Ben Ellis sixth, Andrew Luxford seventh, and Phil Campbell go 8th. So our top 8 going top 8 in that one. I think a run of what could have been for both Riley and Jack as they set off like a freight train, but then had a couple of small errors in the middle of the run. Heat 4 now. Cameron Wells, Scott Wyman, Peter Craig, Philip Channon, Dylan Richardson, Charlie Simmons, Chris Bowden, Miklos Sabados, Phil Hitchman and Mark Christopher. Our BRCA how do you call it? Membership secretary. Forgot the word then. So Cameron Wells passes Philip Shannon, and we could drop back actually to pick up Cameron because he started like a freight train in this one. Opens out with 21.16 and then backs up with another 22.16, backing up his opening lap. So Cameron and Scott lead this one out at the minute, both with great 2 out laps. So after 3, it's Cameron Wells and Scott Wyman separated by 0.8 of a second. Cameron Wells, first one into the 21s, with a 21.81. 21.98 for Dylan Richardson. Your top 3 are separated by 0.8 of a second, but Cameron starting off like a freight train in this one from 3rd, and now heads this one on track and on time. So clean track in front of him, looking for a good clean run. 22.31 last time by, a little slower, but still not anything to worry about yet. 22.08 average, 22.16 average now. So Cameron looking at going top with a 14 in 10, taking 8 seconds off Riley Butler's TQ. Scott Wyman also looking at a 14 in 10. Charlie Simmons 14 in 13. You 3 are going top 3. .22.31 for Cameron, that's on right. So lap time's going kind of the wrong way, but it's not disastrous, just needs to find out those 21s that he was looking at earlier, find that pace that he was getting in practice as well. But a good clean run, no mistakes, will do him the world of good. Cameron 22.05 that time by, so heading the right direction, but Scott Wyman 21.9 hot lap, 21.97 for Peter Craig that time by hot lap. So your front 3 are separated by 1.2. Someone's had their oh, that's not, it's Cameron Wells that's had his shell ripped off. So we need to find Scott Wyman, because Scott Wyman will take this up now, and Scott is just going over the ski jump, I think. Going round through Maggots and Beckett's, the back one of those 2. Yep, that's Scott. And Scott will be taking this one up, I think, as he crosses the line this time round, but it's going to be close between him and Charlie Simmons, who set off towards the back of this heat. So I might need to flick backwards, I don't know yet. We'll see. No, we'll stick with Scott. Scott is still leading this one. And coming down over the small sleeping policeman, needs to avoid that tank crashed car, and as he comes up across a couple of back markers, Scott down the straight, 23.08 that time by. Might give up the lead this time by if Charlie Simmons has had a good lap. And Charlie Simmons has. So if we can drop back Cam to the guy that's just crossed the tabletop under the rostrum, over the ski jump, round up towards Maggots and Beckett's, and that is Charlie Simmons, the Yokomo chassis. Up to the point now, 22.1 last time by, 22.1 best lap. So he's going the right way about this run. Looking at taking 5 seconds off current TQ. Scott Wyman still going second, Peter Craig 4th, Philip Shannon 7th. Those are the only guys affecting the top 10 in this heat. But Charlie Simmons now getting rid of that bad first round. Don't know what happened, he looked good, but something must have happened towards the end of the run for him to start off so far back. So over the ski jump, through Maggots and Beckett's, round by us, commentary corner, and over the hump onto the straightaway, and another lap in the books. Charlie, so he's through for 14. Charlie Simmons takes that one, 14 in 13. UTQ. Scott Wyman goes second, 14 in 14. Riley Butler, you're still third. Peter Craig, fourth. Philip Shannon, sixth. Cameron Wells, eighth. So for you guys online that aren't around the track, it's getting windy. The sun has gone in a little bit. It's getting windy though out there. It's not the shorts and t-shirt weather I started off with today. It's definitely hoodie and jeans. So I had to nip back and make a quick wardrobe adjustment as we wait for the sun to show up like it did yesterday, which was really nice for us in April. You can see Drescher though is donned the shorts already, so maybe the sun is coming out. So heat 5. Reece Trewartha should lead us off because he had a good run in the last one and held TQ for the round for quite some time, if I remember rightly. He was close to a 15 lapper. It's the all-white car, so hopefully Reece can get through for a 15 lapper this time round. So it must have been close, it must have been inside the top 20 I guess, because I didn't see many 15 lappers last time. I think there's only 12 or 13 15 lappers in round 1. Let's go back and check where Reece was in round 1. So yeah, Reece got a 16 in round 1 with a 14 in 2. And he had an average up of 21.6, so he starts out with a 21.32 this time round, which will put him on 15 lap pace straight away, which is a good start for Reece. So keep following Reece round, powering it through there, nearly clipping the pipe on the inside, but just getting off the gas in time, and he's ragging that X-ray car around. Probably listened to what Josh said yesterday about how to drive this type of, so it seemed to work. Point and squirt, and he's jumping long on the big jump, not quite making the down slope, but getting close to it. He's over. A little, maybe pushed a little bit too hard. So after 4, it's Chris Pattinson from Oliver Frost. Matt Dodd. No, check that. It's Chris Pattinson from Chris Foster. Oliver Frost, Matt Dodd and Craig Lomax. 21.63 that time by for Chris Pattinson. So if we can pick up Chris, who's just gone over the table, going over the ski jump now. Thank you, Cam. That's great work. So Chris 21.84 last time by, 21.92 average. So Chris super consistent this one. Also had a decent run in round 1. So Chris looking at going 14 in 6. Reece must have had a nightmare somewhere because he was on for 15 lap pace straight out the blocks. But Chris Pattinson from the northeast region looking at a solid 14 in 5 now. So going the right way about this, bringing that average lap down, getting away with all sorts of a nightmare over the tabletop then. Did everything but crash. .21.81. Another good lap for Chris in the books. Reece recovering a little bit, but Matt Dodd, I saw him have a small error as well. So Matt Dodd and Reece Probably looking for a cleaner running. We'll be looking for a cleaner running round 3, and I can hear Reese coming. He's the next car behind Chris Pattinson, but he's over again. But Chris is just doing what I know Chris can do, which is just drive nice and smooth for 5 minutes, and he needs to back up that round 1 score with a good round 2, and then he can push in round 3 and 4. So Chris looking at a 14 in 5, Matt Dodd looking at a 14 in 9, Oliver Frost with the associated car looking at a 14 in 10, Reese looking at a 14 in 16, Dan Cooper 14 in 20, Chris Foster 14 in 22. Chris takes a tumble there. But Chris Pattinson still our race leader. Schumacher car. Down the straight. 21.77, so not seeing much of a change in laps. So Chris is at his pace, which is just high 21s, and that's good. Lapping 14 in 5. Chris not looking at a 15 lap run, but a little bit more out of that car, and I'm sure he could get very close because he seems to have the hang of this track and knows when to push and gain the most lap time out of his car at the minute. Through Beckett's just giving the hoses a nice wide berth through there. No point catching them. As I was talking to Lee in between rounds, and he caught a pipe through there and just got hooked up on the pipe, and that cost him his good run. Chris another 21.76, Matt Dodd 21.85. Hot lap in this run is Matt Dodd 21.31. So Chris Pattinson, new TQ of the round so far, 14 in 6. Matt Dodd 14 in 9. Oliver Frost 14 in 11. Dan Cooper goes 6th, 14 in 17. Reese Trawartha 14 in 18. Chris Foster goes 10th, 14 in 22. Great run by Chris Pattinson though there. Slightly rough last lap, but everything else seems to be in the 21s. So probably lost a second, so he was on for a 14 in 4 at one point in that one. But 14 in 6 will go well. There's 26 in round 1, so great round 1. Reese needs to back up that 16 from round 1 though. He will look for a cleaner run. Matt Dodd with the 28 in round 1. Has a 2 to go with it at the minute, but that will change as this round unfolds. So just caught it with Chris there and didn't actually make a mistake in the last lap, just tightened up as he put it. Only lost a second, and that'll go nicely with his round 1:26. He just said he normally aims for top 50, so 26 is, I won't say overachieving, but I just have. So, but it's a great run, 26, so he'll be looking for another top 30 in this one, which could possibly put him in the C or D final. Probably, I guess, a D final would be where I would put him. We would start this heat with Trish Neal, Keith Halsey, Jonathan Pluke. No, scratch that I mentioned these guys are let me let them go through for 2 clear. It is Tris from Keith, Neil Tinsley, Charlie Rhodes, Andy Manning and Ruben Russell. So we dropped back and picked up Trish. So Trish Neal leads this one after 3. 4 coming up now. And yep, still Trish Neal 21.81 last time by 21.85 average. Going TQ in the round so far, 14 in 5, so getting closer to that 15 lap pace. 21.75 though for Keith Halsey last time by and his best lap. So it's close between the top 3 in this one, only 1.4 between them. 1.6 separates the top 4. Ruben Russell not far back either. 22.34 last time by, so a little bit of a rough lap for Ruben. But we're still following Tris Neal, a white Schumacher car of Tris Neal. Schumacher engineer. We'll probably try and get a chat with Tris later on. But if he's having a really good day like this, he might want to concentrate on his car. So he goes through again, and 22.25, slightly slower that time by, and he drops off Chris Pattinson's TQ pace at the minute. Drops off by the tune of 1.1 seconds. But Tris has got 3 minutes remaining to pick up the pace again and find that early race pace that he had. It was in the 21s, and 22.15. So he's dropping away, he's going the wrong way. Away from Chris Pattinson's TQ now. Slightly rough landing over the jump through Magnus Beckett. Car looking good. Looks like he's got some ride height in that car, so looking to generate traction a bit like yesterday, allowing the car to squat and drive out of these corners on this loose Astro track. A couple of guys I spoke to yesterday really like this type of Astro where it's not. You've got a little bit of give in the car, and you can drive the car. You're not waiting for it to bite you, waiting for the track to bite you. Doesn't feel like you're racing on carpet outdoors. Feels like you're racing on a slightly looser surface. Trish almost getting caught up, but hopefully our ref Cy Smith is on the blower to those guys in front and gets them out of the way. Good job by Lee Charnock there, I think. That wasn't Lee Charnock. Wrong car, sorry. No, it was Lee Charnock. Apologies, Lee, normally with. But Tris now through Maggots, through Beckett's, around by us over the hump and back onto the straight. 22.2. He's had a couple of laps to clear that gaggle of traffic, and he's got 2 more guys catching. Well, he's catching up to the back of Ruben Russell, who's set off ahead, and Trish goes big over the jump there. Best way I can describe that. But not really slowed him down much as we go into our last 10 seconds. So Tris Neal takes that in a 14 in 11, going 4th. Neil Tinsley goes 5th. Charlie Rhodes 7th. Keith Halsey 9th. Ruben Russell goes 10th. So Tristram Neal takes that one, goes 4th. Neil Tinsley goes 5th. Charlie Rhodes 7th. Keith Halsey 9th, and Ruben Russell goes 10th. Chris Pattinson's TQ time of 14 in 5 minutes 6 still stands. Matt Dodd and Oliver Frost round out your top 3. Look at now heat 7. James Pritchard, Dave Burton, Luke Thompson, Hattie Thames, Graham Lyle, Jacob Tomlinson, Scott Follington, Ben Elliott and Manny Panasar. Alex Pyatt is your 10 car. Jacob Tomlinson and Luke Thompson, fast guys in this one last time by. Jacob certainly had a lot more pace in his run than he showed at the end. A couple of rough laps towards the end for Jacob. So Jacob leads us off and round and hopefully has a better run than last time. It was some good pace in that Schumacher car. Ben Elliott in second. Yeah. So we'll talk to our Yokomo team manager, Chris Foster, after his Q3 run. It'd be good to catch up with the Yokomo guys, who are sponsoring this coverage online, and we'd like to also thank our other sponsors: MB Models, Kyosho, TMG Speed, Andy's Models, Schumacher, Rudog, Rubits, Futaba, TKR and Associated. Without those guys' help we would not be here. So after 3, it's Jacob Tomlinson from Luke Thompson, Scott Follington, Ben Elliott, Dave Burton. Yep, Dave Burton is 4th. So these guys are affecting the top 10. Jacob currently going 3rd in round. Actually, no, scratch that, going 2nd in round. So he's going the right way about this run. Gradually picking up the pace with that Schumacher car. Luke Thompson also driving Schumacher from the Mid-East, looking at going 4th in round. So we're still following Jacob round on the live feed over the tabletop, not jumping as much as he was in round 1, but still nice and safely over the ski jump through the S section, Maggots and Beckett's round by us now, and onto the straight to click off lap 6. 21.9 average, so Jacob definitely going about this one the right way. Looking at going 2nd in round, only 2/10 shy now of Chris Pattinson's TQ. Just maybe overdriving those couple of corners a little bit too much, but he's still on 21.33 that time by, so he's now on for TQ pace, so 14 in 5. Looking to improve on his first round time. Luke Thompson crosses the stripe and he's looking good with a 22.37 that time by. Scott Follington though jumps up into your 2 spot, car 7, 21.89, new hot lap for him, but Jacob still leads this one round and he's on the straight now. Past those back markers and probably won't see another couple of cars for a couple of laps, so time to put in some good clean laps and get get your run underway again. 21.63 last time by 21.84 average. So looking at taking 0.8 off the current TQ. There's a lap in the 21, so Jacob putting the last run behind him and getting a good run with his Schumacher car this time by. .21.67 that time by, so looking at taking 1.1 now off TQ. No, it wasn't, it was Luke that went over, so Jacob keeps his run going. That's 12 clean laps in the books as we head into the last 30 seconds of this one. Jacob looking at taking 0.8 off TQ this time. So comes by, gets onto the straight. A little bit of hesitation there. 21.62 though, still looking at taking 1 full second as we come into our last 10 seconds. So Jacob and Ben going 1 and 9 in round. Scott Fullington going 6 in round at the minute. We come into our finishing times. Jacob finishes with a 14 in 5 and takes new TQ for this round. Scott Fullington looks like he should be our second place guy in this heat and is 14 in 12. Ben Elliott 14 in 13. Luke Thompson 14 in 15. A couple of errors I saw from Luke towards the end. So Jacob Tomlinson takes that one, 14 in 5, takes new TQ for the round so far. Shaves 1.3 seconds off Chris Pattinson's time. Scott Fullington, you go 6, Ben Elliott 9, and Hattie Thames goes 11th. Now looking at Heat 8, Kevin Hodkinson, Oliver Natras, Seth Shillito Everest, Gareth Stanton, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Reese Ward, William Fitcher, Harry Saunders and Roger Tugwood. Reese Ward was quick in this one last time until he had to pull off, so be on the lookout for him from the back of the grid this time. So our lead car off this time is Seth Shillito Everest. Good run in round 1. Ollie Natras, also a fairly decent run, but he had much more pace than his final time showed. Had a couple of collisions and Seth crashes. Ollie gets out, avoids that well, and if we can follow Ollie Natras, clean track now, round by us, and Ollie is starting this one hot with a 20.99. Follows back up with a 21.44, going TQ and our first 15 lapper of the round. Ollie was on for, I think, a low 14 last time, but he's on for a 15 lapper this time round. So, on the live stream now, we welcome Chris Neal to the commentary.
As a big gust of wind comes in.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
Are you having fun?
Having fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting it to be like this, but I think I'm having fun. Hopefully the guys at home are enjoying the coverage that we're giving them online.
Yeah, I think reality is as well. You've got a lot of people that would like to be here. I love and like seeing it.
Yeah.
And obviously we haven't seen Potteries
No.
as a track being run at like the best of what they can present, and so I think that's great to show everyone because it's a new track on the calendar.
Yep, and another new track coming up next as well, BMR.
Yeah.
Good. So I think takes out some of the advantage some of the more experienced guys have had for the later rounds. So we go back to Robin Hood, I think round 3.
Yeah.
Early on in the year. Then we've got Southport.
I'm not sure the order. I can look at a month at a time. My diary as I go. But I know Robin Hood's next after BMR.
It's like a big stripe across the middle of the country this time, isn't it? All the nationals. So and Batley last round. So
yeah, and I haven't been to Batley. I remember seeing the old track many years ago.
Oh yeah, I used to love that track.
Yeah, back when I used to talk to Richard Lowe quite a lot, and yes, that was his local kind of thing.
Yeah, but good runs for you today, I think.
It's okay. Yeah, my first one I had a little tumble on the black pipe. They're very unforgiving when you brush them.
Yeah.
And then the second one, kind of just avoiding the pack in front because they're all coming together. Oh, I'll just hang back here a little bit. And the other issues, because I haven't done a lot of racing, and this is no excuse, but the hands are starting to go. Yesterday, it was a jolly day out. Today, I'm starting to care a bit more, and I'm trying, and then the jitters go steering the throttle, and you can hear I can hear my throttle like oh no.
No, but no, you look like you've been on pace in four-wheel, like you said yesterday. Yesterday wasn't your day, I don't think.
Oh, it was my first time racing 10th scale since October last year, which was the first time racing 10th scale for a year. But you know, my focus is the team. I'm trying to make sure everyone's happy. But I went to Japan recently and had that kind of vibe of I want to go racing. So I booked in there and then because it was open for the F2 slot. Because I kept it from the year before when I'd last done my running. I'd got my F2N again. So in the year after, I got my F2N. I stayed with the F2N and then now F2. So
yeah, it's quite handy that you only drop down from an F2N to an F2.
Yeah, I thought it was F3, and I was like, oh wow, I can get in.
It gives you a year's extra grace. So, but I think I'm done now. I think I'm back down to an F3.
Oh.
That's where I'll stay.
Because you can't drop any lower, I guess, right?
I can't. No. Well, you need to finish top 15.
Yeah.
And then you can drop. You can't drop below an F3.
It retains.
So, so I've done that once.
So you can race whenever you like.
I can relate.
Yeah. Like, come on, Adam.
No, I'm done now. Vintage is where where I'm at.
Oh.
Enjoy my vintage racing now. I think I'm not going to use it as an excuse, but I think these cars are just maybe a little bit too quick for me now.
I always wonder, are we going any quicker than we were before? And of course, we've got unlimited power available to us, but we're not turned up to the max.
No.
It's layout dependent, but we're all getting older. I'm getting older, and it's not as easy to do what seemed easier before.
No, when we were doing battle back in like 2009, 2010 for the F2 Championship.
So we used to race. Well, used to be in the same heats and stuff.
Yeah,
like
pretty
that.
much. Yeah, we had it.
You did Durango back in the day.
Yep, we used to have really good battles back then, and we're not as good or as fast as we were back then.
No. I kind of realised that quite a few years ago that I'm never going to be where what I felt was my best at the time. So,
but it was nice to when I was doing some of the research I did for this on with Paul Worsley to see your name on the list for one of the guys that's made an A final.
Yeah.
220 people have ever made an A final.
Oh, okay. So I'm actually part of an
elite
group.
elitish group. Only 44 have ever won a meeting.
Oh, right.
So that's a really elite group. And when we were talking to Josh yesterday, he said it was quite funny because you get an email from Worsley saying that you're welcome to the club of people that you've won. So I'd like to thank, actually I need to say a big thank you to Paul Worsley, our previous BRCA chairman, for helping me out with a lot of research and good fun stats for this event. He helped me out in the week. I had a good chat with Paul. Nice to catch up with Paul. Known him from a long time ago. One of the I think founding fathers of the BRCA as we all know it, and without Paul's input and diligence back in the day, I don't think the BRCA 10th off-road section would be where it is now.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys that me and you both grew up with and around, so like Brian Harris.
Because Brian Harris did his last year when I started, I believe. And then it moved over. So everyone. I don't know how long Stuart Wyman was doing the timekeeping.
So he used to do the timekeeping,
so you go over to him carefully because he was a sensitive soul. If you spoke to him the wrong way, but I've missed a lap here. He's like, and he'd give you a bit of a harsh answer, and you knew you just had to be concise with him, explain what happened, no kind of being tender around him. But no, fantastic characters over the years that kind of helped run this.
Yep.
And to be honest, we've got a good infrastructure and a good set of rules to make it all work properly. Steve was obviously taking on the role yesterday to help run the show. And he was running around trying to make sure the rules are being followed. The rules that have had 20, 30, 40 years being built up.
I think so. I've not asked anyone yet actually. What do you think of the new two-set rule? 2 sets of tyres.
So it's only affected during qualifying. So if I was racing, I'd be putting a new set on every other run. Because the second one, they're normally really good still, if not better. There'll be some occasions where we put new sets on every run because it's that terrible on grip out there that you put new set on. But with the current day tyre, it's less of an issue to run that 2 runs. My view is if you're going to do it, you do it for finals as well. You do it at the EOS where you run that set that are a bit pancaked in the end, but everyone's sliding around. So I didn't realise that it was fully open for the finals. So I was just like, okay. So I'm wondering if they will tweak on that next year or say what they want to do.
I think just the one set for the final, so for the A final it does make it, I suppose, I don't know, I suppose it doesn't really matter for the low or the other finals. A new set is just
for one race.
They're all going to put it on.
But to be honest, you'd be fine. So with the EOS, because normally they would have more finals, they get that extra set of tyres because they made the A. If you made the A. So I'd be doing 3 runs on one set and maybe 2 runs on the other to make sure they're good for that. Or, I'll in the morning push so hard to use my first set that I ran. Whereas, for example, Ben and Josh and that, they would then be running 2 runs, maybe push 3. So then they've got a second one set for one of the mains, and then you've got a brand new set to do a first and second run. So that's what they could look at doing. There's not been big talking on it. There was talk of the sticker. You could, if you really wanted to, peel it off. And it doesn't look like it's as tamper-proof as it could be. So maybe that's something that they can work on. Apart from that, I've not heard of any controversies. It's actually been a really good meeting so far.
I mean, even from the first side, I mean, I think this is really the first meeting I've been to and not been involved either wrenching or...
you just looked after Ben, didn't you?
So looked after Neil. Ben and then looked after Neil for the last couple of years. But it's a bit weird turning up and just turning up in normal clothes.
That's it. It's a bit weird when you see people in normal clothes.
So I wonder what's going on. But
there's a lot of racers with hair that I didn't realise had hair because they wear hats all the time at the track.
I've also seen there's a lot of racers that don't have hair that wear hats.
I put that back on.
So you guys had a good day yesterday. I think you were the most popular car in the final, and
it worked out really nicely. So we had a bit of a character. It's kind of an upside down arc for Ben, but he came back to it. So he started out really strong, and he dipped over the day, and then he came back strong at the end. Whereas Josh went stronger, and was formidable, really. And then the rest of the crew that weren't too far behind, like Archie Bowman, TQ'd around. He was buzzing from that. And it was funny because his dad was in the pits when the last round was going on, the heat after Archie had been out. And I could see what was about to happen, like 2 laps to go. I thought, Archie's got this. So I was like, John. And he's like, hey, you do realise Archie's about to TQ? And he's like, no way, man. And he went running over. And he's like, Archie. And,
Archie, man.
Yeah, it was really nice to see, because John's a very outwardly passionate person.
Oh, God, yeah.
So it was wonderful to actually see how happy he was to see Archie done so well. So team have been brilliant yesterday.
Yeah, you guys did a great job. When I was talking to Ben and to Josh, they explained how both their cars are set up really differently. And I was trying to explain that to a couple of people that I've been talking to through the winter. You can't always copy other people's setups online. They're a guide, and that's what you've got to use them for. It's half the battle is learning the driver and learning what changes affect that driver's style. And he said, it must be a nightmare for Tris because they got one guy going up one way, one going another.
So I'd always get that with Brock and Michael at a big meeting, and they're very different driving styles. And there is a pro to that, because if one of them's excelling, the other one's struggling, they can then try the other person's setup. It's when they're both on completely different setups, achieving the same lap times and stuff like that. It's like giving the chef someone else's tools to do the job. He can still do the job, but he likes his chart knife to be a bit longer, a bit thinner, a bit sharper, and he likes a spoon that's slightly different to the other one. And yes, he can achieve the same result. It's harder work that way, and that's when they all fine tune. At the beginning of the day yesterday, I said to Josh, he said, do you think I should be thinking about Ben's setup a bit more? And it's like, well, you've come here with this setup you're confident with, so throw that down, see where you are, and if it is all dreadful, then we can start coming back a step towards Ben, or he comes towards you, or whatever. So,
well, thank you for that chat. I'm going to cut it off now because I know you want to get back for Heat 10.
I'd like to have a little watch on this one.
Yep, but thank you for your time. Pop back if you want to have a chat. Always good to chat to you.
Pleasure. Or maybe towards the end of qualifying then, so we can see how it's gone.
Yep.
Cool.
We'll come and see how you guys are getting on.
Cool. Have fun.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Take care. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Cheers, man. So thank you to Tris Neal for that impromptu interview. We said we'd like to get a chat with him earlier on in the day, and as one of our headline sponsors, it's always great to chat to Tris and the Schumacher guys. He's having a good run today. We've missed a couple of heats having a chat, but we don't get the breaks that we do in like Euros and stuff like that, so it's something that we're going to try and work out how we're going to fit in through the rest of this year, how we can get in time with the guys and get some exposure for the brands who support us through this series. So apologies if we've not followed the racing. We'll maybe try and get some co-commentary with one of those guys later on, 'cause Tris is also actually pretty good at commentating. But at the minute, we've now got Ewan Tumulty, TQ 15 in 15. Oliver Natras 15 in 18, Hudson Knight 15 in 19. So we're into 15s a heat earlier than we were last time round. So those three guys had good runs while we were off mic and off camera. So, well, maybe we should not follow those guys again. Tommy Dale, a good run for the Serpent driver there. 14 in 0. William Venables 14 in 0. Colin May 14 in 2. So those guys having good runs. As we head into Heat 10, Thomas Phipps leads us off and round, and he had a great round one. Pulling some serious horsepower down the straight. That car really did not want to go in a straight line as he got on the gas. Ben Smith, Phipps is over and Smith collects him, but luckily this time for Ben he doesn't get involved in someone else's accident, which he's done and can sometimes really hack you off when you're driving. No fault of your own, but Ben out front 2063. Actually no, it's Archie Bowman, yesterday's round 3 TQ man that Tris alluded to just then. Archie man is going pole at the minute and will go back onto the track mic as well. So after 3 it's Josh Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Ben Smith, Jonathan Skidmore, Ryan Clark. Your top 5. Josh Holdsworth looking at going 15 in 8. Jamie Hall 15 in 10. Ben Smith jumps up to the 2 spot now with 15 in 9. But Jamie Hall instantly back on that with a 15 in 9. Johnny Skidmore 15 in 12. No 19-second lap as yet. Ben did a 19.98 in round 1. 20.38 is his best lap and on his last lap, so he's bringing that average lap down. Josh Holdsworth though jumps to the point with a 20.29 last lap, 20.43 average, looking at a 15 in 6. So are we going to see a 16 lapper today? Maybe as the guys get the hang of it with these four-wheel drives, the grip will drop off less. With the four-wheel drive, they'll be able to, maybe it makes it easier to drive as that grip just ebbs away. Look, Ben Smith round onto the straight. We're looking back though for Josh Holdsworth, and he jumps to the apex of that corner nicely. And 20.08 going the right way and fast. He's now looking at a 15 in 4. So round by us again. Over. Is he jumping to the apex? He is. He's jumping to the apex. He's got that nicely. And 20.13, 20.31 average for Josh. Looking at a 15 in 5. Ben Smith 15 in 7. Skidmore 15 in 11. Bowman 15 in 13. Hall 15 in 14. Ryan Clark 15 in 18. So you guys all affecting the top 10. Top 5 going top 5. As we still follow Josh Holdsworth round. Closing in. Just catches a pipe as he closed in on the back of Skidmore there, but so Ben Smith may lead this one. Nope, still Josh, even though he had a rough lap that time, he's had a 19.9. So I missed that one, must have been lap before. So 19.9, new hot lap of the meeting. Looking at 15 in 5, so I'm pretty sure that this 16 lapper might actually be a thing in round 3 or 4. Ben Smith now 19.96. So 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Josh Holdsworth onto the straight, followed by Johnny Skidmore. Those two are first and third in this heat. And they're both getting close to jumping the jump under the rostrum. Not sure if that's going to be a thing later on. But 20.05. Ben Smith now 19.84. Looking at 15 in 5. Josh Holdsworth though 15 in 4. Johnny Skidmore 15 in 11. So Johnny 6 seconds down on 5 minute pace as we go into the last 10 seconds. Smith 1984, Josh Holdsworth though 1993 as we go into closing time. So these two looking like they're going to smash the TQ time by 10 seconds, nearly 11 seconds they're going to take off TQ. So we'll look first for Josh Holdsworth, who has a clean finish of the lap. So does Johnny Skidmore, so Johnny will go third, but Josh Holdsworth TQ. Ben Smith second. Jamie Hall gets his meeting underway. Archie Bowman has another good run at 15 in 11. Ryan Clark 15 in 18. Matt Thompson 15 in 20. So the bench buddies next to each other on timing as well. So Josh Holdsworth takes new TQ 15 in 5 minutes 4. Ben Smith 15 in 5. Johnny Skidmore goes third, 15 in 10. Archie Bowman 15 in 11. Jamie Hall 15 in 11. Your top 5 in that one went top 5 in the round. Ryan Clark went 8th. Matt Thompson, you've gone 10th. So bragging rights to Ryan. To go into our final heat of round 2. So we follow off with Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Daniel Pole and Lee Martin, our top 4 in this one. Follow Tommy round. The cleanest round one, I don't think, from Tommy. But nevertheless, he got a 2 from round 1, so looking at stamping his authority on this round 2, and looks like he's got away well because he's gapped Luke Holdsworth straight away, and Tommy through with 24.7 average, looking at going 3rd in round. So although he's gapped Luke, he's not as fast as Josh or Ben over the first 2 laps. We'll look and see if that improves over lap 3, but Luke seems to have caught Tommy up on that lap a little. 21.44 would be the reason why, and Lee Martin jumps to the point now, but these guys only going 6th, 7th and 8th. So after 3 in this one, it's Lee Martin from Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Aaron Nash, Lewis Hopkins are your top 5. Top 4 are affecting the top 10. Lee Martin going 5th, Tommy Hall going 6th, Luke Holdsworth going 8th, Aaron Nash, you're going 9th. Lee goes by with a 20.69, no one in the 19s yet. So the previous heat looks to have the edge over this heat in outright pace at the minute, but Tommy Hall is gradually bringing time down, and he's down now to a 15 in 10 predicted. Lee Martin 15 in 11 predicted. Aaron Nash 15 in 15. So Tommy about 5 seconds off Josh's outright 5-minute pace at the minute. So we'll stick with Tommy. Car looking good though, so maybe just put new tyres on. We don't know, and Tommy's running old ones, not quite sure why Tommy's car looks so good but doesn't seem to have the same pace. 20.73 last lap by for Tommy, 20.37 average, point best lap, 20.67 average. 20.24 new hot lap for Tommy, getting closer to that sub 20-second lap time, which the guys in the previous heats seem to be able to hit towards the end of their run. So is it as the tyres get a little bit more worn, it's easier to drive the car and drive it harder. Tommy now looking at a 15 in 9. Lee Martin looking at a 15 in 10. Luke Holdsworth and Lewis Hopkins both looking at 15 in 15s. And going into the top 10, Aaron Nash looking at 11th in round so far. Tommy Hall though still looking at a 15 in 9 with 20.09 last lap. 20.4 for Lee that time round, and he's down to a 15 in 9. So the gap between those two at the front of the field is just under 1 second. We're still following Tommy round. He's looking to put a clean run in and something to go with that too. From round 1, he's looking at a 3 in this round. Lee Martin looking at a 4. Luke Holdsworth currently looking at an 8, along with Lewis Hopkins, who's looking at a 9. Those two guys are separated, and they've just changed over there, only separated by 1/10 of a second. Tommy Hall's best lap now, 20.09, so edging ever closer to that 19-second lap. That time by 20.3 as we wait for Lee Martin to come round. 20.37, so those two separated by 1.3 now as we come into our last 20 seconds, and then finishing times for these two drivers. Tommy threw in a 20.12 that time. Lee Martin 20.67. So Tommy looking at going third in round behind good mate Ben Smith as he slams it into the wall at the end of the straight. Maybe a little frustration there from Tommy. Looked like he got everything he could out of the car in that run. Lee Martin 15 in 9, Luke Holdsworth 15 in 14, Aaron Nash 15 in 16. Charlie Saunders, our last man to finish, is 15 in 20. So Josh Holdsworth holds on to TQ for 15 in 4. Ben Smith 15 in 5. Tommy Hall, you go third with a 15 in 7. Lee Martin fourth, 15 in 9. Lewis Hopkins, you've gone 8th with a 15 in 14. And Luke Holdsworth just 0.2 back in 9th with also a 15 in 14. Aaron Nash, you went 11th in round. So the overall top 10 after 2 rounds is Ben Smith with a 3 and a 2, Tommy Hall with a 2 and a 3, Johnny Skidmore third, 5 and a 4, Josh Holdsworth fourth, 0 and a 10, Lee Martin 7 and a 4, Luke Holdsworth 5 and a 9, Archie Bowman 9 and a 6 in 7, Jamie Hall on 15 points with an 8 and a 7, Ewan Tumilty 11 and a 10 puts him 9th. Aaron Nash 13 and 11 puts him 10th. Ryan Clark at the minute your unlucky man in BQ position. So again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for allowing us to cover this meeting: TKR, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, Associated, Rude Bits, MB Models, TMG Speed, Schumacher, X-Ray, and of course the other people who without their support would not be possible, our RC heroes. So if you'd like to join the club and become an RC Racing TV hero, click on the link where you get extra access to podcasts and other goodies online, and you can get discounts on merch, t-shirts, hats and stickers. So click on the link if you want to become an RCTV hero. I'm currently looking at Heat 1 now. Simon Hall leads this one from Tommy Clark. Tommy Clark, first national for this young lad, 11 years old, from the North East region. We're on the static camera at the minute while our camera guy takes a lunch break. So I'll keep you up to date with. So I'm looking at where Tommy is on track at the minute. Easy to spot if you see him on camera. It's a white, pink and purple X-ray machine, and that's coming onto the straight now, going down the back and to the back of the vision. Masto 23.73 last time by for Tommy. 13 in 14 he's looking at. So him and Jack Mills White, who we interviewed yesterday, good friends, and looking forward to speaking to Tommy in a little bit. As we find out what has brought Tommy into RC racing at a very early age of 11 years old. Some great results he's had through the winter in vintage racing. Races in the pre-88 class, so cars like 30 years before he was born. But at the Phil Booth Grand Prix recently finished 3rd and 4th in 2 and 4 wheel drive. And a great young kid with I grew up racing with his dad, Adam Clark. And we'll talk about their motorsport history between them. Look, Tommy doing a great job in this one, and that looked like a nice run. Nice and clean, tidy run for Tommy Clark that time. Last lap wasn't his best, but still 13 in 14. Simon Hall took that one though with a 13 in 9. Let's have a look where those guys are looking at. So Tommy Clark at the minute has an 89 and a 92. We'll see how this round pans out. Nicholas Harwood is probably the best in that heat with a 76 and an 89. We'll be able to look up a little more for Simon Hall. Yeah, sorry, Simon Hall is the best one in that heat with a 72 and a 79 counting so far. So now looking at Heat 2, which is Trevor Follington, Dominic Morby, Paul Steadman, Jamie Careless, Nathan Stanmore, Peter Butler, Martin Lee, Simon Hudspeth, Lee Kinsey, Paul Trodden and Jensen Cooper. Trevor Follington, Dominic Morby were our two quick guys in this, and Martin Lee was also on pace in the last couple of rounds. Again, we're still on the static camera while our cameraman takes a well-deserved lunch break. I want to thank Cam for some great camera work this weekend. So I'm looking at car 7, bright blue Associated. Martin Lee opening this one out. And he opens it out the 23.27, exactly the same time as Jensen Cooper. So those two guys on that pace, looking at taking 7 seconds out of our current TQ man. I think Jensen might have caught Martin up and has on that lap. 23.14 that time by. So those two now approaching 14 lap pace, which is great pace from heat 2. So these two need to really work together. So after 2, it's Jensen Cooper and Martin Lee out front. Martin Lee with the bright blue associated over the ski jump, round through Maggots and Beckett's, round by us, and he's done 3:23s back to back, completing his 4th lap now, and another 23 in the books for Martin, looking at going 13 in 6. Trevor Follington 13 in 6. Hot lap in this one so far is 23.13 by Dominic Morby, but he's down in 8th at the minute, so a rough lap previous time by. So Martin Lee leads this one 13 in 5, Trevor Follington 13 in 8, Jensen Cooper 13 in 8. So 23.14 for Jensen, 23.33 is his last lap. So I've just been told Jensen Cooper, 10 years old, so maybe our youngest entrant of this weekend's National. If anyone knows of anyone younger than that, we thought it might have been Tommy at 11, but it might be Jensen at 10. It might be good to get both of those guys. I guess it's their first National, both their first National weekend. 22.99 hot lap last time by for Martin Lee, and that's hot lap of this heat. No, it's not, sorry, Dominic Morby 21.92. Where was that earlier on? Where he jumps up to the 3 spot now. So after 7 it's Martin Lee, Jensen Cooper, Peter Butler, Simon Hudspeth. Your top 4 going top 5, into the top 5. Dominic Morby's into the top 10 and looking at 6th. Martin Lee, Jensen Cooper continue on their 8th lap with good times. Martin looking at taking a 13 in 4 now with 3.5 minutes down, 1.5 minutes to go. .23.44 and 23.34 respectively for Martin and Jensen that time by. And they're still looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Dominic, Simon and Peter looking at 4, 5 and 6. So these guys affecting the top 10 as it stands. So Martin Lee continues to lead this one with 10 seconds remaining. Jensen Cooper 4 seconds back in 2nd, going 3rd in round. Dominic Morby 4th. Peter Butler going 5th. Yeah, so just looking at the guys' comments online. Thank you for sending in some comments. We are looking at interviewing Ruben Russell a little later on. Need to speak to his dad shortly, and hopefully they've had a half decent day today. Might go and grab them in a couple of minutes actually, so thank you to Super Secret Spec for that, but we were already ahead of you there, honestly. I have to have a look at that last comment. That Tommy had an interesting line over the far left of the jump. Didn't really see that, but we'll maybe try and keep an eye on that in round 3. As we now head into heat 3 for round 3. Days going by very quickly, and we're up to our F4 guys now. F3 and 4 guys. So next heat we'll have Roger Mills, Aidan Burke, Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell, Jack Mills-White, our F finalists from yesterday, Joshua Anderson and Riley Butler, our hero from heat 1 yesterday and our hero from heat 3 today. So those 2 young kids again. I am going to bang their drum because they are the future of our sport, and I'm going to give them all the exposure that we can give them, and maybe we follow them through this series, which would be, I think, a nice thing to do. Just follow them, see how they go throughout the season, because they're doing an entire series. So Jack Mills-White was our under 13 champion yesterday, or best under 13, and these 2 set off 1 and 2 at the minute. So Riley and Jack Mills-White are your first 2 guys going round. So if any of you guys missed earlier on, I managed to catch a chat with Tris Neal from Schumacher, an old friend of mine from Orr, and Marshall's just taken one in the heel from Riley Butler, marshalling another car. No fault of the Marshall and no fault of Riley Butler, but Riley still leads this one, and 24.79, so probably lost a second there, driving flat out into the Marshall's foot. But his maturity yesterday in the way he drove shone through. Just looking at Riley on the bottom, yep, and he's got his cap on at a jaunty angle, so he's got to be fast. Matt Thompson, you need to start wearing your cap at a jaunty angle, I think, to be fast. I know you wear it backwards, but if you listen back to this, Riley Butler wears his at a jaunty angle is the best way I can describe it, and he's circulating quickly in this one. 22.02 last lap by, so Riley Butler looking at a 14 in 19. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Riley Butler leads this one. looking at a 14 in 20. Paul Ragg looking at a 13 in 3. Good to see Paul getting a good run in this one. Jack Mills-White looking at going 8th in round. Phil Campbell looking at going 4th. Andrew Luxford going 10th. Joshua Anderson going 9th. So your top 6 in this one affecting the top 10 overall. Saw Riley clatter into a marshal. No fault of his and no fault of the marshals as the marshal tried to retrieve a stricken car. But he showed great maturity yesterday and is showing it again today. Name I've not been aware of before, but surely will be after this meeting, and quite a few other people will be aware of this young guy's talent. He comes down the straightaway this time, 22.18 that time, so close to his best lap, and average now under 23. As he looks to take 9 seconds off TQ, going for 14 in 19. Paul Ragg looking at 13 in 2, so getting ever closer as we close into the last minute. Looking at maybe getting into that 14 lap run for Paul. So if Paul pushes on, I'm pretty sure he can get through for a 14. Jack Mills-White looking at going 4, so a good run from Jack as he approaches. And back markers would be nice if Cy Smith could get those guys out of the way. And I think Cy Smith is on the blower to them now. As Jack catches up at car 9. Oh, that's Raggy. So those two need to work together because they are 2 and 3. So maybe Raggy is in front of him on time and on track. So Jack needs to give Paul a little bit of care. But up ahead, Riley Butler looking at 14 and 18. So Jack Mills-White finishes with a 13 in 4. No, 13 in 5, so it's Paul Ragg that finished with a 13 in 4. Riley Butler, first guy in this round to go 14 laps. And takes new TQ. 5 of our guys from Heat 3 affected the top 10, and top 3 went to top 3. And they're looking at putting in good runs to go with around 1 or 2. Pretty sure Riley and Jack both had good runs in round 1 and 2. Paul Ragg, that's the first time I've seen or had to mention his name. So maybe he needs a round 4 to go with this round 3. As we head into Heat 4. Cameron Wells, last one was really unlucky. I saw his body get ripped off. I'm not sure how it got ripped off. But still managed to recover. And get a half decent round score. So good work Cameron for not throwing that run away when it could have been quite easy to have a nightmare. So you guys online, we're going to now talk to Tommy Clark, who we thought was our youngest competitor this weekend, but he's not. So welcome to the booth, Tommy Clark, for your first national, I believe, yeah?
Yeah.
Great. North East region, I believe you're from?
Mm-hmm.
Mid-East. Oh, sorry, yeah. Mid-East region. So me and your dad used to race in the North East, so I assumed that Yeah, I saw. Yeah, your first. So not only your first national this year, first regional. A couple of weeks ago in the Mid East.
Yeah, was it a week ago? I think it was a week ago.
Yep. Yeah, because 2 weeks ago you were third and fourth at the Phil Booth Grand Prix with your vintage cars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So doing vintage racing and modern racing. Which do you prefer most?
I prefer modern racing.
Okay. Any particular reason why you like the modern racing?
Just because I feel we can make the cars faster and they handle way better.
Okay, great. So how are you finding your first national then?
Surprisingly good.
I'd say, what's your first, practice wasn't great. I spoke to your dad and first practice didn't go great, but second practice looked good.
Yeah.
And I think you've had now 2 good ones out of the 3 so far?
Yeah, 2 good ones.
So that's all you need now. So tell us a little bit about how you've got into model car racing, because I know you've done some other racing before, previous to model car racing.
Yeah, so I did go-karting before.
Yeah.
And then I kind of got into model car racing by just watching my dad go around.
And thought you could do better.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah, so go-karting, do you still do go-karting now, or have you...
nah.
You've chosen to do model car racing now,
Yeah.
and enjoying the fun side of it.
Yeah.
So 11 years old then. I actually thought you were our youngest competitor, but I've been told there's another guy that's only 10. So got a really good strong field of under 13s going on. Looking forward to a battle with. I know you're friends with Jack Mills White. Yeah.
Yeah.
So looking forward to a battle with him for the under 13 title this year in 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Cool. So what cars do you run in 2 and 4-wheel? Do you run 2-wheel as well, or just 4-wheel?
Yeah, I do 2-wheel as well.
Okay.
So 2-wheel Schumacher LD3.
Yep.
And then 4-wheel X-Ray 24.
Okay, so 2 different manufacturers. Nice. Didn't do 2-wheel yesterday. Are you just doing 4-wheel this year, or doing 2-wheel as well?
I'm not too sure yet. I'm doing 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel in regionals, but I'm not sure about the few nationals that I'm doing. Okay,
so looking to get higher F grading in regionals, which is a good way.
Yeah.
Cool. Enjoying regionals as well?
Yeah.
Nice work. So, any big shout outs you'd like to do to anyone that you'd like to thank for getting you to where you are now?
I'd thank my dad because he's paying for it all.
Yeah.
I'd CCR for our tyres.
Yep.
And can't think of anything else. Model Sport.
Model Sport, of course. Yep.
Yeah. And ABM.
Perfect. Thank you. Great to see you supporting. Yeah. Oh, so CCR now, custom coatings and racing. So what are they, or what do they do? Are they?
They kind of. Yeah.
Okay. So shop an online shop that makes carbon fibre parts. Okay. So just never heard of CCR before. So outside of RC racing at the minute, what do you like to do? PlayStation, Xbox, anything like that?
PlayStation.
Oh, nice. PlayStation generation. Good man. Sim racing, anything? Anything like sim racing?
I've got a model car game on my phone and that's about it. I'll go on my PlayStation and play a rallycross game.
Rallycross. So is that your dad's game or your game? 'Cause your dad used to be into rallycross, didn't he?
Yeah, my dad introduced it to me, then I've kind of just gone with it.
Nice work. So, well, congratulations on your first national. Look to see you throughout the year.
Yeah.
We'll probably catch up with you later on in the year as well. See how you're getting on and how you're enjoying your national series. So, thanks for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck for the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So thank you to Tommy for that little interview. Good to keep up with him over this coming year, as well as we give some exposure to our younger racers out there. And talking of younger racers, in that one, while we were talking to Tommy in Heat 4, Cameron Wells got a decent run in again, 14 in 14. Charlie Simmons with the Yokomo chassis, and we'll be speaking to Chris Foster after round 3. 14 in 14. Peter Craig 14 in 16, but Dylan Richardson took that one 14 in 9. 21.32 best lap for Dylan, so getting close to 20-second laps, and I think that's his first decent run of the day. Only 9 seconds off a 15 lap pace, and 15 lappers haven't been super easy to come by. There were only 14 15 lappers in round 1 and 16 15 lappers in round 2. So if you get a 15 lapper, you're looking straight into the top 20 at the minute. As we go into Heat 5, maybe start pick up some of our F2 guys. This one we had Reece Trewartha, our white car, who was absolutely ballistic out of the blocks last time by, but then had a mid-race meltdown. Is the best way I can describe what happened to him. And he's left the blocks like a bullet out of a gun this time round. 21.17 opening lap. He is on fire. We're still on the static cam. As Cam's gone for some food. So Reece Trewartha 21.1, 21.1, 21.4 this time by, so he is on fire, like I said, and looking at a 15 lap run in Heat 3. So after 3, it's Reece Trewartha on for a 15 lapper in Heat 5 of round 3. And 15 lappers would almost will guarantee you a top 20 pretty much from round 1 and 2. So Reece looking to push on and keep that 15 lapper going as he searches for a top 20 in this round. 21.3 last time by, 21.6 this time by. So average going slightly the wrong way, but still on for 15 in 20. Chris Pattington looking to back up last time. So excellent run with a 14 in 4. So Reece with it white X-ray down the straight. Another 21.37 this time by. Chris Pattington 22.21 with a 21.3 best lap. Matt Dodd also looking at going 14 in 7. So those three going top 3 as it stands. Reece over the jump under the rostrum, round through the bank corner, over the ski jump, round through what I'm calling maggots and Beckett's, because that's what it looks like to me, looking head on. And Reece 21.62 last time by this lap looked also pretty good, and it's 21.5, so that average 21.42. 15 lapper still possible, but it's going the wrong way at the minute, edging towards a high 14. So needs to get that best lap of those laps down back below 21.4 to get through for a 15, and responds with a 21.12. Chris Pattington looking at a 14 in 6. Matt Dodd looking at 14 in 7. Ollie Frost looking at 14 in 8. Chris Foster 14 in 13. So those 6 are looking at, those 5 are looking to go into the top 6 as Reece clocks off another 21 second lap. But 21.9, He's now dropped off 15 lap pace, looking at 14 in 0. So Reese needs to pick up the pace a little bit and find a couple of tenths of a second each lap over the next few laps to get back onto 15 lap pace, which he does straight away and goes back to 15 in 21. So the last minute will be an important minute for Reese as he closes in on some back markers. Hopefully Cy Smith is on the blower again and gets them out of the way in good time so Reese can put on his best time. And Reese is already up to the back of Chris Foster, who's also on a run going 8th. So Chris lets him by, gives himself best chance of putting in that 15 lapper, but he's only on the bubble now. 14 in 0 time predicted, so 30 seconds these last 2 laps are critical for Reese as he looks for that 15 lapper. 21.75, slightly the wrong way, so he's going to need a half a second improvement on the last lap. So he needs his best lap on this lap to beat the clock and get through for a 15 lapper. So Reese, this looks like a good lap, and that guy gets out of the way, perfect. And does Reese beat the clock? No, he doesn't. 14 in 0.11. So unlucky Reese, you were on the bubble all the way through that run. Chris Patterson finishes with a 14 in 7. Ollie Frost finishes at 14 in 9. Matt Dodd 2 tenths back at 14 in 9.2. Chris Foster is our next man to finish and finishes with 14 in 16 going 8th. So top 4 in that one, went top 4 in round. So heat 6 gets away, and it's Tris Neal who we were chatting to after he marshalled last time by, who gets us underway in this one. And Tris admitting he's actually concentrating on his own car today because he's going okay. So Tris starts out with the 22.3, not the 21, and Ruben Russell starts out with the fastest lap, 22.27. So Tris Neal completes lap 2, and that's a 22.0, so hot lap for Tris, so he's going the right way about this run. Maybe new tyres on his car this time round. And it's close between Tris and Ruben, only 0.2 between them. So after 3, it's Tris Neal that leads this one. 22.22, last lap Last time by average lap 22.21, so nice consistent run for Tris this time. Ruben Russell up to the 2 spot, Andy Manning 3, Jonathan Pluke 4, Evie Thames 5. Those guys are separated by less than a second after 3 laps. However, though, none of them are affecting the top 5. Tris they're going 6 through 10 at the minute. Tris has a bad lap that time by 22-second lap, and the top 7 now are separated by a second in this one. Super close in this heat. Tris goes back to the point with a 21.94, first guy into 21s, but then Jonathan Pluke 21.56, 21.88 for Evie Thames, 21.92 for Ruben Russell. So the pace in this one hotting up as we go into 6 laps. Still only a second and a half separating the top 4, 5, 6 actually now. This heat is super close. This heat are going 6 through 12 in round at the minute. Ruben Russell does his hot lap of the race, 21.73. I'm looking at Ruben now, the blue, white and black associated with yellow wheels. Coming round by me now, up over the onto the straight, and another lap in the books for Ruben as he jumps to the point now with 22.04. Ruben going 6 in round, Keith Halsey 7, Jonathan Pluke going 7 now, Keith Halsey going 8, Charlie Rhodes 9, Trish dropping down a little bit in this one. Couple of rough laps. Who's that over in front of me? And that's Ruben, our previous race leader. So as this one kicks out, it's Keith Halsey now. Yesterday Keith was quick with his 2-wheel drive, and now looking quick with 4-wheel drive, so looking to get his meeting underway. I don't remember commentating on him in rounds 1 and 2. Round 3 though, looks like Keith is remedying that and going second in this heat as Charlie Rhodes jumps to the point now. As we go 4 minutes in with 1 minute remaining. Charlie Rhodes, Keith Halsey, Tris Neal, Jonathan Pluke and Evie Thames looking at going 6 through 10 in this heat. None of them affecting the top 5. Currently 2 seconds off 5th place. Rhys Trewartha's time of a 14.0 is safe as houses. Chris Pattinson also safe. Ollie Frost also safe, as is Matt Dodd and Dylan Richardson as we go into the last 30 seconds. Keith jumps back to the point from Charlie and Tris. Ruben up to 4th after that slight error. 21.92, 21.73 last lap and best lap. So Ruben heading for 10th now in this round. Evie Thames 11th, Jonathan Pluke 12th. Jim Dixon looking at 14th as they go into finishing times. So Charlie Rhodes takes it with Tris Neal only a second back after a couple of rough laps from Tris. Ruben Russell also crashed right by me at commentary corner and had a nightmare. 3 seconds he could have got. I'll try and get Ruben after this one, I think, as we'll let him marshal, then get him over here because I'd like to speak to Ruben about his racing. Also going to speak to Chris Foster though, so maybe we'll leave Ruben till round 4. Hopefully he will have had a good qualifying, but we'll speak to Chris Foster shortly as we go into heat 7. So we're also going to get a quick chat with Craig Drescher at the end of this round. But you can see Chris Foster, the Yokomo team manager for UK. As we head into Heat 7. Heat 7's where we find Pritchard, Burton, Thompson, Thames, Lyle, Jacob Tomlinson, Scott Follington, Ben Elliott, Manny Panasart and Alex Pyatt. You know, Jacob Tomlinson had a good round 2, if I remember, and it was a 21. That may be his best ever national round. And he leads us away. So after 3, it's Jacob Tomlinson leading this one. 21.88 last lap by, 21.83 average, going second in round, looking at a 14 in 7. As he has a slightly rough lap of a 22.3 that time. Hattie Thames though just does her best lap of the race, 21.94. Alex Pyatt jumps up to the 2 spot, car 10. That's 21.97 for him, last lap by, best lap 21.93, so close to his best lap. Ben Elliott jumps up to the 2 spot now, but Alex Pyatt must be a little bit behind because he jumps up later on. So Jacob Tomlinson leads us out though, second in front, 21.35, best lap, last lap. So going the right way again in this heat and looking to add to that 21 from round 2. He's looking at 20, maybe top 20 in round 3 hopefully. So after this one we'll talk to Chris Foster, our Yokomo team manager. But Jacob Tomlinson meanwhile leads this one, 21.94 last lap. A little bit high on his average, but not threatening Rhys Trewarther's time at the minute, 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds back actually. Alex Pyatt a further 4 seconds back predicted on Jacob, but Jacob, Alex, Hattie and Luke all looking at going top 10. Jacob Tomlinson 21.73 that time by. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Jacob Tomlinson, Alex Pyatt, Hattie Thames, Luke Thompson, Ben Elliott and Manny Panasart are your top 6. Those top 6 are going inside the top 20 overall. Jacob getting ever closer, and that lap was a 20.63, his new hot lap of the race. And that 20.63 means he's only now 2.8 seconds off TQ predicted. So this is another good run for Jacob Tomlinson, young driver from the Mid-East. Blue, white and grey Schumacher car of Jacob Tomlinson coming round onto the straightaway now. 21 going the wrong way now, 22.04. So last 2 laps haven't been his best, but still only looking at a 14 in 3. So it's still a good time, but I think he's... No, he's not over. It wasn't Jacob I saw over. Someone else has just gone off a jump. So as we head into our last 30 seconds, I'll look to pick up our leader, Jacob Tomlinson, over the ski jump, around through Maggots, through Beckett's, around by me and over the start finish line. He goes, clips the pipe, gets away with it. Looking at a 14 in 3. So 10 seconds in this one. And then we'll talk to Chris from Team Yokomo. But Jacob Tomlinson looking good, 14 in 3. Alex Pyatt looking at 14 in 7. Hattie Thames looking at 14 in 9. 20.63, 21.41 his last lap. Jacob, you finishing a 14 in 3. Good run for you. So that'll go nicely, I think, with your 21 from round 2. Alex Pyatt, 14 in 7. Hattie Thames, 14 in 9. Those are the only guys affecting the top 10. So Tris Neal, you still stay 10th. Reece Arthur's time of a 14 in 0.11 is still TQ. So to our guys online now, we now welcome into the luxury booth Chris Foster, the Yokomo team manager. I think that's right, isn't it? Yokomo team manager for the UK?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Off-road for the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a presence this year.
Yeah, it's nice to see you guys back. Brand I'm familiar with from growing up. Also very familiar with from a lot of vintage racing, seeing a lot of Yokomos. But I did actually think, don't take this the wrong way, I was thinking when I got up this morning, do Yokomo still have a four-wheel drive? And that's because I see the off-road cars being released, the SO.
SO, yep, that's right.
But then I was like, I'm pretty sure they've got a four-wheel drive as well, but I can't remember the name, so why didn't you start?
Four-wheel drive is the MO3,
Uh-huh.
so that's been out for around 7 or 8 months now, so it's September, October last year that was released.
Yeah.
So they changed from the SF, so the shaft car, so we had the SF, the SF2, so that's when the Buggy's transitioned from the belt drive car, the YZ4.
Yeah.
And now we're on the MO3, so all of those have been a bit of an evolution on each platform. So we're now all on the decoupled centre slippers, 30mm shocks, lower shock towers. I think that's the trend that everybody's doing, lowering the centre of gravity on the cars. So yeah, just evolutions on those previous generation models.
Okay, good. So yeah, like I said, good to see you guys back. Nationals been a couple of years maybe since Yokomo had a good presence. So if you want to go through, because I've been trying to catch which guys, and I think I've caught you all. So there's yourself, Charlie Simmons.
Yeah.
Ewan.
That's right.
Ewan Tumilty.
Yep. And Callum Ackroyd bench.
Callum Ackroyd bench. I saw you, all four of you. I was like trying to work out. It's Callum that I was missing earlier on. So yeah, nice. So is that the 4 drivers that are here this weekend? 4
drivers this weekend. There will be a few more of us at the next meeting. There are a couple of lads that unfortunately couldn't attend this weekend.
Okay.
So we've got young Zach, so Zach Whittleston, and we've got Paul Griggs that will be joining us as well. So we'll have a few more bodies for the 4-wheel drive.
Yep.
There were a few more of us here for yesterday for 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, so you need bigger stickers. That's what I'm going to say to you, because I can't see. You haven't got big enough stickers down the side of your car, so you need bigger stickers for the Yokomo brand.
Is mine bright enough for you? Can you see mine?
I can see yours. I know yours. I know your colours. So your colours actually, were very similar to my old colours. I saw purple. When Mick Cragg, God rest his soul, used to paint my bodies, it was a purple roof.
Yep.
It was. We all had the same Neil Cragg type design, but we all had different roofs.
You had the 3 colours and you had different.
So we all had different roofs, and mine was a purple roof with the orange and yellow stripe and white. So it's easy for me to spot your car because it looks like my old one going round.
I took inspiration from Harrah's. I really liked Harrah's design with the, like the drips?
Yeah.
So essentially, mine is similar to Harrah's with my orange, purple and white.
Okay. So yeah, but you need bigger stickers on the side because.
I'll tell the lads.
Yeah, get bigger stickers down the side, or just one colour paint schemes. But that was the thing back in the day. You used to have like a model shop used to sponsor you, and you'd all have the same body,
absolutely,
just different colours. But be nice to see something like that, but I guess the painters would get bored and
speed the painters up though.
Yeah, I guess so. So, looking at doing any other racing other than the Nationals this year? I guess you're all attending. So you'll have like a good presence in Mid-East and North-East regions, I guess, with those drivers?
So North-East, we had a couple of weeks ago our first round at Batley. So Batley is the last round of this year's Nationals. So we had some really strong performance. So Charlie and myself, we were 2 and 3 two-wheel drive. Archie Bowman took the overall win. So we had a really good two-wheel drive day.
Yeah.
And actually, no, 2, 3, 4 actually. We got 4th place as well with Briggs, who's not here today. But strong presence there in the North-East. We've got a couple of cars that are doing the Mid-East. So Ewan did Bingham the other week.
Yep.
So I think he's going to try and do a few more of the Mid-East rounds.
Yep.
So we'll be attending both of those regions. We'd like to go into a few more other regions.
Yep.
Just takes that little bit of time.
Yep.
We only really got notification from Yokomo that we're wanting to do the supported drives again in December. So you're just up against the clock a little bit. A lot of people have already decided what brands and cars they're going to run for the following year. So yeah, starting off small, little tight knit team for us all to work together, and then we'll grow again next year.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it well when we started with Durango. We only had a small knit team, and sometimes it's easier to work with, and then you get the local heroes, and it's the guys that you want to adopt in the clubs that then get you the presents, and then it's the guy in, oh, hang on, that guy that's winning all our club meetings running a Yokomo, and that's the type of guy you want. These events are great to showcase the talent of you guys, but it's the grassroots level that you've got to be looking at, I guess.
That's right. The sharpened guys here, let's be honest, most of them could take any of the brands' cars and go exceptionally well. But when we're proving at the regionals and the club races that the cars are really good, they're really durable and strong, it's piquing interest, and we've had lots and lots of people at club level coming in, wanting a bit of help and support, trying the cars and the brand out. And that's really good to see. It's really exciting. And from my perspective, love helping the customers out. Yeah. Love getting them to a pace that they didn't think they could find. Yeah. Which is just super rewarding.
Yeah, I think that's where you prove a brand, is when you make a driver feel like he's almost cheating with the car that he's just picked up, and that's a great thing to have. So do you guys get any support from feedback from the factory back in Japan? Is it still Shin back there?
No, Shin's now Mugen.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Shin's Mugen.
He's now Mugen.
Who do you talk to back in Japan?
So we feedback monthly to the guys in Japan. I've got a couple of contacts direct there. Not directly with one of the race engineers, but we're in contact with our sort of like relations. There's like a bit of a relations manager that we've got. So as a team, we submit monthly what we've been up to as a race team, giving feedback, ideas on products, which is nice. I think that's one of the things that previously we haven't seen tons of development at times, but being able to give the feedback, they can then get their engineers onto the case a little bit back in Japan. They can test some bits and pieces over there. We might see some bits and pieces coming over for us to try as well.
Oh, that's nice.
So yeah, the development's moving. The limited edition car that we did about 3 months ago, I don't know whether you saw that, we did an SO3 limited edition. Yeah. The value for money in that kit was phenomenal. Every optional part you could dream, a bit like the old factory team sort of versions that we used to have, and that they have been incredibly popular. Okay. All the customers have been delighted with everything that's in the box. Even like a fan was included, and aluminium fan mounts and stuff. Just a pick up and go kit.
Yeah, it's just nice, included. I guess, when you're paying for like a premium race product and you get those little finishing touches that you don't have to go and search for on the internet and go and buy from.
100%. And you don't want to, when a customer comes to you, don't want to give them a massive long list of parts
that you need to buy
or to get close to what the team guys are running. So that's been super successful as the limited edition kit.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time. Is there anyone that you'd like to, I guess, apart from like Yokomo, anyone else that you'd like to thank for?
Yeah, so we've got to thank Michael Ball at MB Models. Without him as distributor, and the support that he's providing all of our team in the pits.
Yep.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be doing what we're doing with the parts van and the gazebos, etc. So we've got to thank him, obviously thank Yokomo, and just thank my lovely little boy and my missus at home.
Perfect. That's great then. Okay.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. Good luck for the rest of the weekend, and look forward to seeing one of you guys at the sharp end soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers, Chris. So, big thanks to Chris Foster for taking time out of his day. And like he said, big thanks to MB Models and Yokomo for supporting this coverage that you're seeing live online. And we go up the grid, and perfect timing. Ewan Tumulty, Yokomo driver, needs bigger stickers, like I said, because those are not big enough for me to see. Just that I know Ewan's colours, and he's driving well at this meeting. Opens out with a 21.34 and backs it up with a 20.76. So Ewan is on the move. We've had one guy drop out already, and I think that is it's Andy Woods that's just dropped out. But I'm going to stick with Ewan. I know you guys, we've got an extended break now, well, on the camera guys, while Cam has his lunch. So I'll do my best to keep you informed. And Ewan Tumulty leads this one now with 20.7 last lap, his hot lap, 20.93 average, looking at a 15 in 14. Oliver Natris's TQ of 15 in 18 is being beaten currently by 6 seconds predicted, as the Yokomo chassis of Ewan Tumulty heads down the straight into the sweeper and looks fast, almost clearing the tabletop under the rostrum, but that car looks great. And we've just spoken to Chris Foster, Yokomo team manager, so as if by design, the Yokomo guy is out straight afterwards. They have a small knit team, but Ewan is leading the team at this meeting in performance and looks fast today. He makes his way past Liam Robinson down the straight and through for another lap. Ewan Tumulty 20.84 that time by, gets his average lap down to 20.89, looking at taking 5 seconds off Oliver Natris's TQ. And predicted a 15 in 13. $15 into 13 would have got you a top 10 in round 2. So Ewan, keep this up, and you're going to put pressure on the guys after you to beat your time and nick that top 10 place off you. Comes around now, and I believe that's Helliwell that he's going to catch. So Helliwell, be aware, that is Ewan Tumulty behind you, your race leader, and Helliwell knows what to do and lets Ewan go straight away. Ewan through for another lap, hopefully sub 20, sub 21. 20.65. He's trying to go sub 20. Only a few of the top guys from the next heat have done sub 20. No one in heat 11 did a sub 20 last time, but Ewan clips a pipe, and that's going to cost him. And that is a nightmare for Ewan. Tommy Dale now takes this one up after that incident for Ewan, and a minute to go. Tommy Dale leads this one, looking at going second in round, but only 0.2 off Ollie Nattras's TQ. Ewan Tumulty's dropped now to a 14 in 0 time, as is Colin May, also looking at 14 in 0 time. Tommy Dale still looking at a 15 in 18, only 8/10 off of TQ pace. So Tommy Dale with a Serpent car. Our cameraman's back and picks up Tommy Dale on the straight. Distinctive colours of Tommy and the Serpent car. And he's round now, still looking at a 15 in 18, only 7/10 off TQ. So he's keeping that gap to Ollie Nattras as we go into finishing times on the mic. So Tommy Dale through, and he's through for a 15 on his most important lap. 6/10 he needs to find on this last lap to take TQ off Ollie Nattras. I don't think that's going to happen, because he's not looked like he's got a super quick lap in him, but it will be another 21 clicked off for Tommy Dale. And he does 21.53. So finishes 8/10, just over 8/10 down on Ollie Nattras. Colin May goes 4th. So Tommy Dale goes 2nd, Colin May 4th, Callum Trewartha goes 7th, Ewan Tumulty goes 8th, and Hudson Knight goes 9th. Liam Robinson went 12th, James Helliwell 20th. Those are the only guys that affected the top 20 in that one. As we go into heat 10. Heat 10's where we find yesterday's winner, Josh Holdsworth, and Ben Smith. Ben Smith currently has a 3 and a 2, Josh Holdsworth a 10 and a 0. The other 0 is held by Thomas Phipps, and he also goes in this one but didn't have a great round 2. So Josh Holdsworth leads the way in this one. Over the ski jump through Maggots and Beckett's. Jumping to the apex, as is Ben Smith. So those two, 20.59 and 20.5, so we'll keep on Josh, but there's only 900ths of a second between those two on the opening lap. Class of the field in this heat last time right. Johnny Skidmore's had a rough outlap, 21.8. Drops back, and he's been gapped by these two. Two Schumacher guys, their cars looking really good today. So after 3, it's Smith from Holdsworth. These two looking going top 2, then Jamie Hall. Nope, scratch that. Jonathan Skidmore, Thomas Phipps. And Jamie Hall jumps back into the 3 spot, so Jamie from further down in the pack is up in 3rd. But Smith is closing down on Josh Holdsworth. And that 1.5 second stagger is down to about half a second on track. And Ben Smith leads by 1 second on the computer. Top 6 in this one are going top 6. Ryan Clark is going 8th. So 20:29 last time by for Ben Smith, 21:48 for Josh Holdsworth. The gap is now 2 seconds between Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth. So if we can now follow Ben Smith down the straight, round underneath the rostrum. So as we swap our mic batteries for race, are they alright? So Ben Smith leads us round still with Josh Holdsworth. No, Jamie Hall scratch that is now up to 2 spot. Ben Smith looking at a 15 in 2, so that 16 lapper I think is on. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Ben Smith, and he clips the pipe, gets away with it, and 20.19, best lap 19.96, so he's looking at a 15 in 2. Currently taking 8 seconds, or is 8 seconds clear of Josh Holdsworth predicted time. Top 4 in this one going top 4, top 5 going top 5. Phipps moves up to the 5 spot. So he needs something to go with that. Round 1 score of a 0. But we're still following Ben Smith as he searches to get a 16 lap run, which would be amazing if he can. But nearly thick end of 3 seconds he's got to find in the next 1 minute 30. So maybe a touch out of his reach in this one, but whatever changes him and Trish have made in this in the previous round are working. Ben's falling off a little bit now, back down to 15 in 3. Josh Holdsworth looking at 15 in 9. Jamie Hall 15 in 10. Johnny Skidmore looking at 15 in 11. Thomas Phipps looking at a 15 in 12. Ryan Clark, can he make an A final and get that mocker off his back and not be the man with the most B finals? He's not yet. That honour is from an old racer who had 36. So if anyone can tell me online who they think has the most B finals without making an A final, put that in the online comments. I know who it is. See if anyone else does. So sorry about that, we need to change mic batteries as they were dying. And last 10 seconds, it's Ben Smith from Josh Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Thomas Phipps, top 4 going top 4. Ryan Clark and Matt Thompson, bench buddies, are separated by 0.3 of a second. Ben Smith finishes 15 in 5.33 new TQ for the round. Josh Holdsworth 15 in 7. Jamie Hall 15 in 10, getting his weekend underway now. Thomas Phipps has something now, hopefully, to go with that 0 in round 1. Looks at a 15 in 12. And Ryan Clark and Matt Thompson round out this heat, finishing 6th and 8th in round. So Ben Smith has new fastest time of the meeting, 15 in 5 minutes 3.3, eclipsing Josh's time from round 2. As we go into our final heat of round 3. Current top 10 going into this final heat is Smith, Holdsworth, Hall, Phipps, Nattrass, Clark, Dale, Thompson, Trewartha and May. Archie Bowman's 11th. Jacob Tomlinson, you had a great run in your heat and you're looking at 12th in the minute. So your worst will be 22nd to go with that 21 from round 2. Callum Ackroyd bench with the Yokomo also gets a 15. So Tommy Hall leads us off. Associated this time looks a little higher off the ground. Can generate a bit of traction. Lee Martin X-ray looks a little lower than the Associated of Tommy Hall. But Tommy and Lee open out fastest 20.66, 20.92. It seems to take them a couple of laps to get into this, and whether they have put new tyres on for round 3 or they've saved them and gone to put new tyres on in round 4. So Tommy Hall at the minute looking for a 2 in round. Lee Martin looking at 4th. Daniel Paul looking at 6th. Aaron Nash looking at 8th. And Harley Eldridge looking at 10th. So 1 minute in and 3 laps down. Tommy Hall, Lee Martin, Daniel Pole and Lewis Hopkins here top 4. Tommy looking at 2, Lee Martin looking at 4 and Daniel Pole looking at 6 in round. Lewis Hopkins, Aaron Nash and Harley Eldridge looking at 8, 9 and 10 in round, but it looks like a mistake from Tommy on that lap. 22.9 drops him back. So if we can now pick up Daniel Pole, red, white and blue. He's our current race leader. And looking at going 3rd in round. Daniel from sunny Scotland. And drops in a 20.4, his best lap at 20.39. So those laps are nice and close together. He's 6 seconds though predicted off Ben Smith's TQ. Daniel goes down the straight and chucks in another 20.49. So Daniel predicted a 15 in 8. Lee Martin predicted a 15 in 9. So only a second separates those two on overall predicted time. Aaron Nash looking at a 7 in round. Lewis Hopkins looking at an 8 in round. But Daniel continues on 20.54 last time by, average 20.58. So bringing that average down little by little, lap by lap, as he comes round by us and onto the straight. Nice and neat and tidy that time by 20.05. But Lee Martin has new fast lap of the heat, a 20 dead. Those two now separated by 0.4 on the computer. And they are separated by about 2 seconds on track. Yeah, so Daniel Pole 20.12. I think Lee had to get past a back marker then, so lost a little time. But Daniel now on for 2nd in round. Lee Martin on for 4th. Lewis Hopkins on for 7th. Aaron Nash 8. Harley Eldridge still hanging in there on for top 10. Ryan Clark 11th in round. Daniel Pole continues on 20.28. Great lap from Daniel, bringing that average down again. Still looking at 2nd in round, needs to find 3 seconds in overall time. And with a minute to go, I think that might be a bit much to ask for Daniel. Lee Martin though 20.07 to go with his 20.00. Looking at fourth in round, only needs to find 0.3 of a second to get third in round. Aaron Nash looking at another top 10, and Harley Eldridge still hanging in there in 10th place for this round. So I've got 5 drivers in this heat affecting the top 10, but no one affecting Ben Smith's time. Daniel Poles made an error, 23.75. With 30 seconds to go, could be costly, and Lee Martin now takes it up. He's looking at 15 in 8, so going third. Daniel Pole going 5th. Lewis Hopkins again in stealth mode in 6th. Aaron Nash in 8th. Harley Eldridge now drops to 11th. Ryan Clark getting a 10 in round now as we come into the last finishing times. So Lee gets this one finished now with a 15 in 9, goes third. Daniel Pole, mistake, middle of the run, goes 5th. Lewis Hopkins, 6th. Mr. Stealth Mode, I'm going to start calling him. And Aaron Nash, 8th. So top 10 for round 3. Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Jamie Hall, Daniel Pole, Lewis Hopkins, Thomas Phipps, Aaron Nash, Oliver Natras and Harley Eldridge pips Ryan Clark on the very last lap by 0.05, giving Clarkey a 11. Tommy Dale 12th, Matt Thompson 13th, Tommy Hall 14th, Reece Troartha 15th, Charlie Saunders 16th, Colin May 17th, Archie Bowman 18th. A great run from Jacob Tomlinson 19 to go with his 21. That gives you 40 points, and that's going to be good set of points for you, maybe C final today. And Seth Chilito Everest 20th rounds out your top 20. Overall, after 3, Ben Smith with 2 points, Josh Holdsworth 2, Tommy Hall 5 points, Thomas Phipps 7, Lee Martin 7, Johnny Skidmore 9, Jamie Hall 11, Daniel Pole 11, Luke Holdsworth 14, and Lewis Hopkins rounds out your top 10 also with 14. Archie Bowman, unlucky man at the minute, Pole in the B on 15 points. So heat 1 underway again, round 4. And keep an eye. If we can we drop straight back to the second car? And that's the pink, white and purple car that's just crashed of Tommy Clark, who we interviewed in between rounds last time round. Brakes heavy, and that looks like that jump starting to pick up, so track guys might want to look at that in a bit. But round onto the straight, Tommy Clark has an error and still is second in this one, but we'll keep an eye on young Tommy, 10 years old, from the northeast but racing in the Midwest. Great year, great young kid, and fun to interview him earlier. Used to race go-karts but has found RC and much more enjoys RC. I think when I was talking to his dad, he was a little bit too big for his age group in karting, and in karting every single kilogram matters, and when you're just a little bit bigger than everyone else in height, and it's just not an advantage that you have. But Tommy has a couple of crashes and drops down to 4th. So while we follow him round, I'm going to look and try and pick up where our current leader is, Charlie Hall, 9 car. And that's coming onto the straightaway now. And at the end of the straightaway, the orange car is our current leader. Orange car with a black wing of Charlie Hall. He's had a couple of good runs, but always good to get. And I just collected another car. Done well with commentator's curse this weekend, not giving too many people the curse. Charlie Hall still jumps back to the top, so he's looking at a minute. What time's he looking predicted? He's looking at a 13 in 3. Rambo's backing it into the corner just before the humpback. Trying to pick out Charlie on the rostrum so I can work out who he is. It looks like another young racer. Oh, and gets collected. So does that ruin his run? A little bit. So Nicholas Harwood jumps back up to 1 spot. So Nick Harwood leads this one after 3 minutes 30. 23.99 last lap. And looking at a 13 in 10. Simon Hall, Charlie Hall follow, but Mark Kilworth just jumped up to the 2 spot. Running order after 4 minutes, 1, 6, 7, 9 and 5. No, we're following Nicholas Harwood round. It's a Serpent car, so another Serpent. Should have picked that up earlier, but 24.02 last lap, not his best. 22.63 his best, and the fastest of this heat. And rightly going number 1 at the minute as we go into the last 20 seconds. Car on down the straight gets through for his 13th and final lap. He's got a 4-second gap over the rest of the field. Nicholas comes round now. Excellent driving there by that car, lets him through over the hump and safely, hopefully, onto the straight, and finishes his qualifying session with 13 in 9. Yeah, can do. Yeah. Any. I'm not anything. As long as it's not something like weird, like tuna fish and anchovies and all.
You want tuna fish and anchovies?
Yeah, perfect, thanks. So you've just heard my food order then. What do I want? Nothing, a pizza that's not tuna and anchovies. We found a job for Matt. And that's to go and get the food. So, once again, time to thank everyone for sponsoring our coverage of this event, and thank you to the BRCA for asking RC Racing TV to cover this event. Sponsors are Associated, TKR, Rude Bits, Futaba, Kyosho, MB Models, TMG Speed, Andes Models, Rude Dog, Schumacher, X-Ray and Yokomo, and also you great RC heroes out there. If you want to become an RC hero, click on the link on the RC Racing TV website and you'll be able to get exclusive access to podcasts and online videos. Also great discount on merch and some stickers. Hopefully you guys at home have enjoyed the coverage of this year's BRCA National Series. We then go to BMR in 2 weeks' time in the Mid-East region. So it's BMR 9th, 10th of May, Robin Hood Raceway 30 and 31st of May, Southport 20 and 21st of June, Bury on the 8th and 9th, and our final track this year is another new track. So 3 new tracks on the calendar this year: Potteries, which we're at now, BMR in 2 weeks, and the final round of the year at Batley, one of my old favourite tracks, but now it's a new venue on a total new Astro track. And I think they will be looking for Johnny Skidmore to have a good meeting, because he's very local to that, and they are fixing the jump, which I spotted may have been an issue. It looks like one of the pieces of wood has come up. A couple of people heavily breaking into it, digging it up. So other events this year, not sure if RC Racing TV are covering them, but the juniors and vets are at Endor in the Mid-East region, so just off junction 26 of the M1. That's on the 11th and 12th of July. The F2 3 4 5 Championship is at Coventry, and that's later on in the year, so the guys that don't hold an F1 licence are all eligible to attend that event. So we take out the top drivers and let the rest race it off. You qualify that through your regional series. So if you're wanting to look how to get into the sport, have a look on the BRCA website, and there's a section, what are we and what do we do? Become a member. All of the racers need to be members. You get a couple of meetings grace when you decide you want to do RC racing, and then you need to become a member after 2 meetings, and then you can race at any club that is BRCA affiliated. All the clubs have BRCA affiliation, and that's for insurances or insurance purposes. But you'll be able to find out on there your local club. You can just do a search by your area and see the local club nearest you, and then you can pop along to your local club and find out how to get involved in racing RC cars. Well, most of you guys online will be used to RC car racing, but if you want to fancy finding find a club that's you didn't know about that's local to you, have a look on the BRCA website. It's a great tool, and you can see all of the online results after this meeting. They get uploaded about 24 hours after the meeting, so you can go and have a look, see how you did and what points you've got, and those are updated throughout the year. So back to Heat 2. After 4, Dominic Morby leads this one, from Paul Trodden, Jensen Cooper, Trevor Follington and Simon Hudspeth. Jensen Cooper, we think our youngest competitor here, 10 years old. But we're following, I think, the 2 car of Dominic Morby. Yep, we're following the 2 car of Dominic Morby. White, black and yellow car. .23.50 last time by. Just under his average, and looking at going 1 in round. Jensen Cooper looking at 2nd. Paul Trodden looking 3rd. Trevor Follington rounding out top 10. Dominic Morby coming onto the straight with 2 car. Gets away with that one. Under 24.23, so it'll pull us about half a second there. Unfortunate landing gets past crashing car, and he's through for his 9th lap. Still looking at going 1 in round with a 13 in 7. Looks like something's gone wrong with Dominic's cars. It's suddenly gone very slow. Very slow. Dominic pulls off, I think, so this will leave the door wide open for car 11. Jensen Cooper, I think you just picked up car 11, yep, thank you. The blue and purple car onto the straight. So he now takes this one up, 23.89, last lap, 23.72 average, so Dominic looking at a 13 in 6. Dominic with the X-ray car on the straight now. Sorry, Jensen with the X-ray car. So Jensen comes round over the ski jump through Maggots and Beckett. Round by us over and onto the straight for his penultimate lap. This is now his final lap. So looking at a 13 in 8 for Jensen. Simon Hudspeth going 3rd, Martin Lee going 5th, Paul Trodden going 7th, Trevor Follingham going 9th. Ah. Huh? So this one closes out. Jensen Cooper, 10-year-old, goes TQ. Simon Hudspeth 3rd, Martin Lee 5th. Trevor Follington goes 8th, and Paul Trodden goes 9th. And we'll take a little break for a couple of minutes while I grab something to eat, and I'll be back with you shortly. So joining back, you guys back online. Just took a little bit of time to get some refreshments inside. This as we prepare for end of round 4 and our finals. So sorry about the quiet time. Needed some refreshments in the booth. 35 seconds left in this one, and Rhys Trewartha is your lead out man. He's looking at going TQ in round from Ollie Frost and Matt Dodd. So top 3 in this heat going top 3. Chris Foster going 5. Chris Patterson going 7. So top 5 going into the top 10. So Rhys through for the 15 lapper. First 15 lapper in this round. So Rhys Trewartha takes that one. 15 in 5:20. First 15 lapper of the round. 7 seconds clear of Ollie Frost. Matt Dodd 3rd. Chris Foster 5th in round. And Chris Pattinson goes 9th. So we now look to heat 6. Andy Manning, Tristram Neal, Ruben Russell, Charlie Rhodes, Neil Tinsley, Lee Charnock, James Dixon, Keith Halsey, Jonathan Pluke and Evie Tames. Tris Neal been your fast guy in this heat last couple of times round, along with Keith Halsey. Not sure who will lead us off. I think it'll be one of those two guys. So 1 minute down, 2 laps in. Tristram Neal, your lead out man. 22.41 last time by, looking at going 4th. Andy Manning looking at going 6th. Charlie Rhodes looking going 8th in round. Schumacher car of Tris Neal down the straightaway, underneath the rostrum, over the big tabletop and round through the bank corner, over the ski jump and through the S's. 22.2 last time by for Tris. 21, Yeah, 21.31 that time by, so finding his groove again, jumping long on the tabletop, making up some time, and his car looking good. Nice interview with Tris earlier on in the day. I'm going to go back and catch up with what Tris had to say. Tris looking at a 14 in 7, Charlie Rhodes looking at 14 in 8, Andy Manning 14 in 11, Keith Halsey looking at 14 in 13. So these two on the straightaway are your 1 and 2, but in the reverse order that you see them on track. So Charlie Rhodes with the blue and yellow car, followed by Tris in the all-white. Schumacher. Check what chassis Charlie Rhodes has. I can't see as he goes round. But Tris 22.18 for Charlie Rhodes that time by 22.5 for Tris Neal. And those two have reversed now, only separated by 0.1 on the clock. Looks like Tris has had another rough lap. Oh, not too bad, 22.12, but Charlie Rhodes 21.67, edging towards his hot lap of the race so far. And going third in round, Tris going 5, Keith Halsey going 8, Andy Manning going 9 in round. So Ruben Russell takes up the 2 spot now. No, check that, takes 3 spot. Andy Manning is third. Keith Halsey now jumps up to the 2 spot. So those guys going 7, 8 and 9 in round. And Charlie Rhodes still looking at a 4. .430 down, and Charlie Rhodes still leads this one, looking at 14 in 8 now. Tris Neal back up to the 2 spot, looking at a 7 in round. Keith Halsey looking at an 8. Andy Manning looking at 9 in round. Jonathan Pluke looking at 11. Neil Tinsley 13. Ruben Russell 14. Jim Dixon 16. And Evie Thames 20th in round. Those are the only guys affecting the top 20 in a minute as we head into finishing times. So again, apologies for taking a little bit of time out as we needed to get some refreshments. We've got a small team at the BRCA Nationals this weekend as we look to work out what we actually need throughout the season to provide you guys with the best coverage we can over a weekend. Charlie Rhodes takes that one with a 14 in 8, going 4th in round. Tris Neal 7. Keith Halsey 8 and Andy Manning takes 10th, sorry. So heat 7, James Pritchard, David Burton, Luke Thompson, Hattie Thames, Graham Lyle, Jacob Tomlinson, Scott Follington, Ben Elliott, Manny Panesar and Alex Pyatt. So we've got a good look to Evie from a collection of letters on. Don't have a name there. Just missed that. And just missed Evie's heat. But we're now following Jacob Tomlinson, lead-off man in heat 7. 19 and 21 from rounds 2 and 3 are his best, giving him 40 points. Jake. So he's looking to better at 19 by having a clean run in round number 3. And I think he's already been over because he's already been behind Alex Pyatt. So if we jump forward a car cam to the bright orange car 10 of Alex Pyatt, thank you, and Alex Pyatt through the S's, down by the jump, over past us by commentary corner and up and over onto the start finish straight, but gets hooks up on a pipe, gets a waggle on down the straight, but still keeps in front of Jacob Tomlinson. Hattie Thames though leads this one. Hattie, 4 cars, so the blue car at the back of this trio is the leader. Cy Smith will be on the blower soon if need be, but these 3 cars have pulled away and seem about equal pace. Hattie Thames 22.4 last time round, looking at going 10th, but Luke Thompson now takes this up. He started off somewhere in the mid-pack and will also need a little bit of help getting through as he approaches the bright pink car, I think, of Ben Elliott. It is Ben Elliott, so those two from the midi should know each other well. But it's Hattie who takes lead again, 21.54 for Hattie. So we're still staying with Hattie, and rightly so, as she leads this one. All blue car onto the straightaway. And Hattie 21.95 to go with the 21.54 last time by. Moving up the order and going 6 in round, Jacob Tomlinson going 9. Manny Panesar jumping up to going 8. 21.87 last time by for Manny. But Hattie with the blue Schumacher still leads this one on the straightaway round under the rostrum. Over the ski jump and back to us through the S's. Hattie 21.77 last time by, so Hattie now regular into the 21s. As I say that, clicks off at 22.03. Still going 5th though in round, Jacob Tomlinson going 7th. Luke Thompson going 8th. Manny Panesar drops to going 11th. But Jacob and Hattie have got acres of clean track in front of them, so they need to make the best of this. This will be a good heat to get a good run in. Empty track, only yourself to contend with. And Hattie's over, so Jacob will lead this one as he comes by us. So keep an eye on that blue, white and grey car. Been fast in all 3 rounds, but 2 of them stand out, a 19 and a 21, giving Jacob 40 points. I think cases that jump but gets away with it. Don't know what happened there, but I don't think we'll have lost any time at all. Down the straightaway, 22.09, so lost about half a second on that lap over his previous best, but average still 22.03. Now going 4th in round. Needs to find another second in the last 50 seconds to jump up to a second in round. Rhys Trewartha's time though of a 15 in 20 is safe. That is not going to be beaten in this round, and Jacob Tomlinson with that last lap moves up to going 3rd in round. Jacob, one or two more good laps and you will be on target for second in this round. And with only 30 drivers remaining after this, you would have a good chance of getting a decent result. And you are now doing that on for second in round. So you need to push this one to the line because this is your final lap. So Jacob finishes in a 14 in 6 and does indeed go second in round. Luke Thompson goes 7th in round. Alex Pyatt, you go 9 in round. David Burton 14th in round. Manny Panesar 15. Graham Lyle 16 and Hattie Thames 18th in round. Rhys Troarthur still has a 6-second cushion over second place Jacob Tomlinson. That only 15 lapper of this round so far. So Heat 8, Kevin Hodkinson, Oliver Natras, Seth Shillito Everest, Gareth Stanton, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Reese Ward, William Fisher, Harry Saunders and Roger Tugwood. Ollie Natras with the Kyosho car leads us off in this one. Good run in the last one, so Ollie needs to back that run up with another run in round 4. Chased down by Seth Shillito Everest. David Scott pushes him round, but these two have already gapped David Scott in 1. Harry Saunders is third on timing after lap 1. But Seth and Ollie are your lead 2 guys. Ollie Natras drops in at 21.23 that lap and looking at going second in round. Not on 15 lap pace yet, but 4 minutes to remedy that and get on to 15 lap pace. Little mistake on this lap and it's a 22.2. So dropping back a little, and William Fisher taking this one up at minute. And indeed Will Fisher on for a 14 in 3, Ollie Natras a 14 in 5, David Scott a 14 in 6. So top 3 in this one, going 2 through 4 in the overall. Ollie needs to get his head down and get back onto those times that he did before having a slight error on the last lap. So 21.1 and a 21.08 are both going the right way for Ollie Natras as he now heads back towards that 15 lap run. Predicted a 14 in 1. David Scott predicted a 14 in 2. Seth Shillito Everest predicted a 14 in 4. So those guys going 2, 3 and 4 in round. Someone's over by me and I think that was Seth. It was. So Seth will drop back. But Ollie Natras, 21.59 last time by. 21.53 average, so he's not quite on 15 lap pace. 21.47 is the average he needs. And there's a car on the straightaway. Go inside, go inside. Ollie Natras now 20.93, so breaks the 21 second barrier. And he's now ever so close to that 15 lap pace. But a 24.4, so he must have had a crash off cam, well not off camera. I wasn't watching Ollie, I was watching the car on the straight, but Ollie brings it round. And a 20.66, an angry lap for me after that mistake on the previous lap, so trying to get his run back underway. Looking at a 14.3, looking at going third, but David Scott still leads this one, looking at also going a 14.3, only 6/10 up the road, and he's the car behind Ollie on track. 20.73 from David Scott now, so he responds with his new best lap of the race. As we go into our last minute of Heat 8, Round 4. David Scott leads with this one, last lap 21 flat. Looking at a 14.1, so he's now taking up the mantle of trying to get through for a 15 lap run. And he's just been over. So the front three have all had their chance of making a 15 lapper, and Seth gets into David Scott there. So Ollie may have a good chance of leading this one going into your last 20 seconds. Ollie onto the straight, 20.71. And David Scott and Seth both have rough laps after they got into each other. So Ollie will not get through for another lap, so this is his finishing lap. So Ollie finishes with a 14.3. Dave Scott finishes with a 14.6. Seth Shillito also finishes a 14.6. Those two could have done better if they'd not got into each other. Reese Ward though jumps up, takes full advantage and gets a 14.5. Ollie Natras takes that one, 14.3. Reese Ward jumps up at the end and gets a 14.5, going third. David Scott goes fifth. Seth Shillito Everest goes 6th. Ben Stevenson goes 11th. Kevin Hawkinson 16th. Your only drivers affecting the top 20 in that one. As we go to Heat 9, Stephen Brown, William Venables, Ewan Tumulty, Liam Robinson, Andy Wood, James Halliwell, Tommy Dale, Colin May, Callum Trewartha and Hudson Knight. So Ewan leads us off with his Yokomo chassis, followed by Tommy Dale, Hudson Knight, Will Venables, Colin May, Callum Trewartha, Liam Robinson, James Halliwell, and Andy Woods backs up the field. Callum Trewartha, though, your pink car, 21.43 outlap, but Ewan replies to the 21.85 lap 2, and he's looking now at TQ for the round of 15 in 17. Callum Trewartha looking at a 14 in flat. Liam Robinson looking at 14 in 1. Tommy Dale looking at 14 in 3. Early doors in this one. 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. And Ewan repeats that sub 20-second lap with another one at 20.96. So he's now in 15 in 5 minutes 16 pace, so taking 4 seconds off Rhys Trewartha's TQ time. And we're following him live on camera as he goes through the bank corner over the ski jump back towards us through the S's. And I think he's just been over because I saw him land on his 2 wheels, but out of my sight. And indeed he has been over because Tommy Dale now is right behind him. Hudson Knight, though, is leading this one. The pink car. Actually, no, it's Callum Trewartha with the other pink car. So, yep, that's the one. 2 bright pink cars. Seems to be the colour for this heat. And Callum now is after, I guess, his brother's TQ time. Looking at 20.10, so beating his brother by 0.01 seconds. Over 5 minutes, the closest we could possibly have. Callum's over with his X-ray machine, and that's going to cost him a little. But your top 3 in this one all predicted 15 lap runs. Tommy Dale looking at 15 in 20, Hudson Knight 15 in 20, Will Venables 15 in 21. So they would all just be shy of Rhys Trewartha's TQ of 15 in 5:20. Will Venables, though, drops off that 15 lap pace just by 0.02. As Hudson Knight takes it up now, looking at 15 in 20. Still not on for that TQ pace. But Hudson onto the straightaway now through the sweeper. And good runs yesterday, solidifying a B final place. Looking at probably making another B final today, I think, if I remember right. Schumacher kart of Hudson Knight onto the straightaway. And he should lead this one, but doesn't. Ewan Tumilty now leads this one and is back on 15 lap pace in the 15.19 and looking at taking TQ. So we might need to jump forward, and we have, and caught up Ewan Tumilty's Yokomo on the straightaway. Car looks good, and he's had a couple of early errors, but he's got back on pace and has found enough pace in that car to pick up 15 lap run and gets away with a wheelie. 21.6 still keeps on 15 lap and, more importantly, TQ pace, so he will be the fastest car going into our last 2 heats. So if he stays like this, the worst he could get would be a 21 in round. Yokomo chassis, support imported by MB Models, one of our sponsors this weekend, as he comes up on the pink car of James Halliwell. And James gets out of his way nicely. So Ewan and Tommy both on for beating Rhys's time. Hudson's just shy of beating Rhys's time. So the top 3 in this one could go top 3 if Hudson finds a little bit of time on his last lap. So Hudson pushes through, lost a little bit of time on that last lap, and is going to need a very fast lap on his last one. Ewan, though, on for an 18. Actually beats that 15 in 17. Tommy Dale 15 in 19. Hudson Knight 15 in 21. Callum Trewartha 15 in 20. So your top 7 in that one going to the top 10. New top 10 is Ewan Tumilty, Tommy Dale, Rhys Trewartha, Callum Trewartha, Hudson Knight, William Venables, Liam Robinson, Oliver Natras, Colin May and Rhys Ward. Jacob Tomlinson, you've got an 11, so I think your rounds 2 and 3 will be your best 2 rounds, 19 and 21. So I think you'll rely on those 2 scores. As we now look at Heat 10. So going into Heat 10, Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth both have a 0 and 2. Tommy Hall has a 2 and Thomas Phipps has a 0. So 4 guys can TQ the meeting. You need a 2 or better. So Tommy Hall would need to TQ the meeting or the last round and hope that, and would have to beat Ben Smith's fastest time to TQ the meeting overall. But in this one we've got Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth, both have a 0 and 2. So Ben Smith leads us off in his hunt for TQ, followed by Josh. Jamie Hall looking to cement his A final place in this run. But we're going to concentrate on the battle for TQ between Ben and Josh. Not forgetting that Tommy Hall and Thomas Phipps can still TQ this meeting. Ben Smith opens out with 20.3, Josh Holdsworth 20.6, and Josh makes a slight error. So Ben Smith has breathing room, 20.6 that time by Josh has a 21.9. Johnny Skidmore jumps up to the 2 spot with a 20.4. So Ben Smith predicted a 15 in 7. Johnny Skidmore gets hung up on a pipe, but he was looking at 15 in 11. Thomas Phipps now up to the 2. 15 in 12. So 3 of our TQ guys go in this heat, or possible TQ guys, sorry. Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth and Thomas Phipps could all possibly TQ the meeting. But Thomas Phipps now hangs up a pipe, and Ben Smith has this all his own way at the minute. 20.28 last time by his hot lap, so he's getting faster and faster. 20.24, so Ben going even faster still, getting that average down, and now at a 15 in 6. So we'll keep on Ben as he gets past Eugene Galley. .5 that time by. So Ben's still on for a 15 in 6. Jamie Hall looking at a 15 in 11. Jonathan Skidmore looking at 15 in 13. Josh Holdsworth looking at a 15 in 13. Ryan Clark, you're looking at a 15 in 17 and going 5 in round at the minute. Johnny Skidmore's car sounding a little rough out there. Will that make the end of the run? But back to Ben Smith. Another 20.4 that time by, so every lap so far in the 20s for Ben. Looking at a 15 in 6 now. Jamie Hall 15 in 10, Josh Holdsworth 15 in 11. Skidmore with that angry sounding car, looking at a 15 in 12. Archie Bowman jumps up to the 5 spot with a 15 in 16. Ben Smith 20.34 last time by. Still on for TQ in this round. Predicted to be 5 seconds clear of Josh Holdsworth. So Ben doing everything he can to grab that TQ spot and leave it only possible for Tommy Hall then to take TQ from him. But Ben TQs this run. Johnny Skidmore still getting round with that angry sounding car and still going 3rd in round. Worth keeping that car going, Johnny. Archie Bowman looking at a 4, Ryan Clark looking at 5, Matt Thompson, you're looking at 6. So the bench buddies can't be separated by a bench or time at the minute. And literally a 1/10 of a second apart on the clock. Johnny Skidmore making that car. If he makes that car to the finish, he deserves a round of applause, I think. Ben Smith now looking at a 15 in 5. Josh Holdsworth looking at a 15 in 9. Johnny Skidmore looking at a 15 in 14. Archie Bowman 15 in 15. Ben Smith coming up on another back marker. Hopefully we'll get out of the way of Ben very quickly, and it will. It's Ryan Clark who gets away, gets out of his way and comes back in front of bench buddy Matt Thompson. So Ben Smith looking at a 15 in 5. And does pick up a 15 in 5.77. Josh Holdsworth 15 in 8. And a big round of applause for Johnny Skidmore, who gets that car across the line, going 3rd in round, 15 in 18. Well worth carrying that car over the line. So Ben Smith goes TQ with a 15 in 5. Josh Holdsworth 15 in 8. Ewan Tumulty will stay 3rd, 15 in 17. Johnny Skidmore with a set of ear defenders goes 15 in 18. Matthew Thompson 15 in 18. Archie Bowman 15 in 18. Ryan Clark 15 in 21. So the maths is simple for Tommy Hall. Needs to TQ this round and beat Ben Smith's time. And fastest time of the meeting to TQ the meeting. Ben's sitting pretty on 2 zeros, but one of those is from this round. Josh Holdsworth has a 0 and a 2 and a 2 from this round, so his score is set at 2. Bottom of the A final currently Ewan Tumulty with a 10 and a 3 from this round. Only 9 cars up there. I think we're waiting for someone. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So looks like we're waiting for someone. Not sure who it is. Just checking my sheets. Who's missing? Can see Luke Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall up there. Charlie Saunders, Lee Martin is up there, as is Mark Anthony Jones. 6, 7, 8 and 9. We do have Tenkos Marnes up there. Nash. Looks like we're missing Harley Eldridge, and it is. So Brian bringing Harley's car to the line, and Leroy makes a last minute change with the help of Matt Thompson. So Tommy Hall leads us around, but he's running second on track to Lee Martin, who opens out with 20.8 second laps. So Lee Martin leads this one out, 20.17. Last lap, best lap 20.17, so Lee. No, Tommy Hall now leads this one, 20.42. Last lap, best lap 20.2. But Tommy only looking at going third in round so far. Lee Martin now 19.92 last lap, looking at, and that's his new hot lap of the race. 20.76 last time by for Tommy Hall, 21.29 for Luke Holdsworth. Aaron Nash 20.92, but that looks like that's Tommy out, I think. So Tommy Hall's TQ chances have gone. So apologies, race controller messing about with timing, and I now can't see the overall. But this one, Lee Martin still leads us round, 20.24 last lap. Luke Holdsworth 20.54. Aaron Nash 21.19. Looking at 20.39 for Lee Martin that time round. He goes past us on the main straight, down through the sweeper, underneath Rostrum over the big jump, back over the ski jump and towards us through the S's. 20.62 last time by for Leroy, 19.92 best lap. So he looks to cement a final place with his X-ray car. Mark Anthony Jones following. Daniel Pole looking at third in this heat as we go to 1 minute remaining. Race order is Lee Martin, Luke Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Lewis Hopkins, Aaron Nash, Mark Anthony Jones, Stuart Marn. And we've had 3 guys retire from this. So some good points. have been given up, and other people will pick them up lower down the order. But Lee Martin's 20.35 last time by. 20.65 for Luke Holdsworth, 20.4 for Daniel Pole. 30 seconds remaining on this one. And Lee Martin brings it round through the S's. Rounders by commentary corner and down the main straight. And gets through for his 15th and final lap. Through the S's again. Round by us. Fortunately, I can't see where Lee is going as the timing is broken. But Lee finishes the 15 in 8. Daniel Pole 15 in 11. Luke Holdsworth 15 in 12. Lewis Hopkins 15 in 14. Aaron Nash 15 in 16. Complete.
Well, we are just over 2 minutes into our 5-minute final. This is the L final. It's a grudge match between Nathan Stanmore and Paul Steadman. But the most interesting battle is for second. Paul Steadman, car number 1. We challenged Cam to try and keep them both in shot at all times, but I'm actually surprised. They are pretty close. Thank you for watching along all day today. Your live stream sponsors are TKR Graphics, Futaba, Kyosho, Andy's Models, Rudog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Rude Bits, and Team Associated. And we've had an absolutely fantastic time all weekend broadcasting you from Potteries as this battle really starts to heat up now. With car 1 chasing. Steadman, oh, he gets tied up at the beginning of the straight there. Trying to reclaim his position. And they are back into grid order now. So Paul Steadman's out in the lead. Nathan Stanmore makes a better job of that last corner this time. Fires it down the straight. Almost hits the side barrier. Chasing over the ginormous tabletop. What are we calling all these bits, Adam? Ski jump?
Yeah, ski jump.
Where's Maggots and Beckett's? I heard you talking about that. Yeah. Got you. Down the straight one more time. Less than a minute to go. Can Nathan Stanmore? He's been out in front once before. Can he take that position again? The two Serpent drivers stood close together on the driver's stand and relatively close together on the track. This is for glory. The winner of this final will be a Serpent as the two gentlemen continue their battle. But Paul Steadman's just got the edge. Unfortunately, Nathan doesn't seem to be able to gain on him. In fact, seems to be losing rather a lot of pace now in the dying moments of this race. And your L final goes to Paul Steadman from Nathan Stanmore as the crowd erupts. That was a good final, actually. If they're all like that, but with more cars, it'll be all right. And it will also feature better commentary, as we will have Mr. Adam Skelding take over the mic again. Now he's done he's scrawling things down on a notepad. You missed a good one there, Adam.
I know, I'm going to leave this commentary to you. Yeah, so
I can't keep up with 2 cars. I don't know how you keep up with 10.
Sometimes I don't, as the guys who were listening yesterday probably found out. So yeah, thanks to everyone at home for putting up with me for this weekend. Been a little while, I think 15 years or so since I did any commentary. So I dusted the rust off yesterday and hopefully didn't embarrass myself too much and gave you guys at home something a little bit different to Tom Cockerell's commentary. So as from now on, I'm known as Timu Tom. I am the low budget version. And I arrive in a box from China. But no.
On, apparently.
But all joking aside, it's been great fun today watching the today and yesterday commentating on these guys, and I've really enjoyed it, and hopefully you guys at home have too. If you've not enjoyed it, contact me and tell me why. If you have enjoyed it, please give us a like on RC Racing TV and subscribe to the channel. And we have now the I did have a heat sheet just a second ago, which I've hidden away from myself. There it is. So on the line now we have our K final. The poleman Charlie Hall, Miklos Sabados, Aidan Burke, Christopher Cherry, Mark Kilworth, Lee Kinsey, Richard Hipkiss, Jamie Careless, John Grindley, and Jesse Russell round out your 10 cars in this final.
Can we try and do it on the track?
Yeah, you can do. Yeah.
You do it online and then we'll share a screen.
Yeah. So we're going to split the commentary between people at the track will hear slightly different commentary to no. So people on track will get slightly different commentary. They're going to hear a familiar voice to those guys as we try and split the commentary for the finals. Easier to commentate on the screen and on track during qualifying, but we're off and away. Charlie Hall leads us off. Miklos Sabados running into second, but makes an early mistake. Charlie with his orange and black car leads us past round onto the start finish straight for one more time. Miklos Sabados in 2, Aidan Perk 3, Lee Kinsey 4, Richard Hipkiss 5, Jesse Russell 6, Jamie Kellis 7. So we're following our current race leader Charlie Hall round past us in commentary corner, over the hump and onto the straightaway, down through the sweeper, over the small speed bump, through, up over the tabletop and round. Gap now just under 2 seconds between first and second, but Charlie's over and Miklos is through. Miklos now takes it up and leads us away down the straightaway. To Miklos, Charlie, Aidan, Lee and Richard Hipkiss are your top 5. Jesse Russell up from 10th on the grid to 6th. Miklos leading Charlie Hall, Aidan Burke, Lee Kinsey.
Giving Charlie the pressure at the start of this race. All roles reverse now. Miklos Sabados leads. Charlie Hall blue and orange machine right behind him, passing the commentator corner now. Up and over the roller, turning right and down the straight he goes.
So Miklos now, gap only down to half a second now between the two race leaders. They've got a big gap of 5 seconds behind them. To Aidan Burke, through the S's, down over the small, and Charlie's over. Miklos now, but Charlie makes a quick recovery and doesn't lose too much time over Miklos. Miklos now through the S's, up. Up over the roller, onto the main straight and down the main straight. Gap now only down to 0.6 of a second. So 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Miklos still in with Charlie closing up over that speed bump. Passes in commentary corner, over onto the straight. That gap now, but Charlie's riding the walls there, inside and outside the main straight. Up onto the tabletop. keeps trying to throw this one away, but as soon as he gets close to Miklos, he seems to make the error, which makes the gap that much harder to close down.
Part 2 from 1 coming onto the straight now. Miklos, a minute and a half to go. Check them as they go this time. Charlie looks a little bit closer. It's 1 second now, the gap.
So Miklos now. Pink car over the ski jump. And Charlie closes down through that section. Over the speed limit, closing down again. That gap's now well under a second this time round. Charlie has the faster car and more pace, but just keeps making the odd mistake. Up over the tabletop. Back marker clips Charlie, but still gets away with it. And this is Charlie's strong point of the track, where he closed in on Miklos last time. Late braking into the speed bump, gives it a little bit of a blip, but jumps wide. Round up onto the roller, onto the start-finish straight. And gap now down to half a second, clips a pipe and just keeps making that odd mistake that's causing Charlie to drop back. But now Charlie making another move, but clips another pipe. Miklos is being handed this win with 30 seconds to go. Charlie, and sends it up the inside. And Charlie sneaks through after sending it like a torpedo down the inside. So, does Miklos return the favour and send it back? No, he can't. So this is it, race to the line now. Miklos is over now, so Charlie looks like he was given the chance and only one lap to hold on to this K-final, and Charlie Hall wins his K-final. Miklos Sabados second, Lee Kinsey third, Aidan Burke fourth, and Richard Hipkiss fifth.
Kinsey 3, Aidan Burke 4, Richard Hipkiss is your top 5.
And now during our K-final. Apologies if the other commentary was bleeding through on this mic. We're now going to try and split them apart again and see how this works, as we try to have trackside commentary and live commentary for you guys streaming, so we're not doing just one job across two platforms. We'll see how this works for the finals. So your J final, four-wheel drive, James Pritchard, underqualified big time in this one. Simon Hudspeth, Mark Christopher, Philip Hitchman, Paul Trod and Tommy Clark. guy that we interviewed earlier on in the day, Trevor Follington, David Milford, Peter Butler and Richard Thearns. So James Pritchard, I would expect to win this one. He's had a shocker of a day, is the best way I can describe it. I've seen him step back. Oh no, it's a final. See? Sorry, this is a final. I apologise. We've jumped a final, we've dropped one. So we have the A final up there now. Apologies to you guys online. So Ben Smith will lead us away. Josh Holdsworth on second. So Ben Smith leads the way, Josh Holdsworth second, Lee Martin third, Tommy Hall fourth. Those four guys get away cleanly. Daniel Pole and Thomas Phipps get together, and Thomas Phipps makes a move on the inside of Daniel Pole, but up at the front it's Ben Smith leading from Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Tommy Hall, Thomas Phipps and Daniel Pole. So regulation order 1 through 6 at the minute. Ben Smith round over the ski jump, round into through the S's, up by us in commentary corner, over the hump onto the main straight, and Ben Smith, Luke Holdsworth, Tommy Hall and Lee Martin have gapped the rest of the field. Those four lead cars have a cushion of around a second and a half over your fifth place man Daniel Pole, who's got Thomas Phipps and Johnny Skidmore in close company, but these four really are breaking away. Looks like Tommy's made a slight error there. And we've now got a race of two at the front, Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth. Ben Smith now over the small jump by us, Josh Holdsworth in hot pursuit. Last time by for these two, 20.37, 20.43, so nothing in it on fast laps between these two. Ben Smith still leading through the S's. Josh gets a bit of a wheelie on. Now Lee Martin's passed, oh no, not passed, has Tommy Hall for close company, third and fourth. Close battle on the grid, but we're still keeping with Ben Smith as he leads this one round. 147 down, 3:15-ish to go, and Ben Smith starting to gap Josh Holdsworth. Making up a little bit for yesterday. He led practice yesterday and has had a good weekend this weekend, been on point for a lot of rounds, but never quite had the total domination. But today he's looking to put that right as he goes around through the S's down to this bottom corner. Back onto the straight. 1.25 seconds in front across the line that before. Now the gap's down to 0.9 as we head into the final half of this race. 2.5 minutes down, 2 to go. Ben Smith whips it up. Josh Holdsworth jumps long, and he's now only 0.7 behind. So gap is down under a second. So gap at the front now. Looks like it's extended this lap, 0.7 last time by. Now up to 1.23, so Ben a half a second to the good in that previous lap. Tommy Hall now third. Has got past Lee Martin. Out of shot, but those four guys, followed by Thomas Phipps and Daniel Pole. So the top six have stayed top six, just rearranged the order around third and fourth. Luke Holdsworth at the back gets hung up on a pipe, gets Marshall, but back at the front, Josh chases, Ben clips a pipe and Josh is through. Opportunist move, but Ben instantly snaps back straight at him around onto the straight, and the gap now down to 0.2, but we don't need to know the gap in time because we can see it in there in the same shot on camera. Ski jump, S's. This is where Ben made the mistake last time, won't make it again because as we heard in when we talked to him earlier on, it's not about the first mistake, it's about not making the second. Josh Holdsworth gaining, and he's all over the back of Ben Smith's car. These two swinging it through the S's round past us at commentary corner, and the gap is a couple of car lengths as Josh jumps along. Probably loses a little bit of time jumping along there. Should have maybe jumped a little bit shorter, and Ben Smith has gapped him by the massive 0.49 seconds, but Josh instantly straight back and looks to have a better car and better line probably through the S's, but Ben Smith's car working better around this corner. Josh jumps to the inside and nearly makes contact with Ben Smith. Not a lot of gap now between them, almost just one car length at maximum. These are guys, Josh has a much neater line through there and enables him to carry more corner speed, but side by side through the corner, and Josh jumps over the top of Ben Smith, but Ben Smith takes it with a cracking race between the two of them there. Massive amount of seems to be a bit of altercation on the rostrum between two of the drivers, but Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth, no altercation between those. Great race between the Schumacher stablemates. Tommy Hall gets third, Lee Martin fourth, Thomas Phipps gets fifth. The top five stayed top five, just in different order actually. Top six, Daniel Pole gets sixth, Jamie Hall seventh, Lewis Hopkins eighth, Jonathan Skidmore ninth. And Luke Holdsworth 10th, just off screen. Sorry, we had a different final order to what was handed to us, but we caught it up and we didn't start off what we thought was the J final. But now we have the J final. I think we've got a guy that's in the wrong. We've got 11 guys on the rostrum here. Chris Bowden is in the wrong final. So we've just managed to stop Chris Bowden making an absolute fool of himself, or more of a fool of himself than normal, and he's get down the rostrum and he's not in this final. Eager to go in a final lower than he actually qualified. So this one, James Pritchard, as I said, massively underqualified today. Seen him step back from the rostrum 2 or 3 times today. Yeah, can do. So in the booth now, we'll watch this final, but keep an eye on this final. We've now got Tommy Hall with us. So how was that first final for you?
For me, it was pretty good. I had a good race with Lee. We were having a bit of fun out there. I don't think we quite have enough pace for the two at the front. But yeah, we had a good race. We tried to live with them at the start, and I think, they were gone. So
yeah, it just seems like they've had the upper hand all weekend. I don't know what they've done over the winter, but I guess their car just today and this weekend, both Ben and Josh have been on point all weekend.
I mean, they're putting the work, and fair play to them. Their stuff seems to be working pretty well. I mean, my stuff feels really good as well. My car's on rails out there, but they've got a little bit of something. So we'll keep working, and hopefully we can catch up.
Yeah, I'm going to say, you guys don't. It's not like you guys don't put in the work. It just looks like today, and like when we were talking to Josh yesterday, if you go back, he just said his driving style suited this track this weekend, where he just hammers it to a corner and then smashes the bump stops on the steering. So I think Been good. Yeah, I mean, third in leg one. Still, we've got the heat results up there. Yeah, Ben and Josh's race was really close. Josh tried to get past Ben over this corner jump here, but that changed after practice. Has that really affect? Do you think this change has been better over here?
I don't know if it's been better or worse. I don't really know why they changed it, to be honest.
I think it was because the chicane onto the straight was catching a load of people out, and people were ending up on the inside of the track. I think we're just going to get a load of cars into each other.
It was a little difficult in the start of Q1, trying to not go the wrong way and almost like jump over here and go around there. It's like, oh, that's not where the track goes anymore. So it definitely took a few laps to figure it out, but it feels pretty good. The track itself has been really good. I want to say huge credit to the guys that worked on it here. It's an amazing track, so they did a great job.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing we spotted overnight, when normally you get 1 or 2 corners change at a national, but as soon as you guys had literally crossed the line, they were ripping the pegs out, pulling the hoses up, and it's a 100% different track.
Absolutely, and it couldn't be more different to the 2 track. Like you say, it's like a completely different flow, completely different style of track, so I think I prefer this layout to the 201, but they've both been really good, so yeah.
Yeah, but completely different style of track and layout, but 9 of the 10 cars in today's A final were in yesterday's.
Really?
Yep, so the only guy is your brother, Jamie, who, I think got his act together today after yesterday's absolute shocker. We'll leave yesterday out of the equation, but yes, today's done a lot better today. Don't know. I think where was he in? I think 7th or 8th in the first leg. So
yeah, not
a complete disaster. And adds another A final to his list of A finals, but. This we've got James Pritchard in this one. Looks like he should really walk away with this. He's underqualified by about 4 or 5 finals at least, I think.
It's a pretty dominant opening lap, that's for sure. He's got a nice gap there. I mean, the field spread already is really quite large. Top 4 are really getting a gap, so I think these guys may have underqualified slightly, but
yeah.
It's one of those tracks, though. It's very difficult to run a clean 5-minute run on, so I think a lot of guys feel like they've underqualified, and maybe some guys feel like they've done quite well because of other guys' misfortune. So it's just very difficult out there. It's when you're sliding a car around so much and so close to the corners, you're always going to snag a pipe, and the pipes are not forgiving. If you touch one, it's over. So.
Yeah, it's those corrugated ones, isn't it? It's that just you touch them just, and they drag the rest of your car in, and next thing you know, you're round, and you've only just clipped a pipe.
Yeah. So it's very, very difficult out there. So I think a lot of the guys may feel they've underqualified, and it's looking like a few at the front of this final are definitely below where they should be. So
we've got young Tommy Clark in this one, who we interviewed earlier on. He's just gone down the straight now. Pink, white, and purple car coming up over. So 11 years old, first national. You remember your first national?
I do. Robin Hood, and
really,
I will never forget it. It was one of those moments where we pulled in the field and we were like, wow, this is cool. We're definitely doing this. So
how old were you when you did your first national?
I think I would have been a similar age to Tommy Clark. I think it would have been about 11 or 12.
All right.
So just over 10. I'm not 100% sure, but
yeah. So you can definitely remember this. So we've got in this one we've got Tommy Clark. And I think in the later one we've got Jensen Proctor, I think his name is, who's 10.
Wow.
So 2 guys, first nationals, and we had Jack Mills-White, who's done the Workshop Series yesterday, also with doing his first national.
It's great to see. I mean, they're all doing really quite well as well for the age.
I mean, considering I know Tommy's only been driving just over a year. He used to do go-karting, and I used to race with his dad back in the day in the northeast. So, and he used to do. He left. He just made a mistake by it and over onto its roof. But really nice kid. Had a good chat with him earlier on today. I think we've got to remember these are the guys that we're going to not leave the sport to, but they're going to be the future U and future A finalists of the future. Well, in a few years, hopefully.
There's a really good crop of them coming through. There's a good bunch of guys that are in the sort of 13 to 15 age range that have all really started coming up, like Dan Pole and Archie and all those guys. They've really started pushing up the pace, and then it's good to see there's another generation just below that are really starting to push on. So it's great to see. I think it's exactly what we need for UK racing. So
yeah, because I mean, I've been around long enough to see quite a few generations of guys, and it's nice that I still see some of the guys that I grew up racing like Manny, Dave Burton,
yes,
who I looked and read about in magazines, but like these guys are now meeting their idols. That so Jack Mills-White, favourite driver Tommy Hall. So it's, I mean, I remember like meeting like Jamie Booth, meeting one of my heroes, and then ended up like now he's a really good friend, and we like go out together. And I think it's those friendships that you form through a hobby.
I was so nervous the first time I spoke to Neil Craig. I was shaking in my boots. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I was like, oh my god, that's Neil Craig. So yeah, at least at the end of the day, everyone's human, and they're all great guys in this hobby. So it's just brilliant. It's good to see them coming through.
So James Pritchard has got this covered with an 11-second lead at the minute. So while you're here, is there anyone you'd like to thank? Take the time to thank on Mike.
All the sponsors, all the guys associated, all the guys are working so hard right now. They're all doing a great job. So Craig and the whole team here, they're all putting in a lot of effort. I can't thank them enough for the work they're doing. And of course Reedy and J Concepts and everyone else as well, Rudog and FF Racing and CML, all the guys that help us so much with everything we do. We couldn't do it without them. Like, I know it's a thing that everyone says that we couldn't do it without them, but really it's like they give up so much for us and help us so much that it's brilliant. So big cheers for Pritchard there.
Yeah. So plans for the rest of the year, doing 8th scale?
That's the plan. Yeah, we'll keep doing the 8th scale. I think we don't do much running with it. We pretty much just turn up and run at the nationals and see what happens. So I would really like to get good at running the 8th scale. It's one of those things that it's a cool class. I enjoy the long finals. It's something different. It feels really like a motorsport.
Yep.
Like doing the long finals. It's good fun. So keep working on that, and obviously keep working on the 10 scale stuff, and hopefully get a bit closer to those two up front.
So any more EOS this year, or?
I think that's it for this year. So I don't know if they've released dates for next year. I don't know what they're doing next year, but we'll be at all the EOSs, Euros warm up. So I'm looking forward to those. I think it's good to have them back on an Astro track for us. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit more, up our street, let's say. So
where are the Euros this year?
They're in Austria. I think it's Steyregg, the track.
Oh yeah, so not far from Hoop. A little bit further away than I know from Hoopo, because his was Treiskirchen was his track.
Okay.
I remember seeing like posts that he used to put up on Steyregg, but I know his lads now are getting quick, and last time I spoke to him he said he was thinking about retiring because his kids are getting quick now. It's like, uh-oh, he's reached that age.
Yes.
When your kids are quicker than you. And aerial down, you don't remember aerial down.
That's before my time.
Yeah, aerial down was the thing when your run was over, like aerial down, transmitter off, when you had a bad run.
It seems to be the golden standard, in it. When your kid starts beating you, that's when the aerial down, as you say.
And time to go to vintage, like I did.
Yeah.
But it's been great to talk to you. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to come and speak to us.
Thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, and hopefully a bit better luck in the next finals. Hopefully you find that missing link.
Fingers crossed.
If not, just give Drescher some hassle.
Oh, always.
And also now give Bowden some hassle, because he's now worked out which final he should have been in, because he was making an 11th car in the last final.
That doesn't surprise me.
No.
That really does not surprise me. He's what a legend. We couldn't do it without Bowden.
No.
So, cool.
All right, thank you, Tommy.
Take
care.
And yourself.
So thank you to Tommy for taking time out of his day. I think he got someone to marshal for him so he could talk to us. So we now rejoin the I-final. Stephen Harley, Chris Bowden, now finally in the right final. And Bowden running the chrome car, and this one got rid of his, so it must have been the race paint that was messing his day up, as he now goes to chrome car 1 can. And Bowden now giving chase to Steve Harley. The gap, they've already gapped the rest of the field that look like they've had a bit of a disaster. So Bowden hangs up a pipe and Harley's through down the straightaway, and a 1.27 second lead for Steve Harley. Chris Bowden, Lee Stokes from 10th on the grid up to 3rd, part of Old Team Dremel, and that'll be a great result for him, making a 7 car or 7 places up. But Bowden looks with that chrome car and big wing on the back to try and close down our race leader Stephen Harley. Jensen Cooper, now there's the guy that I was just talking to, 10-year-old, also first national this weekend. So congratulations to Jensen Cooper on making the I final. Like Tommy said, you never really forget that first national, your first experience. He remembers it like it was yesterday, and it was at Robin Hood. And he met some of his idols there and has become one of the greats of our sport right now. Tommy Hall has 58 A-final appearances to his name. So Bowden now takes the point. Obviously been sandbagging during qualifying, but these two have a commanding lead of 6 seconds over 3rd place, so it's really between these two unless they both manage to throw it away. But these two will be pushing each other on and round as they battle for victory in the I final 4-wheel drive. Yeah, so it's just going to consult my list, go back there. So Tommy Hall, 58 national A finals, 20 wins, so good hit ratio for Tommy Hall. Also back-to-back defending 2 and 4-wheel drive British champion, European champion back in 2022 at Robin Hood Raceway. Like he said, he's looking forward to Euros this year being on an Astro track. Something that the Brits are more used to than the dirt track that we've had over the last few years. But Bowden now leads from Steve Harley. Managed to get past a couple of back markers there, and so has Steve Harley. So Bowden leads this. 2 guys in front getting together, they need to get out of his way, and Bowden manages to drive straight through one and over the other. Looks like Steve Harley's made a mistake and has dropped further back. 5 seconds now, so Bowden is going to do his best to throw this away now, I can guarantee it. He could make an absolute Horlicks of this finalist, and there we go, collides with a similar coloured car that he's lapping, but gets away and he's down the straight. 3.94 seconds ago, so he lost a second, but still plenty of time. 30 seconds on the clock. Bowden, a great member of the associated team, one of proper team guy who, if you need something, he will always be the first to rip it off his car and give it to you. And that's the kind of teamwork we need in this sport, where it's not about, sometimes it's not about the eye, it's about the team, and that Bowden is a great example of that. So Bowden brings it round to win this I final 4-wheel drive. He really wanted to go in the final before, but Steve Harley crosses the line in 2nd, Ben Ellis 3rd, Lee Stokes from 10th finishes 4th, and Phil Campbell rounds out your top 5.
see you coming, I thought, you know what? I could see you coming, I thought, he's going to get me, I'm not going to risk bidding it. I was like,
Just checking.
Good come back. Good come from
So Reese Ward leads this one. Someone else that's underqualified today, and he's blown that one, but still gets away in front. So Reese had a rough couple of qualifiers. I think he's only had one real good one to count. Not sure what's happened, but he's always looked fast and has been fast all winter, doing the workshop series and some of the vintage events that I've attended. But Reese leads this one round with his X-ray car, blue and yellow, over the tabletop, through the bank corner, over the ski jump, and he's clear by 4 seconds already in this one. He's clipped another pipe. So those little mistakes he's just got to get used to not making. But the X-ray car of Reese Ward leads this H final. Still some good points to be had for Reese, and just casing that jump. Didn't really need to case it, it's just plain jump, but not sure what's going on there. But Reese, best lap 22.27 last time by, and I don't think he's had a clean lap, so I think he's got 21s in him. If he can, and maybe even a 20. Don't think he'll get down to the 19s, but I think a 20 or a low 21 will be well within Reese's capabilities. And there you go, 21.77. So he's getting the hang of it now. 5 seconds back from Reese is Philip Channon, another old school racer that I recognise from years by. Joshua Anderson and my old mate Lee Charnock not also had a great run. But Jack Mills-White, Tommy Hall's fan club member, is running in 5th. Qualified 2nd, but running in 5th. So Jack could have something to say about this final if he gets some clean laps in. Must have had an early mistake. But we go back, and Reese has tagged a pipe again. So just needs to iron out those mistakes is all Reese needs to do. 21.33 his best lap. So getting close to that predicted 20-second lap that I think he can do. So Reese Ward leads this one. Philip Channon, sorry. My voice is going to hurt tomorrow, I think. People at work will love me for that. So Philip Channon 7 seconds down. Lee Charnock making a move back up to 4th. Jack Mills-White 5th. Those two guys separated by 3 seconds, so Charney and Jack may not see each other as we've got 1.5 minutes left to go. Reese Ward out onto the straight for his 9th lap, sorry. 21.77 last time by. 21.33 still his best lap. 21.54 that time by for Reese. So will he get that 20-second lap that I predicted he would get early on in the run? 10 seconds almost now the gap between him and Phil Channon. But this H final pretty much being led from Tone by Reese Ward as he comes through. Round past us at commentary corner. Whips it onto the start-finish straight. 30 seconds to go in a 21.22 best lap, 21.22. So he's edging ever closer but getting out of shape over the tabletop as he pushes to try and do a quick lap. Which that's what the kids want to do now, is try and hunt that quick lap and just show that they could have done. Which bet it's a great way to do it in the final. While he's leading it by 12.5 seconds. So he's got 1.5 seconds on best lap. And 1.1 seconds average faster than the rest of this field. So Reese Ward bringing it round for what can only be described as a comfortable victory. Reese running the X-Ray vehicle with the ABM motors and batteries. Congratulations, Reese, on the H final. Sure, that's not what you were hoping for this weekend, but as Craig Drescher sometimes says, sometimes you've just got to take your medicine, go home and get on with it and come back stronger next time. And he's only got 2 weeks until he needs to come back stronger as we head to BMR in 2 weeks' time. So your G final 4-wheel drive up next. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So sorry about that. We just had to discuss with our race director a couple of issues that we've had trackside So this one is led by Cameron Wells, a young mid-east driver who's shown some promise in qualifying and in the G final. Maybe qualified, I guess, a little lower than you would have hoped. Maybe looking for an E or an F final, but G final still great points for Cameron Wells. Andy Manning running second, our poleman. Evie Thames running third. The Thames sisters managing to split themselves apart this in four-wheel drive category. Two-wheel drive, they were in the same final, so at least this time they get the backing of both parents for their racing. But Cameron Wells driving excellently, and he'll be looking to have a better result at BMR, his home track, at the next national event in 2 weeks. So Cameron through the S's, down towards the little speed bump, down here by us at commentary corner, up over the hump, and we'll need to avoid that stricken car. And that looked like Scott Wyman. It was Scott Wyman back in 10th, but Cameron up and over the jump, down through the first part of the S's, up over the ski jump and through the big S. Associated car of Cameron. I think it's a Serpent car then. It is a Serpent car of Andy Manning. Jonathan Pluke running third. Evie Thames with her Schumacher in fourth. Will Fisher with this associated in fifth. And Jim Dixon and Craig Lomax with their Schumacher cars running eighth and ninth. Oh, and that is a clatter there for Andy Manning. Cameron Wells, though, doesn't matter. He's not bothered how bad Andy Manning's crash was. He's gone and up the road to the tune of 5.7 seconds. And it's now Jonathan Pluke that's second. Sorry, Andy Manning is now third. So that mistake was costly for Andy Manning, dropping back another place from his pole start. But Cameron Wells continues to lead us round in this G final with 50 seconds to go. So by us in commentary corner, up over the hump, onto the straight for his penultimate lap. I think he'll get through for 14 just. As the clock counts down, 4 minutes 36, so 24 seconds left. He'll definitely make it through this time, and one more lap will for Cameron Wells. Whether Jonathan Pluke will make it through is another matter. I don't think he will, because Cameron makes it through at 50. Jonathan Pluke actually will make it through our 5 car and will make it through to join Cameron on the last battle, but 2 other cars also make it through, so the race is still on for second, third and fourth. Third and fourth over the ramp, up to the ski jump, round through the S's, a cartwheeling car there, and that's settled that. So second will be Jonathan Pluke. Third will be Evie Thames. Well done, Evie. And your winner of the G final, Cameron Wells, winning by 6.22 seconds. Excellent result for Cameron from second, so he improved the maximum amount he could to first place. So next we've got our second leg of the A final, as I remembered this time, and I've got to announce the guys up onto the rostrum. Cheers, thank you. Right. We just need to make sure these guys are ready. Alright. Just waiting for Daniel Pohl to make his way across. And then we'll announce up in reverse order. And just see if Steve thinks we're ready. Don't know. We ready? Waiting on us. Okay, so second leg of the A final. I'm going to announce the drivers up in reverse order. I'd like a big round of applause for each driver, please. So lining up 10th on the grid, sponsored by Schumacher, Paint Magic, Logo Magic, Fisher Designs and Simplify RC. Making his 12th National A Finals appearance, it's Lewis Hopkins. Your 9 car on the grid, sponsored by AE, Reedy, Futaba, CML, J Concepts, Rude Dog, FF Racing and Factory Team. Making his 45th National A Final appearance, Jamie Hall. Your 8 car, sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, Power HD, Nosram, Trishbits. 47th National A Final appearance for Luke Holdsworth. Your 7 car on the grid, sponsored by X-Ray, Hobbywing, Hot Race, SRT, Zombie, MB and TRC, making his 9th National A Final appearance, Johnny Skidmore. Your 6 car on the grid, sponsored by Associated, Reedy, Factory Team, CML Distribution, TMG, Puppy Paint, FF Racing, Rudog and Atom Fire Models, making his 17th National A Final appearance, Daniel Pole. Your 5 car on the grid, sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, RC Disco, FF Racing and Wheelspin, making his 43rd National A Final appearance, Thomas Phipps. Sponsored by AE, Reedy, Futaba, CML, J Concepts, Rude Dog, FF Racing, Factory Team. Your 4 car on the grid, making 58 National A Final appearances and your reigning 4-wheel drive National Champion, Tommy Hall. Your 3 car on the grid, sponsored by X-Ray, Hoodie, Elsaram, Nosram, Sanwa, LMR and T-Works, making his 211th National A Final appearance, Lee Martin. Sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, Power HD, Nosram, Trishbits. Your 2 car on the grids, making his 43rd National A Final appearance, Josh Holdsworth. And your poleman, sponsored by Schumacher, Elsaram, Coyote, Nosram, TKR, Model Sport and Trishbits, making his 50th National A Final appearance, Ben Smith. Louder. So, I want to give that back to Muzz. Leave it off. So sorry about that. I got one of the one of Ben's sponsors wrong. He's not actually sponsored by Nosram. It's Coyote. I was reading Josh's out from the announcement before, and we get our main feedback on camera. So this is leg 2. Leg 1 won by Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth second, Tommy Hull third and Lee Martin fourth. So Ben will be looking for another flag to flag victory. As Tommy said when we were talking to him, the other guys didn't seem to be able to lay a glove on the two Schumacher cars at the start, and it was just a battle between him and Leroy for third. As I read out there, a lot of national A final appearances between these guys. And great amount of 50 now for Ben, making his half century. Ben gets a clean start, off and away and up over the tabletop. Looks like regulation order behind, no one collecting each other, so we carry on at the front. Josh still got that nice, neat and tidy line through the S, Ben hanging the back end of his car out and leaving Josh to close in a little. And Josh's car seems to have a little bit more horsepower down the straight, always running up. Ben makes a mistake and he's back onto his wheels. Gets in, drops back into fourth. So now it's Lee Martin somehow gets from third up to the point. Luke Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Ben Smith. So Lee Martin may have to back these guys up if he's not got the pace, but Leroy knows exactly where to put his car with 211 national A final appearances. He knows how to back up. He's done it plenty of times before with Neil Cragg, who retired last year with 100 national wins. But Lee Martin backs Josh Holdsworth up into that hairpin. Josh knows he has to make a clean pass. And Tommy Hull's on Josh's case, and Ben Smith, these four again pulling away. These are the class of the field. Daniel Pole a little bit further back in fifth. But Lee Martin still leads this one from Josh Holdsworth. Tommy Hull clips two pipes back to back. Ben Smith tries to go round the outside but can't make that stick. So back at the front it's Lee from Josh. So Lee looking like he wants to add a win to his ever-growing tally. And Josh looking down the inside. Josh has a lot of horsepower in his car. As he said yesterday, he likes his car to be fast, but he's been over and rejoined still in second. But Lee now has a little bit of a cushion, but let's see how quick Josh can catch that cushion back up. Lee Martin through onto the straight. Tommy Hall's got his wing mirrors full of Ben Smith. Poleman trying to win this one from two legs, but I don't think it's going to happen from here without mistakes from the guys in front. He didn't have that much pace, and Ben Smith trying to make a move on Tommy in the background. But at the front, Lee Martin is gone and out in front. There's a massive gaggle of cars. I don't know if we want to drop back a little to see the battle between Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Johnny Skidmore, Daniel Pole. I'll keep an eye on the guys in front, and Josh Holdsworth is over. Tommy clips a pipe, so Ben Smith up to third now, and Josh Holdsworth makes another mistake. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 in close succession, but Lee Martin has been gifted this final. He's in dreamland now. He just needs to drive around the middle of the track, and I would almost put my house on Lee Martin winning from this position. He doesn't make mistakes that often. His gap at the front is 3.2 seconds. So Leroy, no pressure. My house is on you winning this leg from this position. 2 minutes to go. Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, two Schumacher guys trying to chase Leroy down now. Now, those guys have already admitted that the Schumacher guys seem to have a little bit more pace, but how much more pace? So Josh Holdsworth drops in a 19.7, Lee Martin 20.96. So my house is looking like it's going to be sold at the end of today if Lee doesn't win this. And a second a lap, and Lee gets on two wheels, so Leroy is putting pressure on himself now to win this final. But he's surely got enough experience to last 1 minute of pressure from Josh Holdsworth. He lasted it earlier on. So 20.35 last time round. This one's going to be a little slow as he got on two wheels at the end of the straight. Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith in close proximity. Lee's going to hope that these two get into each other or slow each other down. 1988 from Ben Smith. So Ben Smith now applying pressure to Josh Holdsworth. That's just what Leroy will need to hold on to this leg. 30 seconds to go and Leroy is hanging on for dear life. Ben Smith hooks up and Josh Holdsworth. The gap between them now is 0.7 of a second. Leroy, can he hold on one last lap? After this one, it's going to be close. Josh Holdsworth throwing everything at it. Nearly gets it wrong and twice nearly gets it wrong. So 20:71 last lap time for Leroy. Can he hold on for a really good leg win? Just backing everyone in. Josh tries to jump over the top of him but can't make it through. Knows he's going to have to make it clean, so we've got referees on the rostrum. Leroy, Josh is over and Leroy thankfully will save my house by winning this final. Ben Smith has got through and Josh Holdsworth, well done Leroy. Ben Smith second, Josh Holdsworth third, so that puts us down for a leg 3. Wonderment, excellent run from those guys there. Johnny Skidmore finishes 4th, Luke Holdsworth 5th, Daniel Pole 6th, Lewis Hopkins 7th, Thomas Phipps 8th, Jamie Hall 9th and Tommy Hall has 10th place. So after that we now join our final. Keith Halsey, Dan Cooper, Chris Foster, we talked to earlier on, Yokomo team manager for the UK, Ruben Russell, Scott Follington, Neil Tinsley, Kevin Hodkinson, Riley Butler, hero from Heat 3 this time and probably my hero for the weekend, Dave Burton in 9 and Manny Panasar 10. So those two guys know each other from way back and will be having a lot of fun from the back of the grid. Manny now running the Schumacher car. Used to run AE for a while. Dave Burton of TMG, one of our sponsors this weekend. So thank you, Dave. Our other sponsors are TKR, Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Kyosho, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher X-Ray, Yokomo and MB Models. So our F final led away now by Keith Halsey. The distinctive colours of Keith Halsey, orange and white, as he looks to win this A final from pole. Dan Cooper with the orange and purple car second, Chris Foster with my old colours, running in third, purple, orange and white. The Yokomo chassis. Dave Burton takes a tumble and rejoins in 10th. A good amount of time down, but Keith Halsey leads now. Dan Cooper, Chris Foster, Scott Follington. So Ruben Russell, the 4 car has dropped back. So we'd look for a blue car and yellow wheels for Ruben Russell, but the top 3 are in the same shop. So Keith Halsey now backing up the field just like Leroy did in the last one, and he's him backing everyone up, meaning that the closing pack are tight and mistakes will collect each other. So Keith Halsey still leads this one. Chris Foster, a little bit of a gap now. Something's happened. And our 7 car of Kevin Hodkinson is now up to 3rd. So Keith Halsey driving super smooth. Keep it. Keith Halsey now leading from Chris Foster. Kevin Hodkinson now up to 3rd. But Keith through the S's, over the sleeping policeman, past us and up and over the roller onto the straight for his 6th lap. 21.86 last time by, 22.808 this time by. So the 22 second laps is where these guys are as Manny retires that car. So Chris Foster makes an error, collects Kevin Hodkinson. Does he give the spot back? Nope. So Keith Halsey now has a clear lead of around 2 seconds. I'm going to guess maybe even closer to 3 this time by. 2.7 seconds the gap. Keith Halsey through the S's. 2.7 seconds clear. So Keith Halsey up over the tabletop, underneath the rostrum, clips a pipe, but he's got 2 seconds. It's not an unsurmountable lead for Kevin Hodkinson, who seems to have turned on the afterburners in the last minute or so, and he's closing in on wants to win this F final 4-wheel drive. Maybe thinks he underqualified and should have been higher up, and he did show good pace throughout qualifying. So Hodkinson trying to close down Keith Halsey's lead. Only 0.8 of a second, and we don't need any time now. We can see them there in the same shot as we, and only a couple of metres apart as Kevin Hodkinson closes up onto the rear bumper of Keith Halsey. These two cars now going to do battle for the remaining 1 minute, and Keith instantly cracks. And that means that we've got a new leader, Kevin Hodkinson, 7 car, making a great run of this final. Chris Foster, Yokomo team manager, up to 2nd. Keith Halsey's dropped all the way back to 4th. So it's Kevin Hodkinson, Chris Foster, Dan Cooper, Keith Halsey and Neil Tinsley, your top 5. Top 4 separated by around 4 seconds in total. So still, as we enter the last 30 seconds, one mistake is all it's going to take for these guys to throw away a lead. And Kevin's through, and as I say that, Chris Foster makes the error, collects Keith Halsey when rejoining, so that's going to promote Dan Cooper, our 2 car, back up to 2nd. So Dan back where he qualified, Chris running where he qualified, and Keith Halsey just dropping 3 places. But Kevin Hodkinson is 6 places higher than he qualified and leading this final. And this will be his last lap, so nice and safe around these last corners. He'll realise, and he does, rolls that jump nicely, and Keith Hodkinson takes a well-deserved win in the F final from Dan Cooper, Chris Foster and Keith Halsey. And now move on to our E-Final 4-wheel drive. So E-Final, this contains drivers from 50th up to 41st place in qualifying. We've got Charlie Rhodes on pole, Charlie Simmons, Yokomo driver, in second. Hattie Thames, third. Dylan Richardson, fourth. Luke Tomlinson, 5. Harry Saunders, 6. Ben Elliott, 7. Stephen Brown, 8. Our race director for this weekend. Andy Woods, 9. And Roger Tugwood, your 10 car. So, I'm going to try and get Lee Martin over for a reaction after his excellent win in leg 2. See if he's got time to spare for a chat with us. And we'll let the guys at Race Control give some trackside commentary for a little while. But we online would like to talk to our leg 2 winner, Lee Martin, if he's got time. So while we wait Lee, we start off with the E-Final 4-wheel drive. And we are. Welcome Lee Martin, congratulations, awesome leg man.
Thanks very much.
Not going to put any pressure on you, but I had my house on you when I saw you in front. It's like there's no way Leroy will throw this away now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a few years ago that was the case, but they get harder now.
Yeah. But no, the experience of, what was it now, 211?
I know, I was well interested to see how many I won, so you've obviously been talking to Wurzel. Not won, sorry, made.
No.
Yeah, do you know how many I've won?
I do know how many you've won. Do you want to have a guess?
I don't know.
So let's see if I've got the sheet now and hide it from. So
high 40s, I reckon.
Nope, higher.
55.
51.
51.
So 211 wins. 211 A finals and 51 wins. Second on the all-time list to your long-time sparring partner.
I know. Look at him, the bugger.
Neil Cragg, but. Yeah, I did say in the commentary that you backed up Neil plenty of times and you could back those two guys up. So if you can back up Neil for 5 minutes, you can back those two guys.
This is true, but you never know with the youngsters.
Yeah.
What's going to happen with Neil? And to be honest, it was always less. Sounds bad, but it was always less to lose with Neil because normally I'd just end up second.
Yeah.
Whereas now I could end up 4th, 5th, or whatever. So. But yeah, it was myself and Neil had a period of time where we were the standouts, let's say.
Yeah, there's no denying that. But now, like you said, all the young kids coming through, and great to see the young kids. We were talking to Tommy earlier. Great to see all the young kids coming through. But I think the experience you have showed in that final, probably had, for me, it didn't look like you had the fastest car, but you were certainly able to put it where you needed to be to just hold those guys up and hold. Josh hard charging yesterday and again today. But just the occasional little error when you're pushing and you could just, that's fine. You just got to get past me. You've got to get past me clean. You can't just drive through me.
Yeah, I mean, that's your hope, right?
Yeah.
If you leave the car there, that's your hope what happens. But sometimes, unfortunately, you get driven through, which is never a good ending. But yeah, luckily, they just kept making those small mistakes and never actually got to a point where I felt like they could smack into the back of me or go past me. So if they can keep making those mistakes in the last one, you never know.
No, you never know. You could add to that 51 and make it 52 and close into only 48 behind your good mate.
It would be nice. I'm probably going to put it out there that I'm not going to catch him. But I mean, he was racing from the womb, so I'll give him that one.
Do you think anyone would catch that 100 wins?
Yeah, I mean, Tommy's obviously started well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to kind of Ben, Josh, and those guys to really take it to him now to stop him getting those. I thought there could be a time where he could catch, but it all depends what happens in the next few years. Also, youngsters like Archie Bowman and stuff like coming up super fast yesterday. Those guys are getting to a point in their life, 16, 17, where they're going to mature enough to start winning these.
Yeah.
So Tommy's going to have his work cut out for him at a young age. with younger people coming in.
Yeah, that's what he said. He was like, we were talking to a couple of guys in commentary who it's their first national A final. Not first national A final, first national. Do you remember your first national?
Yes, I do.
Where was it?
I knew you were going to ask that. I remember it visually. It was a grass track. It wasn't Whole Beach. Actually, it might have been Whole Beach. No, it wasn't Whole Beach. It was somewhere else.
Do you remember where you ended up?
Oh, man. I was on the reserve list for two-wheel, so I didn't end up even racing. And then four-wheel drive, I was bottom final. Yeah. I made bottom finals at Nationals for like the first year, and I remember when I didn't make the bottom final and I was at the bottom final, it was like a huge step, and that was like, yes, here we go. Because I pretty much started Nationals in my second year of racing.
Okay.
So I hadn't actually I started in end of 97, so 98, and I think I entered some Nationals in 98.
Okay.
So yeah, I was like straight into the national scene. Did my first Worlds in 99.
Yeah, so straight in the deep end, because we were talking to young Jack Mills-White yesterday. His first national yesterday, make F final. It's like, that's a pretty stellar.
That's good.
And he was disappointed. He was hoping for like D or E finals. Like, this kid's got a long way to go.
How old is he?
11.
And what's his name?
Jack Mills-White.
Jack Mills-White. I'm going to sponsor him soon.
Yeah. But no, that guy, I mean, he's quick. He's been good through workshop this winter. Had a chat with him at a couple of meetings and got him to like just calm down a little bit and try and think about it. It's like race day, getting in that first run, just making sure that you've got a banker.
Yeah.
And then you only need 1 from 3. Then you get another one, then you need, well, it's okay, I've got 2 good runs in.
Yeah.
And just trying to instill that sort of build up your race day.
Exactly. Well, it's funny because, so my first year of racing, all my trophies, I stuck a little stick on and wrote what happened at the race. So I have like these trophies at home, and I picked one up the other day, and it was from the Junior Championship in 99. And I wrote on the bottom, should have done better, didn't have the best results, but there we go. And it was the time when they gave trophies to everyone.
Yeah.
I finished 10th in the E final at the under 13s.
But you've kept it. And stuff like that, that's great for you to remember. And like, you remember where you came from and what drove you to the success you've had in your career.
Yep.
I'd not written down how many European titles you've got. Do you know?
I have 6.
6?
Yep.
So 6 European titles, vice world champion. You've done that?
Yeah, I don't like calling it that. I finished second at the Worlds.
Yeah. I don't know, because you're sponsored by X-Ray. They like vices, don't they?
Yeah. Well, there we go. Vice world champion. Yep, did that.
And one funny thing I thought about this weekend, this year you could complete a career Grand Slam of V40 titles.
Yeah. What have we got this year?
Well, you need to get the one that you haven't got.
Which is?
I think it's two-wheel V40 at Nationals.
Of course, because
Neil always beat you.
Yeah, little bugger.
So you can be the Rory McIlroy and have a career Grand Slam of V40s.
The old man Grand Slam. There we go. You've heard it here first. That's what we're going for.
Yeah, so that's this year. So thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I'm going to give you, you've only got 15 minutes now or so before your next
I'll
one.
go glue some new rears.
Yeah, because you're open tyre, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd be really mixing it for the win, so I didn't think I'd need them.
Yeah, so congratulations, well done on that leg. Thank you for saving my house.
No problem.
You can watch it back, and a minute in, I gave you the win.
Oh, wicked. Well, thanks for watching, everyone, and lots of people cheered for me, so much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. See you guys.
Cheers, Lee.
See ya.
So thank you to Lee Martin for taking time out of his day to give us an insight into what it's like being an old man at racing. 211 National A finals for Lee Martin. But now we go back to your D final, and Chris Patterson apparently did not start, but I can see him. So maybe he's got a transponder issue and it's over, but I'm sure timing will catch that up. And we have a 2-car. Recognise that is David Scott, Matthew Dodd, James Helliwell, Oliver Frost, Gareth Stanton. See if those guys manage to stay in regulation order. Tris Neal up from the 9 spot to 8, and Stuart Mann was your loser on that opening lap, down from 8th to 10th. But we follow it round, and it's still Alex Scott leading us round, Chris Pattinson, Matt Dodd, Helliwell, Ollie Frost, and Gareth Stanton. Now Stance and Matt Dodd have similar colour schemes, but good for me. One has yellow wheels, one has white wheels. Tris, though, with his white car, followed by Ben Stevenson. So Rattle Can versus Many Can. And Alex Scott leads this one over the hump. And has got a 2.9, so 3-second lead already, and we're 1 minute in. So Alex Scott is putting his foot down and wants to dominate this D final. So this is positions 31 to 40. And great F1 points for those who don't already have their F1 licence this weekend. So I don't think Chris Pattinson has an F1, I think he's an F2. So it's a great way to start his weekend. And when I talked to him, because he was marshalling right by us, he was expecting like 40 to 50 this weekend. But at the minute, he's in the top 40, so he's looking to get a 30-something, like 32 right now. Alex Scott had a mistake on this lap. And so is Chris Pattinson. So these guys who drop a couple of cars back, please, Cam. We've now got 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Helliwell not giving this one up either just yet. We head to RHR for round 3, I think, this year. But Chris Pattinson, Matt Dodd, Ollie Frost and Helliwell, so 2, 3, 4 and 5 in quick succession down the straight. Chris Pattinson is 3.5 seconds behind David Scott, our runaway leader in this D final. So Alex Scott continues to lead and shows no sign of relinquishing that lead with a 20.219. Not the hot lap, but his hot lap is a 21.26. Only Ben Stevenson is the other guy that's done a 21, and he's now behind James Halliwell in 6th place. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 onto the straightaway now. Chris Pattinson just gapping Matt Dodd a little on that lap. Only a little, but that gap is visual rather than seen on time. And now Matt Dodd has his mirrors full of Ollie Frost, associated driver, driving in the colours of Craig Drescher, good friend of Ollie's. And those three now closing up. Helliwell not giving this one up. And he's closing in a little bit, hoping these two get together. Young Ollie Frost hoping that he can get past Matt Dodd, who I spoke to earlier on today, and making a comeback to Nationals after a few-year break. Part of the ever-competitive Midwest Massive in the early 2000s. That region was an absolute hotbed of talent, and we had Tom Yardy from that region. 12th on the all-time national list, Tom Yardy, with 6 wins and 156 National A final appearances, but finally retired, just like Neil did last year. Hung up his transmitter for one last time. But Alex Scott, 7.4 second lead now. That is an absolute country mile. Chris Pattinson, though, doing his best he can to hold on to second. Matt Dodd 3rd, Ollie Frost 4th, Helliwell 5th, Ben Stevenson up from the 10 spot 6th, and Helliwell makes an error on the straight and clips the outside. Gets rejoined, and he rejoins around 7th. So he rejoins just behind the 8th car of Stuart Martin, so actually drops back to 8th place. And Alex Scott, though, David Scott, way out in front. Chris Pattinson 6 seconds back. Ben Stevenson further 3 seconds back, so something's happened there which I didn't spot on camera. So now Stevenson is up to second. What's happened to Chris Pattinson? So Ben Stevenson left it late in this one to come second in the D final. Chris Pattinson has retired somewhere. Not sure why. Something must have broke on Chris Pattinson's car. But we now move to our C final. C final: Charlie Saunders, Callum Trewartha, Will Venables, Colin May, Seth Shillito Everest, Jacob Tomlinson from the Mid-East with a 19 and 20, so 40 points got him in the C final. Mark Anthony Jones 7th, Liam Robinson 8th, Callum Ackroyd bench with the Yokomo in 9th, and Eugene Galley with his Schumacher in 10th. Eugene Galley looking to go back-to-back V50 titles this year, only because I gave him that and retired. So, hi to Matt Druitt watching online. Yeah, shame you couldn't make it, mate. Another one of our National A finalists couldn't make it this weekend, had to drop out. Not sure why. But hopefully, Matt, we'll see you at some later rounds this year. Be great to see you back on track. All right. So Charlie Saunders leads away our C final, led away the B final yesterday, and really has not delivered what his full potential is this weekend, and looks with that associated B84 to make amends by winning the C final. Charlie Saunders, one of our top 15 drivers from last year, and seeded in the top 2 heats. We've got Callum Truartha with the pink car in second, so I'm glad him and Hudson Knight have managed to split it by a final, because that was getting confusing, but one X-Ray, one Schumacher, just bright pink. Will Venables is over, Colin May through Liam Robinson up to 4th, but Charlie Saunders leads us away, Callum Truartha in hot pursuit, and these two almost in the same camera shot, and in fact as I check the screen. And Charlie has really made use of that big rear wing this weekend. Looks like he's got 2 barn doors strapped to the back of that Associated, trying to generate some traction, but it's working for him in the final. Shame he just didn't hook it up in qualifying, but like Craig has said before, got to take your medicine sometimes and just move on. No point crying over spilt milk. Oh, and Callum's over in front of me, but Stuart Marn quickly marshals him, and we're away again. So, still second, but that gap that he'd nicely built up is closing down, and Colin May hot on his heels. So Colin with the X-Ray car, Liam Robinson with the Schumacher, I guess, and Seth Shillito Everest, I guess, with the X-Ray car, I believe. So Charlie Saunders now has a massive 7-second lead, so we're going to follow the guys behind. Callum, Liam, Seth and Colin May. So Callum out onto the straight now, followed by Liam and Seth. These 2 guys spread out a little, or these 3 guys spread out a little bit now. So no real on-track action to speak of for you guys at home to watch. Up at the sharp end of the pit, sharp end of the track. Eugene Galley moves up to the 7th spot from 10th. Will Venables, the biggest loser in this final, down from 3rd to 9th, and Galley collects someone but nicely waits for them. Charlie Saunders will be closing Galley down quickly and putting a lap on Galley. But the Saunders machine is now nearly 9 seconds clear of Callum Truartha. And I'm not going to bet my house again, because I was close to losing it once, and I'm glad I didn't, because I think Charlie's pulled over. Something's happened, and Callum's over, so Liam Robinson, I think, is going to inherit this one. And he does. That's Charlie in his dad's hands. Something's happened to that car, so Callum will not lead this one. It's going to be, I think... No, he will do, because Liam's had a mare, so Callum Truewartha leads this one now. Car 2, our pink car from Seth Shillito Everest. Mark Anthony Jones with the X-ray machine, orange, white and yellow. Running third. So Liam Robinson held the lead for almost 2 corners before he threw it away. But Callum now over the ski jump, round and through the S's. Coming by us at RC Racing TV. Up and over onto the straight. Seth Shillito Everest closing him down a little on that lap. 0.3 of a second. 30 seconds to go. It's possible, but he's going to have to string 3 laps of that calibre together to close this down. Maybe actually only 2 now. It's going to be this lap and 1 more as we go by the loop. I don't think he's going to get him. 14 seconds on the clock. 0.71. It's got to be an all or bust last lap. And he's got the ability to do it because there's a big gap behind him, whether he knows that, but he could throw it at the track, but you can't nail the car in front, and he clips the pipe. And he's in the pipe. So that's it. Callum Truewartha takes the C final. Seth Shillito Everest second. Mark Anthony Jones hopefully with third. Colin May fourth. Liam Robinson crashes coming onto the straight, but still gets fifth. So Charlie Saunders goes from hero to 0, but through no fault of his own. Something happened to his car and it just came to a dead stop. So we now move over to B final. Four-wheel drive, your unlucky man, Archie Bowman. Yesterday made the A final, and the only one of yesterday's A final to not make the A final today. He swapped out with Jamie Hall. So in a weekend we've only had 11 different drivers in the A final. But Archie Bowman has been on fire this weekend. TQ'd his first ever national round of a national, and that he'll remember for a long time, just like other people remember their first national. You always remember your first of something. So to go through the grid, it's Archie Bowman. Aaron Nash, another great result for Aaron, always there or thereabouts, but just everyone else seemed to just get a run in just to hold him into the B final. Ewan Tumulty with the Yokomo and Oliver Natras with his Kershaw, really quick drivers from early heats. Harley Eldridge in 5th. Matt Thompson and Ryan Clark, we really can't separate them by much this weekend. I think the furthest they've been separated is by the width of their bench. Tommy Dale with a Serpent car, excellent result for Tommy with the Serpent car. Only a couple of cars here this weekend. Rhys Truewartha, Callum's brother, makes the B, and Hudson Knight, the other pink car. Excellent weekend for Hudson Knight, double B final. Hi Martin, great to see you, the Emperor. Hopefully the commentary's been something you've enjoyed. Probably didn't expect me to be doing it, and neither did I on Tuesday this week. But happy to help out with the guys at RC Racing TV. And Archie Bowman leads this one round from the point. Aaron Nash second. So 2 young guns who, like Lee was alluding to earlier, they're going to soon be at that point where they're going to start making regular national A finals and challenging for the win, as is Ewan and especially Ollie Natras. They're definitely ones to watch for the future, in my honest opinion. Matt Thompson, perennial B finalist. He's got an A final to his name though, so something that Ryan Clark doesn't have, and Ryan, I think, should get by the end of the year. But I was speaking to Neil last night, and he said he's going to text Ryan because he thinks that Ryan will qualify 10th at a national this year, and Neil's going to send him a message to tell him that it's only because he retired. And that had me in stitches last night. So Archie cases the jump but gets away with it. Aaron Nash second from Mid East. And then it's Ewan, Oliver, Matt Thompson, Harley Eldridge, and Ryan Clark. Hudson making his way up from 10th to 8th. Tommy Dale sticking there in 9th, and Rhys Trewartha drops back to 10th. So up at the front, Archie leads this one from Aaron. So these guys fighting over 11th and 12th spot, really good points. Looking at trying to end up in the top 10, these two guys, by the end of the year, or top 15. Top 15 drivers in the National Series keep a minimum of an F3 licence if they make that. And they'll keep it for the rest of their lives, a minimum of an F3. So Ewan, the Yokomo running around in third, but Bowman, Nash not able to keep them in the same shot. Sorry about that. That really was something went down wrong way. But Archie Bowman leads this one. About a second and a half lead over Aaron Nash. So we'll keep on. Our leader, and Archie hangs up a pipe but gets away with it. That 1.5 second lead now cut to, I guess, around a second. Yep, 0.98. So my eye time verniers worked there. Just over a second gap. Sorry, under a second gap. But these two now getting closer and closer. There is a battle developing behind, but we're going to keep an eye on the lead guys because this is for B final dominance. So Archie sliding it through the S's and really nice, just missing the apex, and the Schumacher car looking really good, and so is Aaron Nash. So the Schumacher cars this weekend look like the car to have in both classes. So with 1.5 minutes left, these two are going toe to toe for the last minute and a half. Can Aaron close Archie Bowman down? .63 now, so that gap is coming down, but it's not really a time gap now, it's just visual on track, and Archie will be able to see Aaron out of the corner of his eye, and Aaron will be able to see Archie, and sometimes just that little bit easy when you've got a guy to chase. These young kids now, pressure doesn't seem to bother them like it did Lee in the last A final, where he said, like, when he was younger he would have been able to hold those guys off no problem, but now just started to panic a little bit. Hudson's over in front of us, and we'll have to relinquish a lap to Archie Bowman and Aaron Nash. These guys only separated by half a second now, so Aaron edging ever closer, a tenth of a second a lap. They'll get through for this lap and one more, so will he be able to put enough pressure on that last lap? 20.94 for Aaron last time round. Aaron is closing. It's now down to 0.3. All or nothing. I think those two guys are the only two through. They are the only two through. So Aaron couldn't. Archie clips a pipe and relinquishes a place. And Aaron, all he needs to do is lead it on the last lap or last corner. And Archie makes a jump to the inside. Doesn't matter. Well done, Aaron Nash. A win in the B final. Archie only loses one spot. And really good to see some camaraderie on the rostrum there as they congratulate each other on a great race. So, last race of the weekend. I think my throat will be glad of that. I'll go into permanent mute mode for a couple of hours while I drive home after this. But our last A final. So just taking a quick look at the overall currently. So Ben Smith currently leads with 3 points, 1 and a 2. Lee Martin 4 and a 1. Josh Holdsworth 2 and a 3. So it's between those three guys for the win. Anyone with a 1 or a 2 can win this last leg. Daniel Pole is currently sitting 4th with 2 6s. Tommy Hall has a 3 and needs to get rid of that 3. He can't win this though now because 1 and a 2. Ben Smith already has 3 points. So we're looking at beating Ben Smith's 1 and a 2. The only other guys that can beat that are Lee Martin and Josh Holdsworth. Josh would have to win and beat Ben's time. Lee would just have to win or be second. Oh no, Lee does need to win actually. Second would not be enough because his time is slower than Ben Smith's. So it's between those three guys for the win. Tommy Hall can still make a podium, as can Johnny Skidmore with a 4. Thomas Phipps can also make it with a 5, but would need a win from 5th. He's shown some good pace. So we'll be looking at the front three guys in this A final. And if it's anything like the last one, it will be full of incident early doors. Like we spoke to Lee earlier, hoping that those two make the mistakes early on so he can just sneak on through and gap the field. Nice for Lee, like I said, to add to his tally of 51 wins. Tommy Hall currently has 20 wins. Ben Smith currently has 5 wins. Josh Holdsworth added to his tally yesterday, taking his new tally up to 2. So clean start for our front three. Josh quickly onto the back of Ben Smith. Lee Martin not dropped yet. So Lee still hanging in there. He's just going to try and stick in there. Slips. It looks like he just doesn't turn quick enough through the S-bend. So the Schumachers seem to be able to turn and drive through there. But Lee keeping them on is Tommy Hall 4. Josh has a little slight error but gets away with it. Tommy Hall not getting dropped just yet, but Lee trying desperately to hang on to the back of these two guys. Currently has a 4 to drop, so a 1 and a 3 would pretty much guarantee a podium. That's what Lee's going to be looking for with qualifying third, but makes a slight error, catches a pipe. Saves it though, only backs him up into Tommy. But at the front, Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth doing battle. It's between these two for the win at the minute. Because Josh Holdsworth with a 0 would go with a 2, but it would have to beat Ben Smith's first round or first leg time. Ben Smith across the line, followed quickly by Josh Holdsworth. Now gapped Lee Martin now, and this is the gap that Lee said was hard to close down. Tommy Hall crashes out and needs marshalling and gets returned to the track in 6th. So that's his chance of Podium probably gone right now. Daniel Pole up to the 4th spot with the associated car and closing in on the rear end of Lee Martin. So Lee really needs to try and get his foot down or hope these two in front clatter into each other, but I don't think they will. Schumacher teammates. Schumacher looking for a 1-2 in both classes this weekend. So not much between the top 3. Actually, last lap, all the same, 20.63 across all 3 cars. So there's nothing between the top 3. Daniel Pole, though, closes them all down with a 20.3, as does Johnny Skidmore. But that lap, the quickest guy was Josh Holdsworth, taking a 10th out of Ben Smith's lead. These two now coming down and right passes in commentary corner up onto the straight. Oh, Johnny Skidmore hangs up a pipe and is stuck. Needs a quick marshal, but back to the front, Ben Smith and Josh Holdsworth. Nothing to separate these two guys now. Lee Martin closing in slightly on Josh, and Josh is over, Lee's through. Josh is stuck, but jumps over the track, rejoins. So now it's Daniel Pole to the 2 spot, busting a move on Lee Martin. So Lee now shown the door to 2nd and suddenly ends up 3rd again. So Ben Smith leading this one out, looking for what will be Ben Smith's 6th win. He currently sits on 5. But Daniel Pole now up to the 2 spot. He's won a leg before at Boughton a couple of years ago. So Daniel Pole knows how to win an A final, and he's looking to improve on his score. He's got a 6 and a 6, so this will definitely count if he stays where he is. 6 and 2, 8 points may not be enough for a podium, but Ben Smith's gone wide and Daniel Pole now takes the point. So can Ben Smith recover this? He knows it's fairly safe that he should win this final with a 0 and a 2, because that's 1 and a 2, that's where he is now. But Daniel Pole with a 1 and a 6 would have 7 points. Still probably not enough for a podium, and that's unusual for someone to win a leg and not probably make the podium. But Ben Smith 2nd, Lee Martin 3rd. Josh Holdsworth trying to get back past Lee Martin, and these two held Lee held Josh off in leg 2. Can he hold him off in leg 3 to get that 3rd place and guarantee a podium with a 1 and 3? But Daniel Pole doing an excellent job. The young driver from Scotland, from Ben Smith, young driver from the Mid-East. Daniel Pole, Lee Martin, the old driver from the Mid-South region. And Josh Holdsworth, young driver from the Northwest. But Daniel Pole leads this one with only 5 seconds left. So this is your final lap. All he has to do is hold it round to the finish to secure a well-deserved victory from 6 on the grid. And this is it. 2, 3 corners to go. 1 corner to go. Daniel Pole will win leg 3. Ben Smith wins the meeting though. Lee Martin takes 3rd and should guarantee a podium with a 1 and 3. Ben Smith will have a 1, 2 and 2. Josh Holdsworth will have a 2, 3 and 3. So those guys will round out your podium. Should be Ben Smith from Lee Martin and Josh Holdsworth. Daniel Pole will secure 4th, I think, with a 6 and 1. Huh? Ben? Yeah. So we're going to try and get Ben Smith for a quick interview before he has to do photo duties with the Schumacher team. Be nice to catch up with Ben. So once again, I'd like to take the time to thank our sponsors for this weekend. TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Kyosho, MB Models, Andes Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray. So as we wait See if we can get hold of Ben Smith. Also like to thank you guys online for following us this weekend. Hopefully the coverage we provided has been enjoyable for you guys to watch at home. I've enjoyed commentating on first race meeting I've commentated on in around 15 years. So thank you for bearing with me while I make a few mistakes. Hashtag Luke, Josh not Luke. So, congratulations, Ben Smith.
Thank you. That was, I feel pretty relieved. I definitely made it harder than it needed to be, but I'm sure it was nice for people to watch.
Yeah, great racing to watch, those last two legs especially. Really good.
Yeah.
But, like we said, I think you were the first guy interviewed and you were on pace in practice, and I think yesterday probably a little disappointed that you didn't iron it out and win.
Yeah, I think so. It felt like we were always going backwards after the good run in Q1, and Josh was really quick and he took a very deserved win on the day, but I was pretty happy to come home second because by the final I was really struggling and there was many people behind me who were like quite a bit quicker, so I was fairly happy overall. Yeah,
I think when we spoke to Josh, it just looked like he'd got something extra, maybe just down to the style of driving we were talking back here.
Yeah.
The setup differences between you two guys, and Chris said the same thing, that you started off really well and then just had a dip and then came back towards it. But came good in the end, second place. So 1-2 for Schumacher. Oh no, actually no, X-Ray. Lee Martin got second today. Yeah. So Lee fighting you. That was good fun in leg 2. Lee holding you two guys off. Using all his years of experience to back up the young guys. But really good to see you guys having a good battle at the front.
Definitely. It seems closer this year. There's more people in the fight, I think, which makes it harder but more fun and exciting, really. Yeah,
so a great venue then for... What did you think of the venue in overall this weekend?
Yeah,
it's first time we've the BRCA series have been here.
Yeah.
I guess have you been here before, or was it your first time as well?
Yeah, I did they held like a club meeting after the work they've done on the track, and then I did a practice day after with Tris. I think they've done a great job and they put a lot of effort in from the first time I visited, even maybe like a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
They've done a great job and I think they should be proud of all the work they've put in.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, yesterday when we saw them tearing the track up after two-wheel drive and they just ripped the entire track up. I've never seen that before at a national way. It's like, no, it's a complete new track. It's not just like 10% different. It's all of it. It's all different.
Yeah, it's the best way to be, but I don't envy the work the clubs have to put in to do.
No. So, congratulations. Win number... right, so see if you know.
Maybe 5 now? Or 4?
No.
6?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So 6, so you move up now. So 6 and 50. You'll move up to... you'll like this. This is bragging rights back at Schumacher HQ now. So with 6 wins and 58 final appearances, you now go in front of Michael Orlowski.
Oh, that's a good one to jump, I think.
So don't worry, I'll take a photo of that for you after this list gets updated, and you can show that to Michael on the group chat. Like, Michael, I'm officially better than you are now.
Yeah.
But now you join getting close to an elusive club of people that have only won or double figures nationals. Only never 9.
Okay.
That have won more than 10 nationals. But great to see you guys, or the young guys, getting up into the regular A finals. So congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks for all the coverage. It's nice to have it, be able to watch it back.
Yeah, you'll be able to watch that back.
It's great having you guys here, so thank you.
Thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you at BMR home track.
Yeah, 2 weeks time.
You'll be glad to have a home track.
It's definitely a bit different to this, I'll say.
Yeah, I think a lot of the guys, I've been there quite a few times, and I think a lot of people are going to get a wake-up call.
Yeah, I think practice 1 will be interesting.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely a different type of circuit, definitely not a power circuit. No. It's a drive well within yourself circuit. So we're looking forward to BMR in 2 weeks. In the meantime, any racing in between? Are you going anywhere?
Robin Hood have a meeting on next week, which I think I'll go to. because we have the national there is soon after the BMR national, I believe.
Yeah, it's like Robin Hood's on round 3, so I think the first 3 nationals do come up pretty quick succession.
So do a bit of preparation for that, and then just rest. And look forward to the next one.
Cool. Well, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Safe journey home.
You too.
Okay, so thank you to all of our viewers online. Thank you to Potteries for an excellent race meeting. I think it's been well received by all the drivers. And that's it. We're going to sign off now. So thank you. Goodbye. We'll see you in 2 weeks at BMR.